They call it the big time. Got your name in lights. Now you're gonna shine. Got them in your sights.
Nobody said it would be easy. Nobody said that it would all be fine. But to get where we're going, brother, you got.
Ball for the snap, now looking to throw. He's going to take a shot towards the end zone, has Boyd there. He makes the catch. Touchdown Dragons, a 31-yard touchdown reception for Brock Boyd. Then takes the snap, play fake, looking over the middle, going to take a shot. This one is intercepted, picked off at the 45-yard line by the Dragons. It's Parker Harris. Smith looking to throw. Has time. Left side, this one's intercepted. Going in motion is Mackey. They flip it to him, running right to left across the 15, inside the 10. Mackey inside the 5 and into the end zone for a touchdown. Angelo takes the snap. They rush 4, steps up, goes deep over the middle of the field, wide open. It's Brock Boyd inside the 15, into the end zone for his second touchdown of the night. Brenda already over 300 passing yards tonight. 3 touchdowns. Brenda will hand the pen, running right side, inside the 5, and into the end zone for a touchdown. Davis Penn finds the end zone for the first time in the playoffs. Continues to run, and this one is over. Carroll, a big second-round win over San Angelo Central, 72-7.
It was a decisive road victory for the team. This week, the Dragons faced the top-ranked Prosper Eagles in a regional showdown.
Hey Dragon fans, welcome to the Dragon Football Night pregame show sponsored by Clayton and Clayton Real Estate. Now here are your hosts, Chris Blake and Robert Clayton.
Tonight we're inside Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, a familiar November backdrop for big-time Texas high school football. I'm Will Connerly alongside Robert Clayton, and we have got the unbeaten top-ranked Southlake Carroll Dragons meeting the Prosper Eagles in the regional semifinals here in the 2025 UIL playoffs. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show. This broadcast Dragon Football Night presented by White's Chapel Methodist Church. Again, I'm Will Connerly in for Chris Blake tonight, and happy to be alongside Robert Clayton, our technical director Tim Polster, and statistician Monty Clegg with us tonight as well. Robert, the Dragons entering this matchup 12-0, district champs once again, and coming off such a dominant game, 72-7 dismantling of San Angelo Central. Angelo Renda was great, 457 total yards and 5 touchdowns. The run game was great as well. We're in for a big-time matchup tonight, Robert.
We are, and I think, Will, if you look at this, it's going to be trench warfare at its finest. It starts up front. I say it every game, even more so this game. Carroll's O-line has to dominate the point of attack. Carroll's D-line has to die in the gap and get pressure in the backfield.
They do, and when we look at Prosper on the other side, let's look at first how we got here. Prosper overtook Berkner, and they got to this point by picking up a victory of 50-24 last week. They come into this matchup at 11-1. That one loss was to Allen by just a point. Meanwhile, we mentioned Carroll. They beat San Angelo Central. On the other side tonight, obviously a big matchup between Byron Nelson and Geyer. The winner of that game will meet the winner of this game in the regional final. That's our bracketology to round 4, and now here's some numbers to give you an appetizer for tonight, Robert, and some things stick out when you look at this right now.
It definitely does, Will. You look at it, we talk about this Dragon, offense. It's been completely dominating all season, almost averaging 500 yards a game, 52 points a game. And then on the flip side, you've seen a Prosper defense, be stingy at times. They've only given up 295 yards a game and about 22 points per game. So that matchup is going to be key really all night. We've already seen a little bit of rain in the forecast and earlier in pregame as well.
Some rain in Arlington, Texas tonight. And as we look at the other side, this Prosper offense, perhaps the best that the Dragons have had to see. Their quarterback, Braden Imhoff, 5 touchdown passes a week ago. He had 8 in the playoff opener. Very electric for this offense that gets over 500 yards a game.
Just look at the stats, Will. You look at it, it's almost a carbon copy of a Dragon offense. You're talking 500 yards a game, 52, 53 points per game. But I think the flip side of this is against the Dragon defense. It's a team that's only given up 215 yards a game. You're talking less than 7 points per game. It's going to be a challenge for this Dragon defense, but it's going to be a unique opportunity for this Prosper offense to see what they can do.
And they, too, just like Carroll, have 3 FBS commits on the offensive line. We'll continue to talk about that. There's more to come on the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show on the Dragon Sports Network.
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons!
Dragon Football Night presented by White's Chapel Methodist Church here on the Clayton and Clayton pregame show. Looking forward to this matchup tonight. Playoff football. The Prosper Eagles at 11-1. The Southlake Carroll Dragons at 12-0. It's the regional semifinals. You work all year long. These two teams felt like they were on a collision course, and we get to see it tonight here at Choctaw Stadium.
Oh, absolutely. I think, Will, you talk about it. We talk about the X's and O's, but tonight it's going to be about the Jimmy and the Joes. They're going to have to get after it, and we're going to talk about those matchups here coming up. And there are some stunning matchups to really keep your ear out for in this broadcast tonight.
And then we look at some of the numbers. This is stunning when you look at the defense. We showed you the offense last segment for Prosper, 50-plus points a night. But this is a stingy Dragons bunch on the defensive side.
Well, I think you look at this Dragon defense, you're talking about all-time Dragon defenses. This isn't ranked in one of the top ones of all time. You're giving up less than 6 points a game. It is pretty incredible. Just look at the stats against LD Bell, Carroll Central, Crowley, and San Angelo. I mean, you can't get much better than that. But not only are they a big defensive team, but they're creating opportunities for this Dragon offense.
And they allowed a touchdown last week. That was their first touchdown they surrendered since October 17th. This is a stingy defense as we continue to look at the numbers for this one. It's just impressive, but this may be their biggest challenge of the year tonight.
Oh, 100%. You're going against an incredible Prosper offense. They can get it done on the ground and in the air. You got to be careful of what you do defensively. You got to watch out for any type of hot routes on the blitz. You got to be careful on the ground game up front. They've got 3 offensive linemen already committed to go D1. I'm talking power 4. It's an incredible matchup for this Dragon defensive line.
Texas A&M, Texas Tech, and Duke, 3 FBS commits for Prosper, but the Dragons have 3 Division I pledges on the offensive line as well, and we take a look at those big boys up front.
Well, this is what I love. Prosper has them, but the Dragons have them too. You start with Luke Wilson there at left tackle. He's already committed to Oklahoma. You have Will Barley. I've always said this all year. Will Barley's the guy that I want in a dark alley right by my side. You got Gary Clayton playing center. He's going to be heading to Memphis. A stalwart up in the middle guy makes all the calls. Terrific job. Nathan Domrocky, he's the guy. He's going to go play at the next level at Amherst. A tremendous, just a savant in terms of what he can do mentally, and not a lot of mental errors from Nathan Domrocky. And then Tristan Dare, he's the guy who's committed to Michigan. He's athletic. He can probably play every position on the offensive line, and he's got the attitude to do it as well.
2 of the best teams in the state colliding tonight, and Chris Blake caught up. The great Chris Blake caught up with Riley Dodge, the 36-year-old head coach that's 105-9 in his career. We thought that was pretty good. Let's hear what Coach Dodge has to say about the regional semifinal matchup coming up next on the Dragon Sports Network.
This is John McKellar from White's Chapel in Southlake. This is one of my favorite times of the year because football is back. The Dragons are all about tradition, and White's Chapel is no different. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been at the heart of this community. We're a church that preaches a message of grace and love. We'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Welcome back to Arlington as we get you set for Carroll and Prosper in round 3 of the playoffs. Chris Blake joined by Dragons head coach Riley Dodge. And coach, let's talk about the area round win over San Angelo Central. You guys, season high, 729 yards of total offense. Thing that really stuck out, 8 different ball carriers, more than 350 yards on the ground, 12 yards a carry. What'd you see on the ground from your guys?
Yeah, I just thought, the preparation was there all week. Like you said, we spread the wealth to a lot of different pieces, which is recipe for success for us as an offense. So that was great to see. But our guys just connected on the perimeter all night and were super physical. And, when you give ball carriers space, and we got some guys that can scare you.
On the defensive side, you hold them to 7 points. Maybe more impressively, 4 takeaways. How important is that this time of year?
Yeah, it's huge. You got to be able to run the football. You got to play great defense, and takeaways, obviously, in football, or if you don't give them away, but you take them away, more times than not, good things are going to happen for you. And we capitalize also on all those turnovers.
Back at Choctaw Stadium tonight, a place that you try to get to when you can in the playoffs. What is it about this venue that you enjoy?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've played in my time here. We've been there, 7 or 8 times, and have had a ton of success at this place. I've played some unbelievable games as well. I don't know. It just kind of fits the eye a little bit. For me personally, we used to play a ton of games at Old Texas Stadium back in the day, and this kind of feels kind of like the same vibe. We won a lot of games at that place, and hopefully we can continue to win some more.
You take on a Prosper team today that's also top 10 in the state. I know it's not something probably day-to-day you're considering, but is it kind of fun to know that you're playing in maybe a game that everybody in Texas is going to be paying attention to?
Yeah, I think that for us, it's the next one. We're playing against a great football team that does a lot of things really, really well. Very similar to us. They're great in all 3 phases, but Coach Moore has done an unbelievable job there. Their kids play extremely hard. Their scheme is tough to defend and go against. So it's going to be a really fun battle to watch.
Both teams average over 50 points a game on offense. Do you expect it to be a high-scoring game, or do you think the defenses will be able to stand up to each side?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be probably similar to the Allen game they played early in the year. It was a little bit of a battle early in that ball game, and at halftime there weren't a lot of points being scored. And I think both offenses are going to have their moments for sure, and but both defenses are solid. So I think it's just going to be 2 good football teams, and it's going to be similar styles of football going against each other.
You say the strength of this Prosper team really on both sides of the ball is in the trenches. What do you have to do? Let's start on offense. What do you have to do on the offensive side to try to neutralize their D-line?
Yeah, I think early is just getting the football out of our hands, which we're really good at. We got to be okay with 4 yards at times and understand that if we connect and do the right things, that those explosive plays will present themselves for us. So we can't get impatient. We got to kill them with a million paper cuts. And then for us defensively, we just got to be physical, and we got to be strong-willed. I think mentally as well, and I know our guys will. They'll fly around and be physical. So I don't think they've seen a defense like us, but we also haven't seen an offense like theirs. So and vice versa on the other side of the ball. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
They're heavy on the passing attack. Couple receivers going to play at the next level. Quarterback going to play at the next level. What do you try to do in the secondary to try to make sure those guys don't get open, beat single coverage, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, they're dangerous. Quarterback does an unbelievable job. He operates their system at a high click, and he's got weapons on the perimeter. He's got a really good running back as well. So we just got to match routes really well. I know our guys. One thing I think we've done a good job of this year, we don't turn things loose. And you see people on film just turning things loose and not communicating. So, I think if we're elite communicators and we don't turn things loose, probably the big thing for us is we got to, when they catch the football, they run the football, we got to sit them down. We can't let them get yak.
And one of the traditions that you've established since you took over. Every year you've been the head coach, you've been able to practice on Thanksgiving and reach that second goal of your 3. How was the Turkey Bowl yesterday?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Community was out, a lot of support. It's always fun. We had a coach with a turkey costume on, running around, and I think it's an awesome tradition that we've had for a long time. We had it when I was a player. It's grown to now more of a community event, but it's a lot of fun, and also just to kind of reflect on this football season and really with the kids and how thankful we are to get an opportunity to coach them.
That's Dragons head coach Riley Dodge before Carroll takes on Prosper. Back after this on the Dragon Sports Network.
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Winner of this game in Angelo Renda, the quarterback for the Dragons. A big reason why they're winning quite a bit, and they have an unblemished 12-0 record this season. Renda, 366 passing yards last week, 91 rushing, and the tandem in the backfield with him, Davis Penn. That's an all big-time ground attack.
Well, two guys who are playing at the next level, Angelo Renda and Davis Penn. Davis Penn has been in the program for an awfully long time. He's just a bell horse. He's the guy who gets it done in between the tackles. Incredible inside zone runner.
A lot of weapons on an offense that averages over 50 points a game. Brock Boyd stands out. The Ohio State commit, Brody Knowles, Blake Gunter, Caden Mackey. You got multiple 1,000-yard receivers for this Dragons wideout unit.
Probably the best in the state, the best unit in the country.
And this unit of the offensive line isn't too shabby either. We've touched on them a lot, but the trench battle, they deserve that love up front. The big five guys of Luke Wilson, Will Barley, Kerry Clayton, Nathan Domrocki, and Tristan Dare. Very impressive, and they'll have to deal with the big up front on the other side for the Eagles.
They will. They're going to be challenged. It's going to be a tough front. They're going to do a lot of things. They're going to bring a lot of blitzes. That IQ, this offensive line, is going to play a big-time role.
And on the other side, the defensive line will have to go up against that Eagles' strong offensive line. Zach Hayes, Jake Lucky, Crawford Taylor, Marcus Browse. They'll have a big challenge and perhaps the most resistance they've seen this year with 3 FBS commits up front for the Eagles.
The matchup of the night is Jake Lucky versus Sean Stover. Sean Stover's going to Duke. And Jake Lucky, he's got to die in his gap tonight. He's got a gap integrity, stop that inside zone of Prosper.
And we look at the linebacking core. It's very impressive. Ladd and Lines toward the top of the team in tackles, Taven Coons, and then Luke Busman as well on the outside. And then you have Austin Busman, Parker Harris, and Gavin Strange in secondaries as they have different combinations going. And that is another matchup to watch tonight. Someone we haven't mentioned yet, but we'll probably say his name quite a bit, is Lathan Latchaway, as he has done a lot of really good things. We'll continue to get to that, but right now we are going to have our coin toss over at midfield here at Choctaw Stadium. This coin toss is presented to you by the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title. If you need title work, call Julie Walter. So our coin toss happening right now. Brock Boyd, Davis Penn, Angelo Renda out at midfield. And the toss is won by Prosper. They defer to the second half, so Southlake Carroll will start with the football. And that is our coin toss as we get this game moments away from kickoff, brought to you by the Baker Firm. So we will have our national anthem here in just a few moments as rain continues to fall down here at Choctaw Stadium, and then we'll give you our keys to the game. That's the Southlake Carroll Band playing our national anthem. And here on the Clayton and Clayton pregame show, our keys to the game.
I think number one, we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, is win the trench war. Number two, take the ball, take control. And number three, this is the key to the game. You've got to shut down Bryce Robinson, the Prosper running back. Got to control the game and get them in third and long situations and stop them on first and second down.
Our Prosper and Carroll matchup is moments away, and those keys to the game brought to you by Clayton and Clayton. Thinking about buying or selling your Southlake home? You got to meet Robert Clayton and Karen Clayton Young with Clayton & Clayton Real Estate, recognized by both clients and industry professionals as one of the very best in Southlake and DFW. Robert and Karen bring expertise and hometown pride as Carroll graduates, lifelong Dragons, Dragon parents, and 30-year residents. They are invested in the community and serve through nonprofits and youth sports benefiting Southlake and Carroll ISD. The Clayton team is committed to making your real estate experience seamless from start to finish. Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, where Dragons represent Dragons. Robert, both teams now heading into their respective locker rooms. Interesting scene we have here at Choctaw Stadium.
It looks like there's a lightning delay.
Yes, severe weather / seek shelter. Please be advised that due to pending weather conditions, all event activities will be interrupted. Choctaw Stadium asking all guests make their way to the concourse and out of the elements and follow the direction of the stadium staff here at Choctaw Stadium. They, of course, apologize for any inconvenience. So right as we are about to go on for kickoff, we had the coin toss. The clock just struck 7 o'clock. So if you're joining us right now here at Choctaw Stadium, you're probably confused why we're not talking about a kickoff right now. Well, that's because right before kickoff, severe weather striking here in Arlington and both teams heading to the locker room. And right now, it's just a waiting game, and it's an interesting way to start a massive playoff showdown, Robert, but it's going to be starting a little bit later than some expected tonight.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's nothing that, in terms of territory, this Dragon team isn't used to. I think there's been about 3 games so far this year that they've been part of delays. But you're right, Will. You're talking about the emotions, getting amped up for the first play. The Dragons are receiving the ball. It's a lot. You know, you're ready to go for the moment. Now you're shoveled back in the locker room, and you've got to keep the guys warm, right? You know, you can't get cold. But again, like we mentioned, this Dragon team, they've been there and done it this year so far.
Robert Clayton, Will Connerly, Tim Polster here with us as well, our entire crew of the Dragon Sports Network here. It's Dragon Football Night. And just as we were about to wrap up the Clayton and Clayton pregame show, I guess we're going to still have that pregame show because it's before the game.
Let's roll it out. Let's roll it out, Will. Let's get it going.
That's the interesting part, though. We have our Clayton and Clayton pregame show. We're pretty much done with it. And it's interesting timing, at least, in terms of, I mean, it was, they did the anthem. They did the coin toss, and they were about to go out. And then both teams, as I'm telling us about Clayton and Clayton, both teams then head to their respective locker rooms, and we get the news that severe weather is in the area just seconds before kickoff. As 7 o'clock struck, it was that the tide turned as rain is falling here in Arlington. And when we looked at the forecast tonight, and even preceding this game, we saw that rain is in the forecast for the next hour. As we do look at it, the forecast does clear up after that. But for the next hour, there's going to be rain coming down, and rain isn't necessarily the issue here with the artificial surface at Choctaw. But if it's saying severe weather, then there perhaps must have been another type of strike that had to delay this, a lightning strike, 30-minute delay. It's interesting we don't have that official information of what they decided and how they're going to operate with this decision moving forward. But if it's going to clear up, then perhaps you could eliminate all of that. But for Robert Clayton, somebody who played here at Southlake, did you ever have to deal with this throughout your high school career or professional career, dealing with something like this unique as we get a great picture of the radar? That's shout out to Tim Polster, but that's have you ever had to deal with that?
Absolutely. Incredible job, Tim. Great with the radar up on the screen. We are very fancy. Don't tune into that video broadcast if you're listening to us. We're going to give you some in-depth analysis coming forward here, more about the team. So hang tight. But yeah, to answer your question, well, absolutely. I think the best one represents when I played in college. We were playing against OU in Norman. It was the second game of the season. and we had about an hour and a half delay back in the locker room. Funny story, we were only down 14-0 at the time, and we had just moved the ball, and we're about to score, and we go in halftime, and we're all hyped. If you remember back in the day, I had Eminem in the locker room, and I was throwing around chairs. We've got these guys, and we didn't. We lost 72 to 14 that game.
Tough one.
It's a tough one, but you've got to be ready for it, and this is what the Carroll coaches do so well. They know they've been through this before. They know how to react with the guys, and it's more about getting some more opportunity to talk through the game plan. Talk through, hey, what's going to happen? Let's stay warm. What do we need to do? And you've got to be careful of this as well. Each lightning strike or what happens, the clock keeps ticking every 30 minutes. Okay, and so the initial light strike that goes for another 30 minutes. So we're releasing a 30-minute delay right now. We'll see what happens.
We will, and I know you just teased some information at least coming about the game. I mean, Robert and I got in contact, as most people getting ready to broadcast a game do, early in the week, starting to talk about this matchup as we did throughout our 30-minute pregame program. But as we do have some time now, just getting ready for it, again, we will continue to communicate that we're in a weather delay. The game has not started yet. No second of football has occurred tonight here at Choctaw Stadium. Just a minute before 7 o'clock tonight, we had a weather delay, and both teams went to the locker room. And now that the teams are in the locker room, Robert, it does give us a chance to continue to talk about this football game. Is there any particular area or matchup you want to dive deeper into based off what we've prepared to talk about tonight with two excellent football teams going at it this evening?
Well, I think we talk a lot about their offenses. They're so similar, but I think more so on the defensive side, and talk about Prosper a little bit. They're not a carbon copy of the Southlake defense. Southlake can go to a 4-3. They can go to a 3-3 stack. They're very versatile. You're going to see from this Prosper team, really more of a 3-4 base. You're going to have 3 down linemen, 2 outside linebackers, 2 middle guys up front. And, you're going to hear, a few names, probably a lot for this Prosper defense. You're going to hear Cade Smallwood. He is a linebacker. He's one of the middle linebackers. He's a tremendous player. He's a guy who didn't start off in the year in the lineup, but moved his way back in. I think they were trying to find their identity on defense a little bit, and they found it. He's a terrific player. And I think you'll see up front, the nose guard, John Haggerty, is a good player. Zach Manning, the end, he's a really good player. And then out on the edge, you have Tyson Stiggers. These are guys that allow Prosper to do a lot of things on the defensive side of the ball where, they can play a 2 deep high cover shell or cover 2, but they can also blitz. And I think what they haven't seen this year a lot of, Will, is the Dragon receivers out in the flats. If you're Coach Dodge and company, you want to create matchups, and you want to create mismatchups. You want to get a outside linebacker on a Blake Gunner or a Brock Boyd. You want to create those guys. Hey, come make a play in space. If you want to cover them out in the flats, we're going to hit you on a slant. You've got to be cautious of that, because some of these Dragon receivers, not only do they run the ball once yards after catch, but they block extremely well. And Raleigh loves using the receivers as an extension of the run game. Likes to get them out there in almost a pulling of a sense. It's just a receiver pulling out there on the edge. And so it's going to be a different scheme that I think maybe they've seen once or twice this year, but I think the execution is going to be different.
And for Tyler Moore, the head coach of this Prosper defense, to your point, when we were able to catch up with him earlier this week, he said, we need to pressure Renda. That was probably the most repeated phrase that he's had when discussing this matchup, particularly when he brought up the keys to the game. And when you mention the different fronts that they have, the 3-4 base that they go with, it's going to be a lot of those linebackers having to get involved in the pass rush if they want to pressure a very mobile Renda.
100%. And you talk about, what's your poison, right? With this Dragon offense, you want to blitz, you got to be ready for the hot route with your Renda and get the ball out quickly, which he's shown this year. Now, if they decide they can't protect it, they got to drop back, you see the development of Renda's running game, which has been incredible. He's at any given time the fastest guy on the field. I put my money on him, and he can create plays. It's a difficult setup for this Dragon offense. And just in terms of the protections they're going to have to do tonight with the blitzes Prosper gives, you might see some guys like a Blake Gunner staying home and blocking for a little while. You might see some reverses to kind of slow that down. And I think more than anything, you've got to wait until maybe this settles out a little bit. Get through the first quarter, go in the second quarter, halftime, make some adjustments, know what they're going to do on the down distances.
And you mentioned Zach Manning, one of the tone setters for them, 6'3", 240. He's a commit to Army, a first-team all-district guy for them. He's somebody to watch out for in that front seven as they try to disrupt the timing for Renda. But like you mentioned, he's shown the ability to get the ball out quickly. And that is what Prosper wants to do tonight. They don't want to give him time because they know he can take the top off the defense. And when we look at this defense overall, this is a Prosper team that beat Berkner last week 50-24. They only allowed 137 pass yards, but you go back a week before that against Hebron, and Hebron was able to throw the ball around the yard. Now, Braden Imhoff, the quarterback for Prosper, was the Sports Illustrated National Player of the Week because he had 8 touchdowns in that game. But they showed some vulnerabilities in at least the way that they want to defend the pass. And for a quarterback like Angelo Renda, one of the more historic quarterbacks that's gone through this great program of legends that have walked the halls of Carroll, he may have an opportunity to do that tonight with all his weapons.
Well, you do, and I think if you want to cancel out Brock Boyd, then you got Brody Knowles, and you got Blake Gunter, you got Caden Mackey. The list goes on and on. You have Davis Penn, you have Brooks Bigger. You have a wealth of talent to go to. And what I love about this Dragon offense, you don't know who's going to step up on which game. Each of these players have had moments throughout this year that they've just rose to the occasion and made plays during their own game. And so I think that's, really offensively versus this Prosper defense. Let's talk about maybe our defense versus this Prosper offense, and there's a lot to get into with that.
There really is, because this Prosper offense, we've touched on it quite a bit, but it's a team that, for those that don't know, led by Tyler Moore. He's in his 3rd season. Hometown of Georgetown, Texas, went to A&M and was the offensive coordinator from 2016 to 2022. So one of his last years as coordinator is the last time that these two teams met, first time that he's facing Carroll as the head coach. But with this team, it was interesting. They had a quality year but knocked out in the first round a year ago, but they brought 7 starters back on offense. One of those, the senior quarterback, Braden Imhoff, 42 touchdowns and just 4 interceptions, a commit to Lamar, but then he's also got 2 really good Division I receivers that he throws the ball to. Lathan Latchaway, a 3-star commit to Tulsa. He has scored in every single game this season and has 21 touchdowns, and more impressively has 25 yards a catch, and he's caught about 60 balls. And then Dallas Boozer as well, an Arkansas State commit. So when I mention that, you know that they're explosive. That's the word that comes to mind when you bring up the Prosper offense. However, Tyler Moore telling us this week, this may be a game they lean on the running back, Bryce Robinson, a lot more than they have in any game this year.
Well, I think it's incredible. If you take a step back and look, over this game tonight, you're going to see pretty much close to 20 Division I players on this field at one time, which is incredible, combined with Prosper and Southlake. There's a lot of talent tonight. And you talk about, Imhoff, the quarterback, he's much better, in my opinion, than a Lamar commit. He is I wouldn't be surprised he rises up into the FBS level pretty quickly because he's a pretty dynamic player. I think he's just late on the scene in terms of recruiting. But he can get the ball out fast, he can make the right decision, and he's got speed on the edge. But he can't do that unless he has the protection up front. And Zayden Crimpin going to A&M, he's one of the most talented offensive tackles in the state of Texas. He has a motor that he goes to the whistle. You talk about the big guy up front at center, Sean Stover, going to Duke. He is a terrific player. Then you have Bryce Gilmer at right tackle, who's the Texas Tech commit. You know, you talk about the matchup with the Dragon defense. You know, you got to look at the edges with Zach Hayes and Crawford Taylor, and it's going to be critical of Marcus Browse when they flip it in that 3-3 stack. You know, what he can bring on the edge. You know, just making those tackles feel uncomfortable with protections. And then Lucky's such a difficult guy to block for the Dragons. I mean, he's I'm going to give him some grace. He's all 5'10", and 260, 270 pounds. You know, benches over 400 pounds. He's just a stalwart up front. He's been like that forever within this Dragon team for so many years. And those matchups up front is why we emphasize the trenches so much today, is because that's going to lead to the gateway to Bryce Robinson, who's a dynamic running back. He's over 1,400 yards rushing. He's a guy that is going to play at the next level. You don't know where yet, but he's going to find a home somewhere. You got to keep him contained, and you've got to put pressure on him off, just like Coach Moore says about Renda. You've got to get to him, force those throws that he's not comfortable with, and so there's a lot up front that hopefully shakes out for the Dragons' advantage.
Very impressive what we've seen there. A couple of 4-star tackles. Braden Imhoff, 19 touchdowns in 3 weeks. Bryce Robinson, over 7 yards a carry. That's what Carroll will try to stop tonight. Dragon football night continues.
Hey, Dragons, athletes, fans, and champions of all kinds. I'm Dr. Isabel Lopez at Life's Medicine, and my team and I are here to help you feel, recover, and perform at your absolute best. From guided weight loss to hormone balance, we create a personalized game plan for peak health. Boost your recovery with cryotherapy, recharge with red light therapy, and fuel your body with our powerful Slim Shots. Don't just cheer from the sidelines. Step into your own strongest and healthiest self. Visit us and let's build your winning season, both on and off the field, at Life's Medicine, where health meets performance. Go Dragons!
Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
This is Pastors John and Todd from Whites Chapel in Southlake. Whites Chapel is a church where it's all about Jesus. We're a place where real people make genuine connections, where it's okay not to be okay.
We're a church where grace is a lifestyle and where everyone has a place. From the lifelong believer to the unchurched or de-churched, we're here for you, and we'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Stephen Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Well, that's what we have tonight. The blue dot where we are, and the rain coming in as we welcome you back to Dragon Football Night on the Dragon Sports Network. The Prosper Eagles at 11-1 and the Southlake Carroll Dragons at 12-0. Just about a minute before they were getting ready to kick off this regional semifinal around 6:59 here in Arlington, Texas at Choctaw Stadium. Both teams, after the coin toss, after the national anthem, getting ready for kickoff, were instructed to go to the locker room. So both teams went to their respective locker rooms and are waiting there because of a weather delay. Rain still coming down here in Arlington. And Tim Polster, our excellent technical director, putting up the radar. And it gives us a glimpse that the rain is going to pass and pass pretty quickly, but we're going to have to deal with it throughout a portion of the evening, as you see indicated right there. But the other issue was that lightning, we believe, was spotted, and so that put a half-hour timer on the clock, and that is where we have come to a halt in the broadcast right now. Dragon Football Night is presented by White's Chapel Methodist Church and this Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. We're excited to have you on it, and it's an extended pregame show alongside Robert Clayton. I'm Will Connerly in for Chris Blake tonight. We've continued to talk about the matchup, but we're also going to touch on some games from across the country as well, in the state of Texas, we should say.
It's his own country, Will.
Yes, it is. But we could go nationwide as well. I mean, these are two teams that have notoriety across the nation. Southlake Carroll, a top 10 team in the country, but you're right. I try to play that one off, Robert, but we're going to have some good matchups to look at here this evening. Of course, Byron Nelson and Guy are going at it. That is the biggest matchup to watch for Carroll fans because the winner of that game takes on the winner of this game. And do you perhaps have an update for us?
We do. Right now, Byron Nelson on top of Geyer in the first quarter, 7-0. A game out at Choctaw Stadium, a second home to Carroll fans in the late 2000s. Allen over Permian right now, 35-0.
And Allen, of course, familiar with Prosper, that their lone loss is to Allen. Prosper 11-1, but lost to Allen by a point in what was a fantastic matchup a handful of weeks back. And with Robert Clayton on the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show, we've dissected the matchup as much as we can. And kind of like the players, they've prepared as much as they can. But now they're standing in the locker room waiting to get after it. We can continue to break down the game, and we certainly will, but it is an interesting component of the stage we are right now, as it's approximately 7:24 and no signs of players coming out just yet. We would think it would be at least 7:30 before we would get any update on when the game would restart as rain continues to come down, but it is interesting waiting period that everybody's in. The fans anticipating the action, broadcasters, I know that's a small portion of people, but anyway, the fans, the players, everybody waiting. They've done all the work they can do, but now they're waiting on Mother Nature to do her thing.
Well, you have the families in town for Thanksgiving. We're day after Thanksgiving. A lot of people are making a lot of effort to come out to the game. And as we see the fans they're in shelter underneath some coverings, some awnings throughout the stadium, just trying to get out of the rain. You know, it's another variable, Will. I mean, this is part of football. This is part of playing outdoors. You got to play with the variables. And, you know, these teams, you know, they're disciplined enough to understand that. But it gives another wrinkle to the game, really, for the players to digest and the coaches to digest as well.
A lot of wrinkles coming in and trying to digest what the rain can do tonight. 7:25, 25 minutes after we expected a regional semifinal to be kicked off here at Choctaw Stadium, a place where the Dragons are familiar with. The last couple years they've had battles here in the postseason, and they're looking forward to doing it tonight, but it'll be a little bit later than they expected in the midst of a weather delay right now.
Yeah, you talk about the battles in the past. You've had Martin, Trinity. You've had some thrillers, Byron Nelson. You've had some games that have really been a second home. And Coach Dodge talks about, Choctaw as being almost like the home for the Dragons, like Texas Stadium was back in the 2000s. And it's a place that's been fairly good for the Dragons and Dragon fans. But if you're listening now, stay tuned. We still have a terrific halftime show as well. We have Coach Leslie Jackson of the Lady Dragon volleyball team, newly crowned state champions, the first ever in Carroll history for volleyball. Will be joining us on the broadcast at halftime with some Lady Dragon volleyball players as well. Talk about that experience. So we've got a lot to come for y'all. Stay tuned and plug in. Sit tight, grab a blanket, make a fire, and get cozy.
Get cozy. I like that. Blankets, cozy. Man, I was thinking you were going to bring the coach on now on the pregame.
It could be a teaser.
We could get extended time, but we are going to take a time out on the Dragon Sports Network.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
As a Dragon, it's all about protecting the tradition. As a church, it's our mission to make more deeply committed followers of Jesus. This is Todd Renner from White's Chapel in Southlake. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been a part of this community. And though times have changed, our need for the gospel of Jesus Christ, our need to worship and grow and serve, our need to shine the light into the darkness hasn't. That's why White's Chapel is a church where tradition meets today.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burn ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragons, athletes, fans, and champions of all kinds. I'm Dr. Isabel Lopez at Life's Medicine, and my team and I are here to help you feel, recover, and perform at your absolute best. From guided weight loss to hormone balance, we create a personalized game plan for peak health. Boost your recovery with cryotherapy, recharge with red light therapy, and fuel your body with our powerful Slim Shots. Don't just cheer from the sidelines. Step into your own strongest and healthiest self. Visit us and let's build your winning season, both on and off the field, at Life's Medicine, where health meets performance. Go Dragons!
right, welcome back, Dragon fans. Robert Clayton here with Will Connerly. Will's going to take a little time out. We've got a special crew here as the extended weather delay keeps on happening. As you see the radar on the screen, the front is moving through, the rain is still coming down, and the boys are still in the locker room. But excited, tune up, turn the volume up. We are in the presence of legacy champions. You talk about the first Lady Dragon volleyball state championship ever. I'd like to welcome Coach Jackson and some of the LDVB volleyball players. Coach Jackson, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Well, thank you. We we were sitting here and we headlined the halftime a presentation that we're going to talk and interview, and we thought, if we had an extended delay, let's go ahead and bring you up here. And luckily, you're already here. You're right outside our booth in the suite. We're living luxury up here in Choctaw. But we want to take an opportunity to at least talk a little bit about the experience over the last really 3 months and just the progress of the Dragon volleyball program. But before we do that, tell us about last Saturday. How cool was that?
It was awesome. It was a wild match. If you've never been to a volleyball match before, I think you felt every emotion in that match known to man. You felt happiness, you felt stress, you felt a little sadness at some points. Like, it was a high emotion match. Yeah. But it was exciting for sure.
Well, I can tell you, just as a Dragon fan, and obviously there's always so much success with every team across every athletic program. You talk about state championships. That was, you're talking about football. If it's basketball, cross country, whatever it might be, that was the most thrilling game I think I've been a part of. And, jumped out to an almost 9-0, 10-0 run at the very beginning. And they had to battle back from some sets. The emotions were up and down. I tell you, I was in motion, and I was sweating my green paint off, and it was pandemonium in there. But a really cool experience. But maybe talk a little bit about how you got here to Southlake and how you've really kind of changed the culture of the volleyball program. I know you brought some key individuals with you, so talk to us a little bit about, what you did coming in Southlake.
I've been a couple different places in my career, and I think, when you first pop into some place, the first thing I try to do is just get to know the girls on a personal level the best I can. I've been, blessed to have 2 of these kids for a while. Colin is new for us as a freshman, but the other 2 I've had around me for the past couple of years. And, just getting to know them on a personal level and, trying to bring out their own individual personalities so they know that when they come in to practice or to off season, whatever it is, they can be 100% authentically themselves.
When you talk about a Leslie Jackson program, what are the expectations?
Well, we like for our athletes to be selfless, putting the team success over their own. Obviously, we have a bunch of talent in our gym and in our program, but, we feel like, being selfless athletes are the number one thing. And then working hard every day. Everyone's going through something, but whenever you step through the doors, you're expected to work hard. And then, just being disciplined in your day-to-day life, trying to do things the right way, not only in our practices, but in the hallways, in the classroom, and in the community.
Well, I can't imagine as a coach just the dynamics of volleyball. Not only do you have the school you play for, but once it's out of that fall season, most players go off to different club teams, and there's a whole different dynamic with that. And then you got to wrangle them back together, and I know that's not easy. But it's a unique opportunity, a unique coaching position, and you look at what you've done to this program over the last few years. It's been remarkable. So,
well, thank you.
It's pretty incredible, Coach. Well, I know you got some ladies here. Tell me who you are. Introduce yourself. Let's go from there.
I'm Kinsley Young. I'm a senior middle blocker, and I'm also the niece of your very own Robert Clayton.
I've never met her in my life, I promise you.
Weird family dynamic.
Hi, I'm Emma Eister, and I'm a senior setter.
Hi, I'm Collins Alonso, and I'm a freshman DS Libero.
Awesome, ladies. Well, let's talk about it. All 3 of you, let's talk a little bit about what were the emotions like in the game. Talk about it a little bit.
You know, I usually, like, before each match or start timeout, I usually try to rally the girls before each huddle, and I feel like that first set, the first talk we had was good, and then, you know, it got a little rocky, and I was like, come on, guys, we gotta go. Like, I was feeling stressed out, but once we started to pick it up in the fourth set, I felt some confidence with these girls, and so in the fifth set, I was like, all gas, no brakes, like, we gotta turn this on. So I think our spirits were high through the whole thing, and getting to play with them and, like, them keeping their emotions on the rise was definitely helpful.
Yeah, I personally think, like, as Coach Jackson said, there was so many, like, roller coaster of emotions. Like, playing that game, I just felt every single emotion imaginable. From, like, the first set where it was 10-0 and we're all just, like, so pumped up to start the state game till we were down 2 sets. You know, we were kind of like, we need to get going. And then the fifth set when we finally won, it was just every emotion possible.
Yeah, I think that our emotions were just very up and down. Like, in the first set, they were super, super high, but in the second set, they kind of dropped back down. But we just, like, rallied and kept each other in it, and, yeah, brought our emotions back up to finish it out.
Awesome. You know, I think any state championship experience is unique. Tell us about the experience, and obviously, as a former athlete, any rituals that you ladies do before games?
Well, I know for one thing, our seniors usually get everyone excited for the game, and we like to do a series of coordinated dance moves for the game. So
Are these TikTok moves?
One is a Just Dance, based off of Just Dance. We got our own little
Okay.
twist off it. So we'll do, like, maybe 3 dances we all know in the locker room. And then we all, we do our high five line, and then we all take a prayer before the game. And I think that's something that's really helped us.
Well, and you can dance, Kinsley. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I think our dances is personally my favorite thing we do in the locker room right before warming up. I mean, it's kind of fun because we all know exactly what we're doing, and it's just so, like, sync and coordinated. It just gets everyone pumped up.
Yeah, I think our dances, too, is one of my favorite things. And we just also just come together before games and just, like, kind of show that we're, like, there for each other before the game and just bring each other back in and rally each other, get each other excited.
I think that's the one thing, just listening to you ladies throughout, you know, this playoff run, was how close everyone was together. And you talk about a cohesive unit as athletes and who are trying to get a state championship. That's a common theme you hear from state champion teams. You know, the culture, the family, the sisterhood, all those things is pretty special. Kinsley, I'm gonna go back to you, and yes, I am your uncle, but you know, it's pretty unique. But take us back to that match point. You're going game point. You come out of the timeout. You're hyping the crowd up, and then you ace it. You know, tell us about what was going through your mind. Would you have any feelings? Were you nervous, or nerves still, or what was it?
I think at the beginning we called that timeout, I was feeling really good. Like, I came in the huddle cheering, you know, we got our talk, we came back out fairly quickly, and, you know, hyping up the crowd. I could tell they were all excited for it, and I was like, this is the community, this is what we ride on. And so hyping them up was one thing in my mind, and then I went back to serve, and usually I take a couple deep breaths before each serve, and I went back and I was like, well, let's just hope we get this in, because if I just hyped up the crowd and missed it in the net, that would be pretty embarrassing.
Big whiffer.
Like, and so I was like, you know what, we're just going to try to get this over the net. Hopefully, you know, we can make a rally out of it. I was not expecting it to be an ace at all, and I think I slid on my knees maybe like 10 feet to get in that huddle after I served that ball. So,
well, again, I don't know volleyball lingo very well, but as a middle blocker serving, is that a different dynamic?
Yeah, so usually middle blockers will come out, and there's usually one that will stay. So, you know, my defensive skills are not the best on the team, but, you know, if my body's there, I'll try to get up. So I was just hoping and praying that my friends on the other side wouldn't try to hit it at me. And so I was like, if we got an ace, it would be nice. But, you know, I try to work on my serving as much as possible. We have a lot of drills where the middles will be serving to the DS liberos at practice, and I think that kind of helped me, like, hone in on that skill back there. But, you know, if I would have had to play defense, it would not have been a very pretty sight for our fans in the stands. So let's just be glad that we didn't have to see that.
Well, that's incredible, and congrats on the MVP vote at the end of the game. And I know all of you ladies take it as a team victory. And as you see the photo up on your screen right now, I tell you what, when that point hit, just the rush of excitement of everyone on the team coming down and supporting each other still gets me a little teary-eyed. But maybe all you ladies talk a little bit of what is meant to be part of, just not the LDVB community, but also the winning the first state championship. What does that mean to y'all as players? It's pretty special.
Yeah, it was extremely special. I mean, being in this program for 4 years and being a senior and ending on this much of a high and this much of a win, it makes me emotional as well. And we keep seeing each other. We ran into each other earlier right before we came in the suite, and I was just like, I'm not going to get to practice with these girls anymore. But we got a win out of it, so I keep telling them next year y'all have some hardware to remember us by, so you never truly get to get rid of our faces.
Sure.
Yeah, to me, this team is my family. I mean, I've been on so many different club teams, school teams for all different sports, and there's never been a team that I've been on that I'm this close with to everyone, not just a couple groups. Like, literally, I'm friends with every single girl on this team, and I think that's why we won state. I mean, we're just so close. We had a sleepover right after we won,
awesome.
And then we went to go watch Wicked 2.
How was it? Was it good?
It was good.
So good.
It was so good. And I mean, the amount of times we hang out with each other, I think that's really helped us on the court.
Awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Our bond is just unreal. Like, we just love each other so much, and that's definitely what helped us. And so winning a state championship together with how close we were, and it's just like every day we came in the gym, like pushing each other, it was just like kind of showed how much like all our hard work and bond had like kind of paid off.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this, ladies, too. Long time ago, as part of championship teams myself, but the common bond 30 years later is that you still come together as a team. And that's something you're always going to have with each other. So enjoy it for the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. You'll come together. You're still going to be best friends. So it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Let me ask you this. For the young ones listening at home who have these dreams of winning a state title, what is your words of encouragement?
I think I have two main ones. Is one, like skill-wise, just never stop working. The days in the gym, they get mundane, but if you really love it, like, you find joy in the suck. And so if you keep working at it, keep practicing, you'll be well set off. Because I know we came in practices and we had a hard day at school, and like maybe a test didn't go our way, but we came in, we worked hard, and we got to leave. And the second thing would just be like, if whatever team you're on, try to be close with them. There's a lot of different personalities that come into a team of 18 girls, and I think one thing for us, we found a way to mend everyone and mesh everyone together, find different things we all had in common. So I think honing in on your skills, practicing on it, and finding a way to create a team culture around you.
I think my words are make your dreams your reality. I mean, I remember when I was a little girl and dreaming of playing, high school volleyball, winning state championship. It seems so far away, but honestly, all the hard work you put in now will really help you years to come. I mean, all you have to do is just hit a volleyball against the wall, and that helps. So if you really want it, work for it.
Yeah, I mean, this has like always been a dream for me, and so I think just like keep on working hard, because people are going to doubt you. I mean, things are going to happen, but if you keep on pushing yourself and like don't let anybody doubt you, then it can't come true.
And you're just a freshman. How incredible walking as a freshman, state champ. You have the hardware. Pretty awesome. Awesome. So what's next, ladies?
I'm going to go play collegiate volleyball 40 minutes down the road at Texas Christian University.
Go Frogs.
I'm playing college volleyball at Oklahoma Christian University.
Let's go.
I'm headed into club season, and I'm a sophomore.
It doesn't
next
stop?
year. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, Coach Jackson, asked you the same question. What's ahead for the Lady Dragon program?
Well, for these kids, they're going to have the next month pretty much off. We'll do end of the year meetings, ask them, how they thought the year went, hopefully be like, oh, that's great. But you never know. Like, those are, lots of emotions can kind of come through
Sure.
those meetings sometimes. But, wrap up the year with them and with our sub-varsities, have our banquet, our award ceremony. And then get back in January, get in with Castle, and start working on our skills again.
That was an incredible video of Castleberry floating around and just hyping up everyone. I know he does that on a daily basis. He's so incredible. He's just an incredible coach. I know he serves a lot of value to the program. So, well, Coach Jackson, I like to ask this just because, this doesn't, all the support helps. But if you're out there listening, what can the Southlake community do to help support the Lady Dragon volleyball team?
I was blown away at how many people came to support us at the state match. I mean, it felt like the whole town of Southlake was in the stands, and that was just such a great atmosphere for them. When we played Byron Nelson at home and we pretty much hit max capacity in our gym, like, that atmosphere was so much fun, and it really helps more than you think, since volleyball is such a big momentum sport. And so, if I had to pick one thing, I think it would just be, getting out when you can to support the Dragon volleyball gals. We know it's football season, and volleyball season is kind of like,
sure.
A sub sport of the fall, but just getting out and supporting when you can, I think it makes these girls feel special, and it helps a lot.
Do we need more face painting?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can 100%. Face paint as people walk in.
Yeah, we should have a designated face painter when they come into
yes,
that's
absolutely,
the next thing, right?
absolutely.
Okay. Well, ladies, thank you so much for joining us, and you at home, I hope you enjoyed it. We're talking to history. The ladies that made history, Coach Jackson made history. Not worthy of their presence tonight. You feel the aura of just championships and champions. And if you're at home, talk about what it takes to be a champion. And I think you talked about the culture of what breeds a champion. I hope you tuned in and took notes tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake, conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park. Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons!
This is John McKellar from White's Chapel in Southlake. This is one of my favorite times of the year because football is back. The Dragons are all about tradition, and White's Chapel is no different. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been at the heart of this community. We're a church that preaches a message of grace and love. We'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HearstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recode Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, We can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
All right. Alongside Robert Clayton, I'm Will Connerly. Robert, we started our pregame show at what time tonight?
6:30 is when
you are getting your money's worth.
Yes. We are on center stage. We are in the House of Representatives. We are, what's the word when they just talk all the whole time? What's it called? Filibustering tonight again.
But the Clayton and Clayton real estate pregame show, we're still on it because we're pregame.
About to start selling some houses.
Yes.
I'm going to start putting some prospects' houses up here and be doing some walkthroughs.
So let's give a quick update before we get into what we're going to get into. So you're probably tuned in to Dragon Football Night right now. You've been with us the whole time, and we appreciate you for being with us the whole time and watching, listening, however you come to see us broadcast this game. And you were waiting, watching the pregame show. You stuck around. Robert mentioned earlier, grab a blanket. Maybe people did that. And you're back and you see the radar and you say, what's going on? Well, we're here at Choctaw Stadium and we're still anticipating a football game happening tonight between Southlake Carroll and Prosper in this regional semifinal. However, we've been in a weather delay for a little over an hour, and the rumblings that we're hearing is that 8:30 to 9 o'clock is when people think this possibly could get underway. Now, the rain, let's be honest, it's starting to come down even harder, perhaps as hard as it has all night long. It's coming down pretty hard here in Arlington, Texas at Choctaw. But we do want to shout out the viewers. We do have 399 people watching on YouTube right now, give or take. And so, Robert, I know a lot of people want to dive into the head of an amazing offensive line mind, and that's what you are. And that's what we have tonight with 2 teams, 3 FBS commits. So ask us anything in the comments, and we'll try to engage with you here on the pregame show as well.
And bear with y'all. I took a lot of concussions, so I'm not sure where my mind is at, but it's somewhere, and we'll do our best to help answer any questions that you might have. And again, thank you for staying with us here. We've been through this a few times this year. We know that you want to stay as up to date as possible, and we feel it is our job to make sure we keep you here and we discuss what is going on and stay with us. We'll stay with you.
Yes, many people in the comments so far tonight. Again, if you want us to break down any aspect of this matchup, we'll continue to go around the scoreboard as well. We do have some questions coming in as well about the weather, and one thing that came in, Robert, you have to break this one down. How does football work? Got a couple hours.
That's a loaded question. It works with 11 people on each side of the field executing on their X's and O's and doing it at a high level.
And you mentioned it earlier, in a game like this where 2 teams are regarded as 2 of the best teams in the state, it's not always about the X's and O's that Coach Tyler Moore and Riley Dodge have, but you said the Jimmies and Joes as well.
It's the Jimmy and the Joes.
Yes, and there's some pretty good ones. There's some other ones tonight. Who do you think will win? That's a hot question. What's your HSO tonight?
God, this is really hard, but if I'm a Dragon homer, it's Carroll Dragons, baby. Let's not ask this question. We got it covered.
Yeah, that is a fact. The Dragons is the pick tonight. Another question that came in, and this is a good one. Is there a time limit before they decide to just move it to tomorrow? those things came into the back of my head as well. Do you have an answer on that?
That's a great question. We probably need to check up the UIL rules. But I know their main focus, and when these things happen, is to get the game played, even if it is a later delayed. I think this year already they started the game as late as 9:30 to 10 o'clock in the regular season when we had the storms come through.
Yes, so that is a question to ponder, but it's one that we don't want to entertain too much because we're looking forward to football tonight.
Absolutely.
And I believe that we will get football. Again, the projected time from some sources is that 8:30 to 9 o'clock, give or take, is what we're thinking about that tonight. We have a question right now. Hi, I'm a Dragon fan that moved from Southlake, now lives in St. Louis. Shout out, that's my hometown. And my question, we talk about how great this year's team is. How does it compare with other great teams in the past? Now, I think that is a fantastic question that you can answer because you've seen this football program, obviously the last 3 years from the analyst chair, but your whole life you've loved Southlake. Yeah. You went here to Carroll, and I would love for you to break it down how this team compares.
Well, I think it's still very early to say that because we're talking about some great state championship teams that accomplished an awful lot at the highest level in the 2000s and even 2011 team. But I'll tell you, it has a lot of characteristics. You have a great quarterback. You have a all-time leading receiver. A lot of guys you'll hear over the next 5-10 years make a huge splash on the college football scene, and a lot of guys that are going to play at the next level. That's a recipe for success, but you've got to win the games on the field. And I'm not ready yet to put a crown on any team, but it is a very good team. And even the teams here in the past have been great. But when you start talking about the greatness versus other teams that have done and put the stamp and won a state championship, I don't like going there because we're not there yet.
That's a good point, but there are some numbers, at least in this current moment in time, that could potentially see how this team lines up from a program that has 8 state championships, is that they've won over 45 points on their average scoring margin this year. So they've been dominant. They're ranked 9th in the country right now, according to some polls. But yeah, I mean, Byron Nelson and Guy are in the regional final. That's what we're looking forward to tonight. But I agree, it would be premature to put this team in a category with some of the all-time great teams that have won state championships plenty for this program. But some of the individuals certainly, I think, can already go on that Mount Rushmore when you look at number 1 in Brock Boyd.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Brock is going to go down. He's the all-time leading receiver in receiving yards and catches. He is on that Mount Rushmore, so to speak. But again, we're talking about, we're only at the second goal of a Riley Dodge culture that he's built here. We're playing on Thanksgiving or day after Thanksgiving. We still have the third goal yet to go, and so we'll attack that once it gets there.
We have a couple of other games as well, or questions coming in as well. You can see them. Any ones that you want to take a stab at? Somebody says, when will the game start? Again, we don't have an official word, but we think 8:30 to 9 o'clock in that range. We have, is Gavin Strange going to be crucial to win this game, or will the Dragons be fine with touchdowns?
Well, I think Gavin Strange, he provides a different element. He's one of the top kickers in the country. Whenever you can put that guy on the field for those critical kicks, you've got to get points on the board. And I think anytime you're going to make a deep playoff run, especially tonight, you got to have that force on the field to make those. And not only that, but also on the kicking game, the kickoffs, you got to be able to flip the fields and do those things. So even Zach Hayes as a punter is going to play a crucial role. If we get in those 4th down situations, the ability to get the ball, into enemy territory.
Another question comes in, where can I actually watch the game? Because I paid for the subscription for NFHS Network, and it's saying live audio broadcast, but I want to actually watch it. Well, one thing we will say is that Robert Clayton is going to paint such beautiful pictures with his words tonight that it's going to be like you're watching it.
Again, get the fire going, get a blanket, get cozy, close your eyes, and I'm going to put a picture in your mind, and it is going to be the best broadcast you can have. So I can't tell you that. I can't tell you where that's being broadcasted.
Do you know if it's like college football where they give extra time for warm-ups? Is the 30 minutes including warm-ups? I believe they will definitely get time to warm up.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if it'll be 30 minutes, but they will give a warm-up time to allow the players to get back and get warm.
That's a good point that, yes, they already warmed up, but now they're back in the locker room, and it is interesting now that it's been over an hour. I mean, taking the pads off, hanging out in the locker room, I mean, you kind of wonder what they're doing.
It's a different impact, right? I mean, at any player, you see, boxers or wrestlers, they get on the bike, stay warm. You've got to get warm, and it's different for your body. As you warm up, it shuts down, it gets cold, you got to warm it back up.
Yeah, somebody saying it is on Victory Plus. The video stream believe that is the case. One question coming in, and this is a really good one. Would Robert Clayton start on the offensive line at Carroll?
And this is from Win the Day Wasson. Oh gosh, great question. No, I don't think I would. I think these guys are such high level players. We're talking about, I played back in almost 30 years ago, where we talk about guys. I was still running shades of a shotgun offense, 4-point stance coming out as the center. These guys are way more athletic than I ever was. They're bigger, they're stronger, they're smarter. I couldn't compete in this day.
That's a good question, though. I will give credit where credit is due, and I think that that's a very humble answer for somebody that had so much success at Carroll and also went on to play professionally as well, saying you wouldn't start for this team.
Well, I know these guys personally. I've been with them for a very long time.
And trained, yeah.
And they are a special group, and this is their time. My time was a long time ago.
Yes.
And I'm only relative to that one moment in time. So,
another question comes in. Who do you think is the best football team in Texas? And have you ever played football and won a state championship?
Well, yes. So I have played football. I did win multiple district championships. Went to the semifinals. Also won a championship in college. I played at the University of Texas El Paso. We played in the WAC with SMU, TCU, Rice. We won the championship in that conference. Went on to play Boise State in a bowl game. Didn't win the conference championship in professional football. Played out for the Austin Wranglers down in Austin. So,
Dragons are rushing for over 300 behind Big Rob. Go Dragons! So there you go. We're getting.
I love you, Win the Day, Wasson. I know who you are.
There you go.
I wish I could play it, but I don't think I ate too much turkey yesterday. I don't think I'd make a 5-yard sprint.
You have to give a lot of credit to people tuning into the broadcast right now, Dragon Sports Network, because one aspect of it is that so many people are anticipating and enjoying what Angelo Renda, what Riley Dodge, what Brock Boyd. We could continue to name all these individuals, but what they've done, the Dragons as a football program this year, to have an unblemished record, to get back to this spot, as we mentioned, expectation, but very difficult. But to know that they're in a position 4 wins away from a first state title since 2011, trying to do these things and put themselves in those conversations with some of the greatest teams to ever come through Southlake Carroll, and obviously a program that is so tradition-rich.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just had the Dragon volleyball team here to talk about culture, the bonds, and that's what this program does. These players play well together. They've been around here for a long time. Most of these guys have been playing since the DYF era, which is Dragon Youth Football. They played together at a very young age. They've come up through this system. They've always been a Dragon from the moment they took a step into elementary school until they're upon graduation. So that bond is real.
Another question coming in: is Lucky the Dragons' lucky charm? I don't know the answer to that, but I mean, obviously very.
Well, number one, when he rolls up that shirt and he's got that belly going, there's nothing more exciting than watching that young man play. I'll tell you what, he is. We talked about the matchup that he's going to have against Sean Stover, who's going to Duke at center. It is going to be a matchup that is absolutely going to be incredible. Jake Lucky, I tell you what, if he had a few more inches, he'd probably be going to anywhere in the country he'd like to go. The guy is just a dynamic player. He is strong. He's been this type of player for a very, very long time. Even in the youth football ranks, he's a dynamic player. He's a guy that, again, I saw him at the Turkey Bowl on Thursday, it was a Thursday or Wednesday, whenever it was. I said, how are you going to do today? He goes, I got to die in the gap. I go, all right, spoken like a true nose guard. And so he's got his mind right.
That is fantastic, and I think for Lucky as well, 43 tackles, a pair for loss, 3 sacks. He's obviously going to want to penetrate the line tonight and see if he can get some pressure for Prosper. As we mentioned, and we have noted it multiple times, Zayden Krempin, a Texas A&M commit, Sean Stover, a Duke commit, Bryce Gilmore, a Texas Tech commit. And for Krempin and Gilmore, they're both 6'5", 300, about big in the shot put as well for the 2 tackles, both 4-stars. But as we look at that matchup, but again, taking some questions and comments from people right now. If you know Robert personally, maybe shoot him a text, ask him any question you want. He may or may not answer it. And I think here at Choctaw and Arlington, rain continuing to come down as we have targeted a time around 8:30/9 o'clock. That is the ballpark that sources gave us information. Again, a scheduled kickoff of 7, but around 6:59, right before 7 came around, both teams went to the locker room after the anthem and the coin toss. So we've been taking some questions from the fans. One question comes in: do you think Brock Boyd starts at Ohio State, knowing how deep their wide receiver core is? That is a tough question because Ohio State is known as wide receiver U. Marvin Harrison Jr., Emeka Ibuka, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Brian Hartline, one of the best receiver coaches you could ever think of. But I do think one thing you'll know, and you'd have a better insight on this than me, is that he's definitely going to have one of the best coaches in the country developing him. And that is an interesting thing. Will he start as a true freshman at Ohio State next year?
When I talk to kids that go through the process of recruiting and they talk to me about wanting to play year one, I think it's absolutely great. I played as a true freshman in college. I tell you what, looking back on it, I would have loved to have an extra year of development. You can get thrust in the scene. It's not always the best thing, but if you can do it, you can do it. But I think with anything about Brock, I think so much about, can he start as a true freshman or not? I think, can you be a competitor? And you've got to keep competing. And I'll tell you what, there's one person who loves to compete. That is Brock Boyd. He's going to bring it every day.
And I do think one aspect of his competitive nature is you've seen multiple times that Brock Boyd is willing to do whatever it takes for Coach Dodge's team to win. He'll go play on the other side of the ball and do those things that may not show up in terms of like what he looks like as a recruit or as a receiver, but doing those things that goes down in that compete definition.
Yeah, and that's all you can do is compete. And people, if there's one thing, if you kind of look at rosters and you're like, I'm just a fan of college football. If he can't go and compete there, he's not very good. I'll tell you what, the next level of Division I is so incredibly hard and it's so incredibly tough that getting the opportunity not only to continue to make the team, but to be a player and crack that starting lineup and play is an achievement in its own. Then anything on top of that is just icing on the cake. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of players on this team on both sides of the ball that we're going to see tonight that are going to have some impact on some squads at the next level.
Yes, you mentioned it earlier, about 20 Division I pledges going on. You're seeing about 20 Division I football players between the two teams tonight. And there's these are just two programs that continue to consistently produce great talent. And it is interesting how you have both quarterbacks going to play at the Division I level, both teams with receivers going on to the Division I level. And, of course, there's guys that haven't committed yet, but they're going to go play at the next level, like the running back on Prosper for Robinson. And, Carroll has a ton of those guys that fall in that category as well. It is fun to look at as you look at the just individual talent. But I think one thing that maybe sometimes we can get away from because we focus on the individual talent so much is that these teams play together so incredibly well, and the cohesion for both of these programs, Coach Moore and Coach Dodge, they've done an incredible job getting these teams to this point.
Well, yeah, it's hard, right? DFW football is the number one area for high school football, in my opinion. I'm probably biased of it. I think that has shifted out from the Houston area up to Dallas. And it's so competitive that, teams like Prosper and Southlake, the reason why they're at top is the culture of the program. They don't rebuild, they reload. And that is from the culture, not only from the high school program, but down to the middle school level. And then you're talking, even the youth level, it is imperative for them to be part of that culture.
One thing I will say, as we are delayed about a few minutes ago, I did see another lightning strike, so at least 30 tacked on top of that. And one comment coming in, somebody saying, I live in West Arlington, and a small amount of hail, but a lot of lightning coming in. That was just a moment ago. Y'all are in for a long one tonight. So if we do see football being played here at Choctaw tonight, which we believe is going to be the case, albeit the rain is continuing to come down extremely hard. 9 o'clock rumblings are what we heard, and perhaps we still get that going, but it definitely feels like we're at least going to have another half hour going as well. We're going to step aside. You are tuned in. It's Dragon Football Night. Dragon Sports Network will continue during this delay.
Hey, Dragons, athletes, fans, and champions of all kinds. I'm Dr. Isabel Lopez at Life's Medicine, and my team and I are here to help you feel, recover, and perform at your absolute best. From guided weight loss to hormone balance, we create a personalized game plan for peak health. Boost your recovery with cryotherapy, recharge with red light therapy, and fuel your body with our powerful Slim Shots. Don't just cheer from the sidelines. Step into your own strongest and healthiest self. Visit us and let's build your winning season, both on and off the field, at Life's Medicine, where health meets performance. Go Dragons!
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whitechapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
This is Pastors John and Todd from White's Chapel in Southlake. White's Chapel is a church where it's all about Jesus. We're a place where real people make genuine connections, where it's okay not to be okay.
We're a church where grace is a lifestyle and where everyone has a place, from the lifelong believer to the unchurched or de-churched. We're here for you, and we'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Stephen Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
He's Robert Clayton. I'm Will Connerly, and we are in the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show. It's got to be the longest pregame show of the year. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I will admit I haven't been a part of all of them, but we did start this one at 6:30, getting prepared for a 7 o'clock kickoff, but just before 7, we got a delay, and we have been in a delay since now about 8:30, and not sure when things will happen, but Tim Polster, who really worked quickly, our technical director and one of the top technical directors in the country at what he does. He puts up a radar right as the weather delay happens, and as you can see with the times also indicated there, you see there's a little bit of daylight, so to speak, albeit it's almost 9 o'clock. There's a little bit of free from green, but then around 9:45, you see it hitting again, and we just saw another massive lightning strike here at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, Texas. So anyway, it seems like after 9:45 or so, you feel clear. I'm not sure if that means or if or what happens. We're kind of scrambling for information, but the information that we do have is that we're in a delay. We've been in a delay for about 90 minutes. Once upon a time, we thought potentially 8:30 to 9 o'clock could be in the works, and now, after seeing the lightning strike, presumably it would be another 30, so 9 o'clock would be the absolute earliest that we could see it start. But again, not really sure on that. And again, as you see the radar, It is maybe going to be a while or so, another 45 minutes before you're really in the clear.
They want to try to get this game in tonight. I know that for sure. And I don't think it's going to worry them if they had to push it back, to a 10 o'clock start. I think that it's imperative they want to get it in tonight. It makes me feel like I'm playing back in the old college days, playing on the West Coast or out in Hawaii, where you've got a delay in the game start, and it's a little bit of adjustment, but it's called adjustments. You got to have your head on the swivel. You got to move forward.
Yes. So we just got another big wave of lightning, at least 30 more minutes. Maybe we see 9, but waves of lightning coming around, perhaps 10, but the word is that the game will happen tonight, or at least that's what the coaches are wanting and the people involved with the program. So we'll see what they ultimately do.
Yeah, I think anyone in the situation, I think logistically, again, they want it to happen the night of versus pushing it back.
Definitely.
It's tough, and again, this, you don't want another day of sleep on this. You come out here and got to play a game, and Prosper's in the same boat in their locker room too.
It is just so weird, though, how it all unfolded. And, of course, nobody can control Mother Nature. We've all had these same thoughts. We're in a 90-minute delay on counting. It's going to be at least 2 hours because we just had more lightning, so 30 more minutes from when the game was originally scheduled to kick at 7 o'clock. But it is just so interesting how Robert Clayton gave us our keys to the game, but we just haven't been able to see those unfold yet. Right as you're giving us our keys, just Mother Nature had other ideas for you.
Maybe that was a sign, and maybe who knows that came from, Will. Maybe it's the ghost of Chris Blake calling us out of California right now, trying to prevent you from calling the game. I don't know.
Now that is a theory right there, because Chris Blake, for many of you that know the great voice of Southlake Carroll and the Dragons football program, and he has been for a handful of years, having the honor of filling his chair tonight. You're right. Maybe he was wanting to dial that up. So if the game got delayed, not sure his schedule, he said, no, now I'm going to call it.
Yeah, 100%,
Potentially. But anyway, Chris, no, he has been great, and he wished us luck on the call tonight. He is certainly doing fantastic things, and we did see that his Horned Frogs upset the defending national champions a couple nights ago. So cool to see him on the call for that. And I know he is certainly locked in, tuned in, following along for the program that he loves and respects so much, and hopefully and ultimately he wants to hop back on the mic and continue on this playoff journey, as they're just 4 wins away from a state championship, but a tough Prosper team standing in their way tonight. 2 of the top teams in the area, really, and I think that one aspect of this is a lot of eyes were going to be on this game regardless, right? Just coming into this, you follow DFW football. I do as well, but just nationally as well. High school football games, this was on a short list as one of the most coveted high school football games across the land tonight. And I think if you have a 10 o'clock kickoff, if that is the case, or there's going to be eyeballs on it and it's going to be a standalone, does that help the cause? I know maybe some people will go to bed or whatever. The stadium might not be as lively, but you may have even more people in the standalone window, because that is a awkward time to start a game and perhaps unique. But let's say another thing, and this is one thing we haven't brought up, are other games around DFW being delayed right now as well? We'll see. Obviously, it's in the playoffs, so much less games, but that is an interesting comment and thought about the 10 o'clock potential start.
Absolutely. I think, if you're done shopping, get the gifts wrapped and get it under the tree already and settle in. And if we start this thing at 10 o'clock, you're in for a great piece of entertainment. And Dragon fans, I know they're going to tune in. No matter where they're at in the country. We have many people tuning in across the globe to Dragon football and Dragon sports throughout the year. So hopefully we can deliver on that. And it starts soon. Probably looking at a 9 p.m., possibly 9:30 kickoff. It keeps getting pushed back. We're seeing lightning strikes in the background. Heavy sheets of rain come down. But again, that's football.
Yes, and speaking of football, Byron Nelson and Denton Geyer, 14-7 at halftime right now. The Bobcats of Byron Nelson leading by a touchdown at the intermission in that 6A D2 Region 1 semifinal. This is the other semifinal, Prosper and Carroll, that has yet to get underway because of a weather delay. About 95 minutes into the weather delay. And again, we've seen plenty of lightning here at Choctaw Stadium tonight. But the Wildcats of Denton Geyer down 14-7 against Trophy Club Byron Nelson and the Bobcats in this one. It was the Bobcats who struck first, and then the Wildcats responded with a touchdown, and then a touchdown to close out the second quarter. And it's a one-score game at halftime in that matchup. So that is something to watch out for on that side, just because you have those two teams that are going to get done with this game potentially before this game starts. And you know eyeballs will be, at least for the winner of this game, between the Wildcats and Bobcats, definitely going to be tuned in. They're going to watch it either way on delay or whatever tape,
100%.
But they'll probably tune in tonight as well and get some scouting done for whoever their opponent is going to be, the winner of that.
Well, yeah, you're talking about Byron Nelson team, finished second in the district. Underneath Southlake, and I tell you what, they're a team that's gotten better throughout the year. And when the brackets came out, I know a lot of people were circling the Southlake Carroll and Prosper matchup, but I was also circling that Denton Geyer Byron Nelson matchup. Byron is turned a page this year, and they're continually getting better week after week, and they're giving everything to Denton Geyer right now. And this is a very talented Denton Geyer team.
Yes, and so both of those teams familiar with what they have on the schedule in that aspect, so it is going to be something at least for this Carroll squad. They played Byron Nelson in week 3. It was a 52-3 victory for Carroll, so they could potentially face the Bobcats once again, because they are leading 14-7 at halftime right now. This Carroll squad looking to try to continue their unblemished season, but in a weather delay right now on the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Clayton and Clayton Real Estate certainly having an extended pregame show tonight.
2 hours.
Yes, and we're you may, depending on how it goes tonight, when you end the season and do the exit meeting and look back at the tape of this and say, man, 2 hours was good. Maybe
it's a
moving
good investment.
forward,
It was a good investment. I might get charged more for it. So.
Or potentially you could pitch next year, hey, 2 hour pregame show is what we need because it went so well when it was unplanned that we're going to do a 2 hour pregame show. You have the bargain, you continue to get your money's worth and extend it a couple more hours, and the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show, we start selling some more things.
Absolutely. Well, what we got in the comments? You got anything in the comments, Will? Anyone?
Oh,
any brain busters?
I did not tease the comments, but if you're joining us, if you've been in and out tonight, Robert Clayton, Will Connerly, I'm in for Chris Blake tonight. We said go to the YouTube comments if you're on YouTube right now and drop some comments in for us, and we've been answering them. So let's see where they are tonight.
Quick update real quick. It looks like I just got notice it's probably going to be another hour. So we're looking at a minimum probably 9:30, 9:40 kickoff possibly.
9:30, 9:40 kickoff. We're continuing to give you the information, inside sources that Robert Clayton has, and he's given us good info. We appreciate you keeping us updated.
You got tapped into your resources.
Yes. So 9:30, 9:45, the potential start time tonight. We probably will not be talking to you on the pregame show that entire time because we want to continue to break down all the information that we have, but we also want to engage with you guys.
Absolutely.
And I know the comments were hot earlier. Any question that comes up, we'll try to entertain it. So give us any of your questions, and we will see what you guys have. So here's what we've got. One of them, why can't I watch the playoff games here?
Great question.
Yeah.
So this is a question we get a lot during playoffs. So ultimately it boils down to once you get in the playoffs, UIL has the rights to the broadcast. Then it's up to consideration on who can get those rights. We won't go into too many details on that. And unfortunately, if we're not able to receive those rights, we have to go to an audio-only fashion. I know it's unfortunate, but it is what happens, and we wish we could give you a video broadcast. Trust me, but some of those broadcast rights are out of our league once it comes out of regular season into the playoffs. We do try to fight for them very hard, and unfortunately, sometimes we have no control over that.
Fight for them. I mean, it is an all-out war, like you in the trenches.
That's right.
Give us these rights.
Right. They've called me into a lot of meetings and tried to strong arm, but it hasn't worked.
So fighting for that is a great breakdown as well, and I do think this is an opportunity because people have been watching these broadcasts third year on these broadcasts, and understanding all the expertise, knowledge, fortitude, discipline, hard work, effort that you put into the broadcast, just like you did on the gridiron to be great at football. And now you have a free opportunity to ask the analyst for Dragon Football Night anything you want, and you probably don't get this opportunity much. And to be able to hear from excellence in this manner, it may be just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So we're going to go to the YouTube comments again and continue to look at things here. I'm trying to blow up the screen more so we can continue to see it. But here's some comments that we have. I'm showing them you because now so many are flowing in. You kind of have to pick your poison. One comment comes, these teams better than DeSoto?
Again, I think that just depends. Each week you're tested. You can say DeSoto. I mean, I think they're both talented teams. And you've got to get to that game first before you talk about it. I'm a big believer in don't talk other than the game right in front of you. DeSoto's always talented. And to answer your question, they're going to be very, very tough. I can't tell you who's going to be better or not.
It is hard to compare team. I agree with you there, and it is interesting when people talk about the best high school teams in certain classes going up against other teams and how would it ultimately work out. Those are great for great conversation starters and hypotheticals happening, but it is ultimately it's a way to dodge the answer by saying we just don't know, and you're going to be hard-pressed to find any HSOs that say anybody's better than the Dragons when you are listening and tuned in to Dragon Football Night. Now, we will be honest, and we will give you our opinions all in all, but let's just be honest on that front. It's hard to say that with a high degree of confidence, right?
If you're going to talk to me who's a Dragon alumni, I'm gonna take any backyard football. You can play in the field, you can play in the parking lot. I'm going to take the Dragons all day, but you've got to be there in the game. You've got to be a matchup to even have that conversation. Hopefully we meet that DeSoto team, and I'll be able to give you that answer.
So is that Denton-Geyer matchup winner facing the winner of this matchup?
Yes, correct.
That is right.
They will be, and it is they just kicked it off in the third quarter. Denton-Geyer scored. It's now 14-14, the Bobcats and the Wildcats.
And there's a look at the bracket as well. Bracketology to round 4. You see that it's Carroll going up against Prosper. And then you have that matchup between Denton-Geyer. And you see the opportunity there. Byron Nelson. I mean, it is going to be interesting between those two sides. Tied at 14 now. You have that up on the stream. So that's something to continue to keep an eye on between Denton-Geyer and Byron Nelson, and you see those two teams are going at it. Carroll and Prosper are going at it, and they will have the right to potentially play each other coming up in the next round, the winners of those two games. So that is correct. DeSoto is awaiting the winner out of Willis versus Forney. Yes. Other questions. I give you the right to broadcast. There you go. Because the UIL charges up to do video streams for the playoffs. Who all won today? A question coming. Why can't I watch playoff games from here? That's from Easy Like Egg. So any questions you guys have, again, you can dive into the mind of one of the top offensive linemen minds. I personally believe in the entire DFW area and potentially the country. So please.
I need Will. Will, you're my hype machine. I need you to come on appointments. I just need to bring you around. You get hyped up, brother.
We were getting hyped, and that's one interesting thing, and again, nobody cares from our perspective. We were getting hyped, but the players were getting hyped as well, right?
It's playoff football. You feel energy, right?
Exactly. Playoff football, the fans hyped. We're hyped. The players hyped. To get back up to potentially, and again, the latest update that we have, we gave it to you moments ago here at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, Texas. We saw lightning, so we believe it's going to be another hour, and potentially 9:45, 10 o'clock is when we may see some football tonight. That's the latest information we have, and as soon as we get more information, we will be delivering it to you. I do think some people are tuned in tonight with some great thoughts, great questions, great comments. They want to join the conversation. Join the conversation on YouTube. Drop a comment. We want to interact with you. You have that opportunity to dive into one of the greatest minds in the country with Robert Clayton, and that's not an exaggeration from somebody that trained some of the top offensive linemen around here and played professionally as well. But even if you think that's an exaggeration, you want to learn some football from him, you want to talk about this game, we're all in the same boat of trying to wait for a football game to happen tonight, but we're all in this waiting period. And how can you ultimately get hyped back up for a football game? I mean, do you think that will be a factor here as well? Like,
I think
getting
it's a huge
rehyped?
factor. I think it's a huge
for
factor,
both teams,
right? It's who's done it before, who's been through it, and what coaches can get that mental mindset back. And I think as a player, you've got to. There's a lot of emotions going through your head. You're amped up. You're cooled down. You get amped up. You're cooled down. People are texting you. Mom and dad are probably texting you in the locker room. What are you hearing with the start time? Those type of things. You still got to block it out. You got to have the mental fortitude. You got to move forward, and you've got to just listen to the coach and say, "Hey, when our name is called, we're ready to go. It is game day."
That's a big point. It is game day, and it is a game that we hope will start in about an hour. 9:45. Is that the time or so? We haven't been given a hard time.
We haven't, but we're being told that yes, they want to get it in tonight. That is the sole objective of it. Logistically, I think you go another day, a lot of variables can happen. And I'm not trying to be exaggerating, but kids can get sick, things can happen. You're having to redo this whole process again. The mental aspect. If you're a coach, you want to play tonight.
And if you are an announcer like Robert Clayton, you want to do a 2.5-hour pregame. You want to do a 3-hour pregame.
It's what I dreamed of tonight when I got here. We talked about it before. We go, God, we hope there's a rain delay tonight.
Yes. And we were probably coming here and saying, Tim Polster, we wanted to go live at 2 o'clock. We want a 4-hour, 6-hour pregame because this is one of the most hyped up games across the entire country tonight. And again, please join the conversation with us on YouTube. UIL playoff football happening tonight. Standard kickoff time, we thought 7 o'clock, but instead other ideas happening, delays. Every 30 minutes, play continues to get suspended due to lightning, so they go off the last lightning strike or clap of thunder, and then play can resume 30 minutes after that, after the last sign of the storm. And as you see the radar on there, it looks like we'll be cleared up, but again, it looks like it'll be in another 45 minutes to an hour when we potentially can get things kicked off tonight. So it is an interesting experience. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be on Dragon Football Night, but it's also been perhaps the anticipatory feeling still, just waiting for football to be unveiled because, again, you had so much stats and nuggets on Carroll and Prosper and what they can do and what they want to do, and we've talked perhaps more about them tonight than we would have, but you rip all those up when the football goes in the air and you just start talking about football. So I think we can continue to have great analysis on the matchup, but we do have some more comments as well, Robert.
All right.
Who do you have winning tonight? I think that's an easy one.
The green and black.
Okay. Now, don't know this question. Answer. Now, how long will halftime be with the delay? Will they go straight to the second half or just have a JV freshman game type halftime, a.k.a. just around 5 to 10 minutes? Francis, I don't know.
I believe they still have the normal halftime.
Yeah. I would think so.
I don't think anything gets shortened.
Oh, yeah. Somebody says the stadium vendors and the Whataburger down the street will win because of late-night hunger. Now, that is a fact.
That's a fact.
I mean,
my wife is on call right now to get some grub if we still get extended. She's ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, because the vendors are still open in the stadium, you would think, right? It'd be a miss if they weren't, for sure. So that's good stuff. Who do you have in this game tonight winning? We've answered that multiple times, but I think that you have a pretty good idea of who the Dragon Football Night broadcast will be picking in this one. What score? Now, I do think it is interesting when we look at both teams averaging over 50 points per game. If you think it's going to be a shootout, if it's going to look like a dominant effort on either side. I mean, I do think it's going to be a highly competitive football game, but do you think it's more of a shootout or lower scoring side when these two teams collide tonight?
It's tough when you get two good defenses, and especially a Carroll defense. You know, there's a lot of, corrections that will probably happen in halftime. I'm sure I look at, teams that come out. Typically, the first 10 to 15 plays are scripted, and so you know what you're going to get. And then I usually say, hey, there might be some fireworks at the beginning of the game. It tends to settle down probably by late first, the start of the second, when now you're off script and adjustments need to happen. I see this game. I think there's going to be some fireworks. There's going to be some discipline in terms of all three phases of the game. And I still think it's going to be probably a high-scoring game in terms of these two teams on defense, on what they're going to give up. I don't think it's going to be a 60 to 65 game. I think, if I was a betting man, probably somewhere in that 30 range, respectively, for both.
But you're not a betting man, is what you're telling us?
I'm not.
But if you were.
Yeah.
Okay. Dragon Football Night, the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Ton of football going on across the country tonight. Big college games, of course. You had NFL going on. It's a great time of the year. High school football playoffs as well. And it really has been a pleasure to get to do this extended pregame show with Robert Clayton, because when you're getting ready to do a broadcast, typically you throw the headset on, talk about the game, and you go on. But I do genuinely appreciate the opportunity to build some more rapport with you before we end up doing actual game.
We had some conversations during the week.
Yeah.
We had some laughs. We had some tears. We really bonded, and it is a pleasure. And Will, you're terrific what you do.
I appreciate that. Somebody says, Donald Flippin 1762, how would I find a full replay of the 06 Southlake win over Trinity in Cowboy Stadium?
My best bet would be go to YouTube. And Google it up. I do think I have a drive of every Carroll football game ever played on my drive at my office. And probably we need to get those loaded up at some point.
You have a drive?
So, yeah, I was looking for some. I help with the Hall of Honor. I run the Carroll Athletic Hall of Honor. And so we're looking for videos and things to help, display some teams that have been inducted. And I was given a drive to help download some content out of. And it was every game that's ever been played in Southlake before streaming came and the digital era came. So almost every game, I think, almost up to 06, 05.
Oh, and some of those are just coaches' film, you're saying?
No, they're back in the day. The old Booster Club would videotape the games and have commentary.
Oh,
and so
okay.
I'm talking from like the 80s, the 90s.
Oh, wow. So these games have been having commentary and broadcast for a while.
100%.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That all that is archived.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is incredible.
Very
and
cool.
So you would have that. I did a quick search and I found the Carroll and Trinity highlights, but yeah, full game broadcast, that may be more difficult to find when it's a state championship game for one reason or another. I know at least if it's going to be on YouTube for certain channels, it gets to a certain period where they're not going to have that content on there as long. I mean, for example, you can go back and watch a lot of these Dragon Football Night broadcasts from these years and probably recent years. but it ultimately gets to a point, and we're talking about data and gigabytes. Tim Polster probably should take the headset from us when we're talking about all this, because
Yes,
he knows way more than us.
I don't know how they do what they do.
I know. I don't know either, but I know that it's in the same light as you. They're incredibly hardworking, and they put on great broadcasts for the Dragon football fans and even the opposition. I mean, people in the home games, a lot of the times you have your home fans there, and the road teams are the ones tuning in to Robert Clayton and Chris Blake and company, and Tim Polster always at the helm directing the ship as the technical director and producer of the broadcast. So it is pretty incredible. It is a score update that we have for the other semifinal, Dragon football night here on the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Carroll Prosper yet to kick off. We are thinking potentially 9:45, so another 45-minute delay. I think some people are thinking you guys are going to ultimately run out of topics. Like, you guys are going to eventually run out. But one topic we have is a score update right now in the game.
21-14, Geyer leads Byron Nelson right now. And again, for those listening and hanging tight with us, thank you very much. This is uncharted territory. We're going on our own personal season record of a pregame show. So thank you for tuning in and taking the time. We are hoping this game gets started as soon as possible.
We are, and so you see a score update there in that matchup. Again, you see that the winner of that Denton Geyer Byron Nelson game will go on to play the winner of this game, and that game will probably be over as this game is getting ready to start if the time of around 9:45 or so is what we're getting. Now, there is a question that comes in that I think is a really good point, and I think throughout the evening this is a story that is a part of what's happening, is how was the crowd tonight before the delay?
Well, I went out there and actually looked, off our location here on the little suite level, and it was a little sparse on both ends. I think a lot of that has to do with, number one, Thanksgiving, but also the rain. Some of the fans were still, under the areas, not getting rained on, and cautious of it, maybe saw the storms coming in. But as we look out right now, there's a lot of fans under the eaves of the ballpark. There's a lot of them, still in the concession areas, waiting for that moment to get released back into the stands. So, in these type of situations, you don't know what happens, right? The crowds get sparser, people decide to leave, go tune it in somewhere else. We're hoping for a big crowd once it resumes.
We are, and I will say that a lot of people, it's hard to tell, obviously, who has stayed, who has left, but you can see across the way a lot of people just in that concourse area waiting for instructions. And I'm sure a lot of them are in that holding pattern as well, understanding and trying to understand what the next step is, when they can go back out to their seats, when the game is going to happen, family, friends, loved ones, supporters of each community that want to see a football game tonight, high school football fans across the country trying to see one of the most coveted and one of the best games across the area and perhaps nation tonight, with two of the better teams in the state of Texas going at it in the regional semifinal round. So a lot of fans waiting as well in stadium, and of course you've got over 300 fans tuned in with us waiting as well, and plenty of more, thousands expected to join us tonight on the Dragon Sports Network a little bit later on. So that's what we have for you now. I think a 9:45 start is what we're looking at, and we'll have more information then, hopefully, but we'll continue to stay with you here on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
As a Dragon, it's all about protecting the tradition. As a church, it's our mission to make more deeply committed followers of Jesus. This is Todd Renner from White's Chapel in Southlake. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been a part of this community. And though times have changed, our need for the gospel of Jesus Christ, our need to worship and grow and serve, our need to shine the light into the darkness hasn't. That's why White's Chapel is a church where tradition meets today.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burnt ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Hey, Dragons, athletes, fans, and champions of all kinds. I'm Dr. Isabel Lopez at Life's Medicine, and my team and I are here to help you feel, recover, and perform at your absolute best. From guided weight loss to hormone balance, we create a personalized game plan for peak health. Boost your recovery with cryotherapy, recharge with red light therapy, and fuel your body with our powerful Slim Shots. Don't just cheer from the sidelines. Step into your own strongest and healthiest self. Visit us and let's build your winning season, both on and off the field, at Life's Medicine, where health meets performance. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect their tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
This is John McKellar from White's Chapel in Southlake. This is one of my favorite times of the year because football is back. The Dragons are all about tradition, and White's Chapel is no different. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been at the heart of this community. We're a church that preaches a message of grace and love. We'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HearstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Hey, Dragons, athletes, fans, and champions of all kinds. I'm Dr. Isabel Lopez at Life's Medicine, and my team and I are here to help you feel, recover, and perform at your absolute best. From guided weight loss to hormone balance, we create a personalized game plan for peak health. Boost your recovery with cryotherapy, recharge with red light therapy, and fuel your body with our powerful slim shots. Don't just cheer from the sidelines. Step into your own strongest and healthiest self. Visit us and let's build your winning season, both on and off the field, at Life's Medicine, where health meets performance. Go Dragons!
Feed Store Barbecue on White's Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
This is Pastors John and Todd from White's Chapel in Southlake. White's Chapel is a church where it's all about Jesus. We're a place where real people make genuine connections, where it's okay not to be okay.
We're a church where grace is a lifestyle and where everyone has a place. From the lifelong believer to the unchurched or de-churched, we're here for you, and we'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Steven Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Tim Polster at the controls tonight. Doing a great job. Really
Maestro of the room tonight.
He is, and this is the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate Pre-Game Show, because no game has been conducted yet tonight here at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Carroll and Prosper, the highly anticipated matchup. Well, we're continuing to anticipate it because it has not happened yet. And 9:45 are the rumblings that we continue to hear as the other side of the bracket. Byron Nelson, Geyer, they're tied at 21 in the fourth quarter. But that's what we have on our hands right now. Anticipating Dragon football night to get underway with a football game.
And again, we're hearing a lot about let's just push it to tomorrow. I think it comes down basically between the two coaches. They've got to come to some type of agreement. And I imagine both these coaches just want to play tonight.
Especially if they've waited this long, right?
Right. Another 20, 30 minutes isn't really going to matter. I think when you start to get into probably dangerous territory, you get too far above that 10 o'clock mark. I think that's can be just not conducive for right conditions. You got to be careful with that. But again, you talk about the logistics of it, right? I mean, you've got to get a whole team back out. Then you've got to get a prep going, a schedule for the day. You're almost more discombobulated doing that the following day versus just almost trying to wait this out and play like the coaches want. That's why they say they want to play tonight. So hopefully we see something here about maybe 9:45 or so. So again, thanks for sticking with us, and we're trying to provide the best updates as possible. So just hang tight, and hopefully we start to see the green and black jerseys, the white helmets come on out and get this game started.
So again, just to recap, and correct me if I'm wrong, which I know you'll do. You'll correct people at a very high level.
100%.
But it's 9:45 is the rumblings. We have not heard an official start time, but I guess a better way to put it is I wouldn't expect football until at least then.
Right.
So
I mean,
9:45 or so, 9:30, 9:45, 10 o'clock.
Make a turkey sandwich. Make a few.
Well, you probably have, let's be honest, you have some leftovers from yesterday,
100%.
right? This is your time to get them all together. The stuffing.
Make a little like goulash. I don't know. I mean, throw it all together. Get crazy tonight.
Yeah, get absolutely crazy with us on the Dragon Sports Network, and we will promise you this. We're going to absolutely bring it. We're going to get crazy and replicate that back to you, but get crazy.
Yeah.
Stuffing, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, whatever you fancy, and whatever leftovers you had.
Don't be afraid to put the cranberry sauce in there, too.
Put it all in there. Empty out the fridge. Have it ready. Have it clean, ready to go to the grocery store tomorrow. But empty that thing tonight and enjoy some playoff football. We sincerely hope you enjoy this football game. We are going to deliver the broadcast to you in due time when the football game gets underway. But for what we see in front of us now at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, Texas, at 6:59, a minute before kickoff, both teams went into the locker room, and they've been there since. We're thinking potentially 9:45 as lightning has struck across the area here in Arlington tonight, delaying this highly anticipated football matchup as we have continued on the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. And you know what was funny is that as we were reading the read is when, after looking up, because I wanted to look at the read about the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show and thinking about buying or selling your Southlake home, all about the read, right? Going into it, I look up and the teams were in the locker room. I was looking down because I wanted to make sure I nailed the read for you.
Right.
And I look up right after you delivered the keys to the game for us. And really, we probably will look back at this night with a ton of regret because we probably should have just talked about the keys to the game for a couple hours. Yeah, that was the last thing we had, and we should have talked about the keys to the game. Do you remember your keys to the game for tonight? I certainly do, and I do think you could dive into those things at an extremely high level for a couple hours, but nobody is going to ask you to do that. But it is interesting how those were your keys to the game. Tim Polster remembers them, and he puts them up on the screen for us tonight, as well as it's our White's Chapel Methodist Church Dragon Football Night broadcast still on the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. And yes, the keys to the game.
You've got to talk about it and maybe more in depth. I feel sometimes right before we're about to start the game, it feels a little rushed and we're not able to get the full thought process through there. But again, we'll start with number one. You got to win the trench war, and the big guys up front. That's where it's going to be won at tonight. Hopefully tonight, it's a huge matchup, a monumental matchup. You have Prosper on one side. They got three D1 commits. Some guys that are going to play some big time football. We're talking Texas A&M. We're talking Duke. We're talking Texas Tech, and then. On the other side of the scrimmage, or the other side of the line of scrimmage with, going against Zach Hayes, Jake Lucky, Crawford Taylor, Marcus Browse. Zach Hayes is the guy that, really got hurt that first game versus Midland. He's been out for a while. We've actually, the Dragons got him back relatively about, probably 3 weeks ago, and he's been slowly working into the lineup and doing an incredible job. And he's a guy who's got to get off that is about as good as it gets on the edge. He's long, he's rangy, he's committed to Law Tech, just got offered by TCU, but as a punter. So he adds a different dynamic as well. We talked about Jake Lucky an awful lot. And then we talked about really the breakout star of the defensive line is Crawford Taylor. And, he sometimes with this 3-3 stack, he's going to be lined up at the DN position. And he can be an interior 3 technique as well. But his get off, again, is as tremendous, is about as good as it gets. He's going to be in a lot of award talking at the end of the year, whether it's all district, all area, with the impact that he's made. Then you talk about Marcus Browse. Marcus Browse is the do-it-all. He's an edge guy. He can stand up and get on the edge and go in the back and play a linebacker. He's a guy that college teams are recruiting him right now because they see that versatility. Then you can't say enough about Robbie Ladd and Will Lyons. Robbie Ladd is just an absolute stud in that back into that defense. So we talk about, against Prosper's offensive line. So those matchups are huge against those big guys up front. And you just flip the ball, and you're still talking about the trenches here. You're talking about, Oklahoma commit Luke Wilson going against Zach Manning, who's committed to Army. Again, high motor guy. Will Barley and Kerry Clayton, Nathan Domrocki and Tristan Dare. You had one of the big losses was Jake Johnson, the nose guard, broke his foot. Beginning of the year, he was committed to USC out of Prosper. So that's been a position they've been kind of, filling in throughout the year. And John Haggerty has really kind of filled that void at nose guard, and they kind of set in that place. And then on the defensive end side, on the other side, you have Devin Allen, and he's a tall, rangy guy, and he can get out and get some length on you, and he gets into you fast if you're not careful. So it's going to be a great matchup against Tristan Dare on that right side. So, I mean, you're looking at, what this first key to the game is really just you've got to win in the trenches. If you can't do that, it's going to be a long game. Then I think take the ball, take control. We talk about taking control. You've got to create opportunities, whether you're on offense or defense, and particularly on the Dragon defense. You've got to create those turnovers, and you've got to take advantage of it, and you've got to move forward with it. And that's not only on the defense side, but, you're talking about special teams. The little things. You can take control of a game by just flipping the field from time to time, which is great. And this is a Southlake team that really executes at a high level on all three phases, but so does Prosper. So you're going to see 3 to 4 quarters sparring back and forth. And I think with anything, shut down Bryce Robinson, and that's just talking about this D line of Southlake. They've got to maintain those gaps. They've got to let those linebackers run free, and to shut down Bryce. If you allow him to get the opportunity to play that lead zone, that split flow zone, that inside zone, you've really got to take him out of the game to be relevant. If you can shut down the run game, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the pass game. Now, if you can't shut down the run game, it opens up the pass game, so to speak. So, I mean, you've got to be very careful. So, you talk about it, Will. I mean, those are the big keys, in my opinion, on this game. And the keys might not change from a whole lot week to week, because these are just fundamental football. I mean, there's a lot of things you've got to do on a weekly basis to win the game. And so my opinion, if the Dragons can do that, just play Dragon football. I mean, that's Dragons have a knack from time to time to just allow the opponent to shoot themselves in the foot and take advantage of those opportunities. I think the more disciplined team wins.
And I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you thinking about buying or selling your Southlake home? Because those keys to the game are always brought to you by Clayton and Clayton. So thank you for those keys to the game. I wonder if those keys to the game potentially change with the game setting potentially changing. Not setting in terms of where, but certainly when. Thought 7 o'clock and a couple hours later, still no football yet. Does that change any of your keys?
I would if it was one other team not in the same boat, but we're all in this together, and the kids are doing, going through their mind. You just got to wait through it. When they call your name to get up there, if they were going to call, they would have called it by now.
What would you be doing in the locker room right now during a delay? Do you just hang out, get on TikTok, or what are you doing?
Oh, if it was me now, oh man, I'm making some TikToks with the boys. I'm doing some dances. No, my shoulder pads are off. I'm kicked up in my locker. I'm laying down. Probably get some shut eye. Take a little nap. Especially
get a little peanut butter jellies.
Do something. Get some food in there, and that's one thing. You
stretch.
They'll get stretched, but also the food, the hunger, the intake. You got to get fed in there, right?
Uncrustables for sure.
Oh, crushing some Uncrustables.
And I think it's like the job of the coach as well to have as much communication, because, and they do. I mean, they have the most info. And let's be honest, it's up to the coaches at the end of the day. But to be able to walk that line of like, hey, season on the line tonight for both of these teams, massive playoff game, but also like, hey guys, we may have an hour here.
Right.
At least throughout the process of this delay, it'll be interesting to see how that information was presented, but also just how both coaches, Coach Dodge and Coach Moore, were communicating to their teams.
Yeah, they've got to be communicating in some aspect, but again, you talk about the logistics of this. If you start this tomorrow, I mean, you got to find a venue, you got to get a schedule, you got to get things booked. There's all these things that got to go into it, unless it just gets too out of control in terms of time frame. But again, at the end of the day, they want to play tonight, and if they can get this game off before 10 o'clock, I think it bodes well for both teams. I get a little worried going after 10 o'clock.
I do as well, but it is something where everyone we've talked to, all the close sources that you have, and all the information that we've gathered, at least to this point, nothing official other than the same graphic that was up on the video board at 6:59. It's still up there, and it says that we're in a severe weather delay. You need to seek shelter, and you need to be advised that due to the pending weather conditions, all event activities will be interrupted. And Choctaw Stadium also mentions this at the end. They say they apologize for the inconvenience. So that is certainly very nice of them, especially because it's not Choctaw Stadium's fault that Mother Nature decided to sprinkle and lightning and thunder all over the place here tonight.
Safety first. Safety
yes,
first, Will.
No doubt. And I like how they apologize, albeit
it's very nice.
Not their fault that they cannot. Nobody can control what Mother Nature is doing. And so I do appreciate you going through your keys to the game and mentioning what you would do if you were in the shoes of some of the guys out there. And I think that there's so many aspects to the ball game tonight, but I really like what you said. Win the trench war. That's super highlighted tonight because both teams have 3 Division I commits on the offensive line. Take the ball and take control. Both teams 50-plus points a game, too, so it's where who can get on a roll and gather momentum in this ball game and then shut down Bryce Robinson. I really enjoy that because he's a guy that gets about 7.5 yards per carry.
But he's not relatively known in the area, and that's
the weird part.
That is crazy. He's over 14 yards rushing. He's a guy that gets the ball, he gets the yardage, but you don't hear about him a lot.
Prosper running back for those that don't know.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, you make a good point. 1,400 yards, 7.5 per carry, 16 touchdowns for a senior running back. And you're impressed when you look at the film. You'd love to be up front blocking.
Well, he's a great guy. I mean, you talk about what makes running back successful at the second level. You got to be able to run the inside zone, and he does it fairly well. And he's got a very athletic line up front. I mean, I thought Coach Moore mentioned that 3 of those guys are Division I guys. They're running sub-5 flats in the 40. They're incredibly athletic. They can get out and move. But just at their offense, I mean, they have a power game. They have a zone game. Very similar to Southlake in that regards. They ask their linemen to do a lot because they can do a lot.
And you can do a lot on the broadcast. You already have tonight. So thank you very much for providing insight, analysis, perspective, and helping out the fans as well and answering all their questions as we all try to figure this out and wait together for football tonight. That's what we're all hoping for. That's what we have been expecting, but I will say you're right. It gets to a point where you're like, man, are they going to play football? Because you're just continuing to wait. And it's not that you know they want to play football, but it's the fact that you haven't seen any movement or gotten any information. And if you wait that long, your mind just starts to wonder. And I think everybody in the comments certainly is weighing in on that aspect about, move it to tomorrow, this and that. But then the other side of the coin is, well, you've waited this long, and there was a game, North Crowley earlier this year. I mean, that was well past midnight. So, I mean, we don't know what we're going to be in store for, but we do know it's going to be Dragon football night here on the Dragon Sports Network. And we do know that we have not started the game yet, so it is the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Those are things we know, and that's what we can present. But other than that, we don't really know much. We just know we're waiting to play football, right?
That's right. Hopefully 9:45 kickoff. If that's the case, hopefully we'll be seeing the team here soon to make his way out, start to get warmed up.
Yeah, that's true, because because we haven't seen him yet, and you wonder how long are they going to give him to warm up, too, is the other aspect of this. But we are going to step aside, try to go gather some information from our sources, maybe come back in a moment with some more updates, as I know everybody's anticipating what's happening here tonight from Choctaw Stadium. Dragon Football Night continues on the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate Pre-Game Show on Dragon Sports Network.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
As a Dragon, it's all about protecting the tradition. As a church, it's our mission to make more deeply committed followers of Jesus. This is Todd Renner from White's Chapel in Southlake. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been a part of this community. And though times have changed, our need for the gospel of Jesus Christ, our need to worship and grow and serve, our need to shine the light into the darkness hasn't. That's why White's Chapel is a church where tradition meets today.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burn ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
Hey, Dragons, athletes, fans, and champions of all kinds. I'm Dr. Isabel Lopez at Life's Medicine, and my team and I are here to help you feel, recover, and perform at your absolute best. From guided weight loss to hormone balance, we create a personalized game plan for peak health. Boost your recovery with cryotherapy, recharge with red light therapy, and fuel your body with our powerful Slim Shots. Don't just cheer from the sidelines. Step into your own strongest and healthiest self. Visit us and let's build your winning season, both on and off the field, at Life's Medicine, where health meets performance. Go Dragons!
Dragon Football Night on Dragon Sports Network. It's the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. As you see on the radar, another cell expected to come potentially around 10 o'clock in about 15 or so minutes. So we're still waiting for an update. No official words just yet. Still waiting. Haven't heard if or when we will have football tonight or otherwise. So hang with us. We'll continue to get information as it comes to us here from Arlington. Clayton and Clayton. It's Dragon Football Night. The Clayton and Clayton Real Estate Pregame Show continues. He is Robert Clayton. I'm Will Connerly, and we are trying to have a good time as we, just like many of you watching here on the Dragon Sports Network, we're continuing to wait, and we are hearing different things about the football game. What's the latest information that you know?
All right, I hear they're in months of discussion. I don't know what that discussion is. I've also heard possible 11 p.m. start. But as we sit here and we're getting this information, we are seeing lightning strikes, continued rain. At this point, I have no idea. As I talk, another lightning strike just hits. So again, no idea. But if you're still here and you're still listening, we're not going anywhere. And as soon as we get information, we're going to tell you immediately. And assuming just if they are postponing it, there's logistics into that. They got to get a facility. They've got to get a time. They've got to get coordination. They probably want to announce that once they announce if the game is postponed. If not, we're all under the assumption that the game is going to kick off. What we do know is that is it true regarding the waiver going past midnight starting the game from the UIL?
Oh, so I think what Tim Polster was bringing up earlier was that he brought up a point about if the game was moved to tomorrow.
Okay.
I think it would need to be finished
by 11:59.
By 11:59 Saturday night.
Okay.
Or
If
they
not,
would need a waiver. But
yeah.
there is also a factor of this evening, I think, that involves the time of midnight. They have to start potentially before. I'm not really sure on that front, but we don't know yet. Nobody knows anything. We will say it was raining pretty hard, like 15 minutes ago? As hard as it was raining extremely hard with a big cell about 15 minutes ago. That we just saw lightning, 1 or 2 minutes ago. So I think 11 o'clock is what some people have thrown out there with some decent amount of credibility. But that's really all we know right now. We know it's a bad situation. We know it's a tough situation. But unfortunately, it's something that nobody can control. And it's evident, at least from our perspective, that both teams want to play. You have not waited this long to ultimately get into a position where you don't want to play football. That's obvious. No matter what, you want to play football. And when you deal with a weather delay like this, you ultimately make a decision, and that decision has been to continue to wait, and that's what we're doing now.
Yeah. Well, if you're a fan, hopefully you've enjoyed some nachos and hot dogs and everything that Choctaw has to give you. But, these delays, it can be ongoing. We have no idea how long they'll allow this to start or how the coaches feel. But regardless, it's just I think us sitting here in the booth, every time we say something happens, there's a lightning strike, and ultimately that just keeps pushing it down the road. So
it really does. And so down the road, on the road to the state championship potentially, that is it. You need 4 more victories, and you need to continue to get things going. And it's Dragon Football Night, and this pregame show is dragging along.
I feel like we just started.
Yes, it is.
This has been.
Shout out to Monty Clay.
Monty Clay's been back here. He's our stat guy.
He is.
And he's been working his heart out in stats
all
night tonight.
He gave us that nugget as well.
He is so ready.
He's giving us stats even when we don't have a football game.
Doing great.
He is. And then Tim Polster, you can't give him enough credit.
He's our meteorologist. He's telling us where the fronts are coming in, upper level, lower level systems, and he is good. He's just missing a bow tie. We'll get you one.
Yes, and so, again, we are continuing to try to figure things out, but all we know is pretty much nothing at the end of the day.
Yeah, so to answer all your questions, we absolutely know nothing. So we are trying our best to navigate it, and we get information as it comes to us.
So hopefully we hear something soon.
And so there's been no word about, I know, what would you say, 90% of the comments have been about, or messages even on or off air have been asking us, do you know anything? Is the game going to be moved to tomorrow? We don't know. What we do know is that at least for a majority of this evening and the last information we heard, they still want to play this football game.
I'll tell you, I mean, the two coaches want to play no matter what. They're pushing the limits for this game to be played. There's not one coach not wanting to play or trying to reschedule. It's more of how do we get this game in tonight. I think that's what they're trying to fight for and see if they can actually attempt to do that. The worst case is you get out here and you have to start it and then you got to stop it again. I think that'd be a worst case scenario.
And you brought up the point, and it's worth repeating, is that all the logistics that go into moving a football game is a lot more than people may realize. Right. The facility alone can sometimes be a challenge because it's up to the coaches to agree on that as well. So,
well, you've also paid for a facility already for one night. You potentially may have to pay for another facility tomorrow. There's cost into that, or you maybe possibly do a coin flip of a home and home, or maybe someone lends the stadium out and you just don't know.
Yeah, and so you want, and this is the thing, is that if you were going to have a massive pregame show for a game, this would be the game to do it, right? Prosper, Carroll, anticipated matchup. Huge game in store.
We could have had multiple sponsors on for the pregame show. We could have done one every 2 hours.
No, that is. I mean, it is all fun and games, and it is good jokes. But like at the end of the day, this is one of those games where you could have an extended pregame because this is a type of game where there's so much to talk about. Everything is on the line tonight, and. Did you think that's baked into this decision and this resolve to want to continue to play? Because obviously many people have been calling for, just cancel it. Do you think that there has been any, obviously with it being a postseason game, that kind of changes things, right?
Well, I think it changes a lot, right? I mean, I think it changes prep. I think it changes, the mentality. I'm sure there's a letdown mentally on not playing. This is kind of uncharted territory. I don't know, how many times a team has been through this or done this. So, we can all speculate what it's like as we see in our lightning strike off here in the distance again. We just don't know what that, what this looks like, right? We have no idea. Typically, we've had throughout this season an opportunity to actually get back on the field, the fronts move through, but this is just kind of lingering and storm after storm.
Yeah, you've never seen a football game start this? What's the latest football game you've been a part of or you've seen?
Oh, gosh.
If you can remember.
Man. Probably OU, when I played OU.
You brought up that story?
Yeah.
And for those that weren't here, not to rehash the whole thing, but it was not a close game, was it?
No, barely lost, 77-14. Barely. We lost at the very end.
Worked extremely hard.
Last 5 minutes got us. Again, another lightning strike. We're seeing coaches, we believe, walking on the field amongst the rain. This is good play-by-play. We can get play-by-play on what's happening on the field.
We can. This is the first sign of life we've seen on the field in a while. I will say that. And this looks like coaches across the way. Now we have an opportunity.
Stride.
Yeah, we have an opportunity to give you an update over on the far side, across the way, on the benches, around the 40-yard line. And I don't want to jump the gun, but my thought is that, and I don't even know if I want, if they're coming out here and starting to clean things up, I think that means that.
Doing very quick work on the table out there, so I'm not sure if they're loading that up or what's happening. It's the most action we've seen in 4 hours.
And so you would think they're coaches, perhaps they're members of a staff of, is that Prosper? I don't know. But
you get the binoculars?
I got them out. I'm looking. Right. They're just in sweats. So, It's weird that these guys are being scrutinized. Everybody's wondering what's going on. But part of my assumption was going to say they come out and start cleaning stuff up. It made me think, okay, we're done, especially if the coaches are. But now they're walking back.
Maybe he was looking for a piece of paper or something.
That thing's long gone now. It was in the rain.
Oh, looks like we have some fans coming back into the stands. I'm not sure if they're picking up their items or they are giving this one last shot and going to head out. I don't know. And we are desperately working and trying to figure out what is happening, and on the text message line nonstop trying to contact individuals, and nothing from what we know has been decided yet.
Yeah, but plenty of fans. So we are on the near side where, I guess to describe it,
very close
on
to
the
first
side.
base.
Yeah, first base side. For those familiar with Choctaw, where the big C in the middle of the football field is facing us. And then to our right, there's a few fans scattered, of course, under the covering. And then across the way, nobody in the stands, and clearly much less people. Well, nobody in any exposed stands, but you see some people in the coverings just sitting patiently waiting. And then some people to our left as well, beyond the other goalpost, waiting. And then there was quite a bit of people, at least certainly at the beginning of this delay, that the delay started at 7 o'clock for those counting at home. And we saw some people standing in the concourse quite a bit. And now it does feel, at least over the last 15 to 20 minutes, that we have seen those who have been oh so patient throw in the towel in some type of way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally, they're maybe wet, but I mean, ultimately,
no rally towels tonight.
Yeah, I think you still see some people being patient, which I think provides hope. Because here's the thing, like at the end of the day, it's not going to be an ideal situation no matter what. Whether you play tonight, you play another time, it's just not ideal. It's not ideal to have a football game be postponed. But the team that's able to overcome those not ideal situations, those things that get thrown your way, that adversity that comes your way, that's the team that ultimately is going to have an opportunity to overcome and have success in this massive playoff matchup and get to a regional final. But also at the end of the day, there's plenty of fans, which I'm sure still with the many people still watching now, wondering what is going to happen tonight. We still haven't had an official word come our way. There's plenty of people on the stream and waiting here, just patiently waiting and sitting here and waiting. And so I think that anticipation as well is reflected in this fact that everybody wants to see this football game break out, because we know it's going to be a brilliant football game once it happens. And you wouldn't see many people just sitting here waiting for any old football game. I mean, at the end of the day, on Black Friday, almost 11 o'clock, okay, we're good. But when it's Carroll and Prosper and you're trying to get to a regional final, you're going to wait it out. And that's what people are doing right now, and that is definitely what we're doing on the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show, because we're looking forward to some football here tonight. And it may not be tonight. We don't know. We really don't know, but that's all you can assume when it's approaching 11 o'clock, right?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm we've had some comfy chairs in here. Probably have saved us a little bit, but yeah, we don't know. We 100% don't know what's happening, and hopefully we get an update and to see where we're at and what's going to happen with this game.
Robert Clayton, Will Connerly. I'm in for Chris Blake tonight. Mr. Blake will be back with you next week should the Dragons advance to the next round, I do believe. But it's been a pleasure to be in for him tonight, and it's also been a pleasure to be alongside Mr. Robert Clayton on this extended Clayton and Clayton pregame show as we continue to try to find things out. So last word we heard was we're going to try for 11 o'clock. We can say with some clarity, though, that we have seen lightning past 10:30, so it would feel that a little after 11 Also, with the warm-up needing to be a thing, is when we would see a football game ultimately happen. Do believe we do have to start it before midnight, but we shall see. We're still waiting for some more information.
Yep. Just hope if they are going to start that there is no lightning.
Absolutely. And we are getting a little bit more life, I guess, on the near sideline as well. Some signs of life.
We have some action. We do have some action.
I mean, it is interesting. We haven't had much action on the football field all night. Not much first downs to describe. No out routes. There's been no 3 techniques that you've been able to break down with the guard pulling. And so instead, we're just looking at some coaches trying to clean some things in the tent up. I mean, maybe they're grabbing stuff out of the tent because they want to maybe try to get their guys warm. That would be the optimistic, right? Grab something. Because you think they're in the locker room stretching right now. Have they been staying loose this whole time? I mean, it is interesting to try to understand what they've been doing. It's kind of like what the viewers are doing. I mean, you mentioned some were grabbing leftover stuffing from Thursday. Others are just hanging out. Someone said they tried to read a whole book, came back, and we were still in a delay.
Harry Potter book.
That's impressive.
That's impressive.
And so get those pages in. Get that. So we see a little bit of action, but we're going to step aside for a moment and be back with you in a second.
Stay with us. We'll hopefully have an update here
Sports
soon.
Network. On the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show, it's been one of the longest Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame shows in the history of Dragon Football Night. That, we believe, is coming to a conclusion very soon. Players back out on the field. What a scene here at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Fans back out in the stands, and it looks like we have football coming up tonight. We will have our pregame show on the other side here on Dragon Sports Network.
Brenda calls for the snap, now looking to throw. He's going to take a shot towards the end zone, has Boyd there. He makes the catch. Touchdown Dragons, a 31-yard touchdown reception for Brock Boyd. Smith takes the snap, play fake, looking over the middle, going to take a shot. This one is intercepted, picked off at the 45-yard line by the Dragons. It's Parker Harris. Smith looking to throw, has time, left side. This one's intercepted. Going in motion is Mackey. They flip it to him, running right to left across the 15, inside the 10. Mackey inside the 5 and into the end zone for a touchdown. Angelo takes the snap. They rush 4. Steps up, goes deep over the middle of the field, wide open. It's Brock Boyd inside the 15, into the end zone for his second touchdown of the night. Brenda already over 300 passing yards tonight. 3 touchdowns. Brenda will hand the pen, running right side, inside the 5, and into the end zone for a touchdown. Davis Penn finds the end zone for the first time in the playoffs. Continues to run, and this one is over. Carroll, a big second-round win over San Angelo Central, 72-7.
It was a decisive road victory for the team. This week, the Dragons faced the top-ranked Prosper Eagles in a regional showdown.
Hey Dragon fans, welcome to the Dragon Football Night pregame show sponsored by Clayton and Clayton Real Estate. Now here are your hosts, Chris Blake and Robert Clayton.
It's late night football here at Choctaw Stadium. Oh man, we are about to start the football game in a matter of a few moments, about 10 minutes away from kickoff, 8:45 on the clock. Dragon Football Night here on Dragon Sports Network. The Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show is coming to a close. He is Robert Clayton. I am Will Connerly. And we have late night football here in Arlington, Texas. This is a game that should be in prime time. Let's be honest, 2 of the top teams in the state, but they are going to square off tonight with about 20 Division I football players on the gridiron tonight. Let's look at how these teams got to this point as we look at our bracketology to round 4, and we can't update that tonight because game that started at 7 o'clock on the other side of the bracket with Geyer and Byron Nelson, that game already went final, but Carroll and Prosper about to play now, and you were watching that game tonight, scouting on a potential opponent for Carroll next week.
Already doing the homework, and it was a close one. Byron Nelson 21, Geyer 24. Geyer pulls off the 3-point victory and will be advancing to the next round, facing the winner of tonight.
And they're probably watching, don't you think? The coaches, they could come to Choctaw and watch.
They might just take the bus over here.
That was at Northwest Stadium, right?
Yeah, they might just make a little B-turn to the to Arlington and just bring the team out.
That was up in Justin, Texas, maybe, or up in Northwest, that area.
Right in Justin.
Yeah. So they may come down here. I really doubt it. They'll probably get sleep.
100% doubt it.
Anyway, Carroll, the number 1 ranked team in the state, getting about 500 yards a game. We're excited to see Angelo Renda. We saw, maybe 6 or 7 comments about the Ohio State receiver Brock Boyd. So many people wanted to see him tonight. Well, this is an audio-only broadcast, but we'll do our best to describe what the stud is doing on the football field this evening.
We're going to give step for step, move by move, juke for juke on what these Southlake Carroll receivers can do tonight. Tall test against the stingy Prosper defense, who's only given up about 22 points a game, versus a Carroll offense that is getting about 52 points a game.
And on this White's Chapel Methodist Church Dragon Football Night, we also go to the other side and look at what this Prosper offense can do. Over 500 yards a game, one of the most explosive offenses in all of DFW. They have the leading receiver in 6A. That is Lathan Lachele, the 3-star wide receiver. So a couple of standout stud wide receivers tonight. We have already had our Baker Firm Fidelity National Title coin toss. If you need title work, call Julie Walter. And that was won by Prosper. That was also about 3 hours ago, but they won it, deferred, Carroll will start with the ball, but those are some numbers to look at as we get the appetizers going all night long. But the entree coming soon, the football game on the other side on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Side gets away from a defender across the 5. Touchdown, Dragons.
Dragon football night pregame show coming to a close here at Choctaw Stadium. After a wait of more than 3 hours, we have football coming up in just about 3 minutes. Alongside Robert Clayton, I'm Will Connerly in for Chris Blake tonight. And a treat that we have to wait for. They say patience is a virtue, and we've been patient tonight, waiting for a football game to break out here at Choctaw Stadium.
Very patient, I tell you what. The fans are back in the stands. We've got some coming up as we show you our starting lineups.
Angelo Renda, the senior quarterback, Davis Penn in the backfield with him. Those two looking to control it on the ground tonight. Rain has gone away. We'll see what they can do airing it out. Brock Boyd, Brody Knowles, Blake Gunter, Caden Mackey, standout receivers, Boyd, Knowles, Gunter, and Mackey, all the great dangerous weapons going, and the offensive line, an area where you know these guys up front have been hungry to go hit, and now they'll get an opportunity to, as Carroll will start with the football.
They get to go eat. Left tackle Luke Wilson, left guard Will Barley, center Kerry Clayton, right guard Nathan Dumrocky, and right tackle Tristan Dare.
As we go to the defensive side, Zach Hayes, Jake Lucky, Crawford Taylor, Marcus Browse. Up front, going up against 3 Division I commits on the other side for Prosper, Taven Coons, Robbie Ladd, Will Lines, Luke Bussman. Also the linebackers and cornerbacks, and then safeties as well. Austin Bussman, Parker Harris, and Gavin Strange. Those safeties for the Dragons. Let's go back into our keys to the game, not as if we have spent a couple hours on that, but our Clayton and Clayton keys to the game right here.
Well, let's get it. Let's get this going as the fans erupt here at Choctaw. You know, talk about keys to the game. Got to win the trench war up front. You got to take the ball, take control, shut down Bryce Robinson of Prosper. As we see the Dragons and the Prosper getting ready, as Carroll will have the kick return here in the first quarter.
They will. Ball game about to get underway. 3 hours and 15 minutes after we expected a kickoff. We'll have it upcoming momentarily. Carroll back deep to return, as Prosper will kick this one away from left to right.
Cowbells are out. You can hear in the background. Stands a little more sparse than their first start. We went on air at 6:30 tonight.
The Texas commit, Michael Bukakis, has it teed up at the 40. And this kickoff is off. This football game finally underway. Brock Boyd brings it across the 10-yard line, runs across the 20, up to the 30, and pushed out of bounds at the 32-yard line. A solid return for Carroll, and we have football underway here at Choctaw Stadium.
You got to go Guyway on it, baby. Get in on it. The Dragon return team came out on fire. Great return by Brock Boyd up to the 30-yard line to the right hash. Great job by the unit, setting the tone.
Carroll's offense comes on out here in a regional semifinal that kicked off at 11:15 p.m. Angelo Renda in the shotgun. Football at the right hash, right at the 30-yard line. Davis Penn standing next to him out of the shotgun. And Renda keeps it himself, runs to the right side, gets to the sideline and pushed out of bounds at the 35-yard line. A pickup of 5 on the first play from scrimmage for the Dragons.
A great job by the Carroll offensive line. This is one of those direct runs by Renda to the right. Get Davis Penn out leading. Great pickup on first down, creating a, second and 4 situation for the Dragons.
The football at the 36-yard line. Second down, 4 yards to go from the right hash. Renda sends a man in motion. He drops back. Quick pass out to Brock Boyd. Boyd brings it across the 40, outside the numbers, runs across the 50, and he's dragged down at the 45-yard line. Good tackle made there on Kyrie Pettis, the junior, wrapping Boyd down, but not before a massive gain up to the 45.
A little pop pass to the left. Again, getting extension of the run game, getting Blake Gunt out there blocking on the corner and the linebackers, and then you have Boyd cleaning it up. They're hitting on all cylinders right now on the first drive.
A 20-yard pickup for the Ohio State commit, Brock Boyd, who had a good return as well. And Carroll on a 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle to Davis Penn. And Penn breaking multiple tackles. He tumbles down to the 35-yard line, a yard shy of it. They mark him at the 36.
Great moves by Penn going left on the inside zone in between Luke Wilson and Will Barley. He dances up the lane. Great job now creating 2nd and 3rd.
Second down, 3 yards to go from the 36-yard line of Prosper for Carroll on their opening drive. Renda in the shotgun. He drops back to pass deep down the field, and it's caught. Touchdown, Dragons! Brody Knowles has it in the end zone from 36 yards out, and the game starts with a bang.
What play calling by Riley Dodge. You come out, run, pop pass. Let's hit him over the top to Brody Knowles, and no one can cover Brody Knowles. 6'6" receiver, over 20 offers. Incredible job by this Dragon offense.
The big, lengthy junior wideout. His brother, quarterback of this team a few years ago, now at Georgia Tech, and he's certainly on his way to play at the next level, at a high level. The point after is up and through. A 7-0 start for Carroll. They march down the field, and a 36-yard touchdown from Renda to Knowles, and they lead 7-0. 10:45 to go in the first quarter. That touchdown brought to you by Kim Bedwell. Dragon touchdown sponsored by Kim Bedwell Luxury Real Estate and the CLC Roofing. Extra point converted. It's 7-0. Carroll leads. 10:45 to go in the first quarter. We'll be right back on the Dragon Sports Network.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Has the kickoff, and it's brought out by McCoy. McCoy across the 20-yard line, bursts to the outside, gets just shy of the 30. He's marked out of bounds at the 28-yard line on the return from Marcus McCoy. Dragons leading 7-0.
Dragon offense started out strong. You get the Dragon defense's first opportunity versus this high-profile attack of the Prosper Eagles.
4 plays, 70 yards, and in just 69 seconds, Southlake Carroll scores on the opening drive. Moving from left to right, it's a shotgun snap on a 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. They give it to Robinson, and Robinson gets up to the 34-yard line. A pickup on the play of 7 yards, setting up a 2nd and 3 as Robinson runs in between the hashes.
Well, this is something what Coach Moore wanted to do with Prosper. He wants to establish a run game with Bryce Robinson. He says that's the key to the game tonight for this Prosper offense.
Braden Imhoff, the quarterback, standing in the shotgun. Another handoff to Robinson, and Robinson wrestled down. Initially, Zach Hayes got in there. Robinson lunges forward for a couple yards. It sets up a 3rd and short.
Well, you talk about that matchup on that side with Zayden Kemperin and Bryce Gilmore. Zach Hayes, he's so fast off the edge, closes that gap quickly, creating a 3rd down opportunity for Prosper.
3rd and 2 from the 35-yard line. Football on the right hash. Imhoff brings a man in motion. Handoff to the left side to Robinson. He bursts through the hole, gets up to the 40-yard line, and picks up 5 to move the chains for Prosper on their opening drive.
Again, just going to their bread and butter, going into the inside zone off the left side, in between Bryce Gilmore.
1st and 10 from the 40-yard line for Prosper. Imhoff, another hand to Robinson, and he is stopped up in the backfield. Carroll all over it. Bryce Robinson, the 4th play, the 4th carry to him, and he's stopped up behind the line of scrimmage. A loss of 1, a 2nd and 11 upcoming.
Zach Hayes is doing a terrific job there on the right end. He is standing up the Texas Tech commit. Bryce Gilmore giving everything he got. What a play by Zach Hayes.
2nd and 11 from the 39-yard line. Football on the left hash. Imhoff, the quarterback. Bryce Robinson goes out in motion. Imhoff dropping to pass, throws it over the middle, and it's incomplete. Good coverage there by Robbie Ladd, the linebacker.
The all-world Robbie Ladd, I'll tell you what, he can stick on you like glue. What he did on that pass coverage. Now, you'll see Imhoff, he likes to draw down on these little slants over the middle. Great job by Robbie Lyons on being there and stopping the play.
3rd and 11 from the 39-yard line for Prosper on their opening drive. The Dragons lead 7-0, 8:49 to go in the opening quarter. Imhoff fakes it to Robinson, throws it down the field, and it's incomplete. Looking for Lathan Latchaway, the leading receiver in 6A. He couldn't haul it in, too far out of his reach, and on 4th and 11, Prosper punts on their opening drive.
You're talking about this is a situation the Dragons won. You put them in the 3rd and long, you get a little bit of pressure, you make that pocket a little tighter against Imhoff, and I tell you what, arid throw across the middle. This is what the Dragons defense needed.
Michael Bukaskis, the senior, punting this one away. And the high angling punt drops down at the 20-yard line and rolls all the way back to the end zone for a touchback. No return for Brock Boyd, but a touchback on the punt by the kicker committed to Texas, Bukaskis. And it will be the Dragons who set up shop after a 4th and 11. Big defensive stand, and Zach Hayes getting the tackle for loss to set up that punt.
Just a terrific job by Zach Hayes on that first drive. You're going against Bryce Gilmore and Zayden Kemper, and he's giving them everything that they want. Those big D1 commits. He has set the tone for that Dragon defense. Now, given the opportunity, can the Dragon offense capitalize now?
4 runs, then 2 passes, and ultimately they have to punt 7 plays. They just gained 12 yards. on the opening drive. 1st and 10 for Carroll. They have it at their own 20-yard line after the touchback. Rendo runs it to the left this time, keeping it himself. Runs across to the 20, bounces outside the numbers, cuts inside the 30, dragged down at the 40. He lunges down at the 40-yard line, marked at the 41, and a great first down run by Angelo Renda.
I tell you what, you're looking at just a lead quarterback sweep, and this is what Renda's so dangerous with. He is probably the fastest man on this field at any given time. I said that all year. He's getting it done with his lead blockers out in front, Davis Penn and the receivers.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line for Carroll. Moving right to left. Football on the left hash. Renda drops back to pass. 3 steps, throws far sideline, and it's hauled in on the sideline. Good connection there. There's Blake Gunter, one of the 1,000-yard receivers, a pickup of 12, and another first down for the Dragons.
Incredible job of getting a little post route there, finding the soft coverage and setting behind the outside linebacker. And Renda delivers a strike. Terrific protection up front by the Dragon offensive line.
That's a Dragon Den first down, a 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Carroll into Prosper territory. Renda looking to the sideline. On a 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Gives it off to Davis Penn, and he's stopped up in the backfield. Penn pushed back into Carroll territory, back up to the 49-yard line. They'll lose about 4 yards on the play, make it 5 yards, and 2nd and 15 upcoming.
A little sweep to the right. A great play by the Prosper defense. They read it from the get-go. Swarm to the ball. Good hit on Davis Penn. Brings him back for a loss.
They mark it at the 49, so 2nd and 14 upcoming. Carroll, right hash. They're moving right to left, but faces 2nd and long as Renda looks to the sideline, claps his hands, and out of the shotgun. Drops back 3 steps, scans the field, fires it sideline. In and out of the hands of Blake Gunter. The junior couldn't haul it in, and that'll set up 3rd and 14.
Well, you know, Angelo runs that back. It was wide open, and Gunter had his hands on the ball. A rare miscatch by Gunter, but great protection up front. And I'll tell you, this Prosper defense, they're going to bring pressure. If it's 3rd and long right now, everyone on that D-line has a green light. Those linebackers are going to bring some pressure. Get ready for the check down if you're Angelo Renda.
3 up front on the defensive line for Prosper. Number 8, Zach Manning, the Army commit, creates a lot of pressure for him. We'll see what happens here. 3rd and 14 from the 49. Empty backfield for Renda. Renda takes the low snap, drops back, pressure comes, he steps up in the pocket, takes it to scramble, goes across to the 45-yard line, and he's hit down right at the 44, going to be shy of the sticks. The line to gain is the 37. He got about to the 44-yard line, and that'll set up a 4th down.
Pressure, the pocket collapsed just a little bit. Renda had a takeoff running. You thought he might have had the first down. Now they're going to do the smart thing, put it in Hayes' hand. We talked about flipping the field and making these big-time special team plays, calling on Zach Hayes to make a crucial punt here.
So the La Tech commit back to punt in Zach Hayes, and the senior has already had 5 inside the 20 this year. As he punts this one away, a fair catch call, but it goes into the end zone anyway. No return for Marcus McCoy, the junior. And so Prosper, after they went just 7 plays, gaining 12 yards on their opening drive after Carroll marched it down the field. Angelo Renda finds Brody Knowles for a 36-yard touchdown. They have a 7-0 lead with 6:22 to go in this first quarter. And Prosper awaiting their second drive of the ballgame. It'll start from their own 20 after the touchback.
This first time out for this Dragon defense pretty much eliminated Prosper's offense. See if they can do it again here.
Imhoff, the quarterback. In the backfield with him, Lathan Latchaway sends him out in motion. Imhoff, back to pass, has good protection. Takes it on the run and has his connection there to McCoy. He gets out of bounds. A flag is down on the play. Marcus McCoy caught it around the 40-yard line, but this one's coming back on a holding call.
Talk about this Dragon D-line. They're so active and so fast. These Prosper offensive linemen, as good as they are, they're at times hanging on for dear life here and get called here again or for a holding here. now putting him in a long first down and 20.
First and 20 from the 10-yard line for Prosper. Here is the handoff over to the left side by Robinson. He tumbles out of bounds, pushed just across the 15-yard line. A gain of about 5 on the play as they were backed up on first and 20. Carroll leading 7-0, 6:07 to go in the opening quarter.
Great job by David Coons coming up and making a play on Gilmore, and then Robbie Ladd coming in and finishing it off, just containing them. They're trying to get a little bit of breathing room for this offense.
And not much. Second down, 16 yards to go after the pickup of 4. Imhoff back to pass, takes a shot down the field. He has Latchley, but out of his reach, looking for the home run. The ball tumbles down to the turf here at Choctaw Stadium around the 35-yard line, about a yard beyond his reach. It goes incomplete, setting up a 3rd and 16.
Boozer had his man. He had him beat. It was just a missed throw by Imhoff, and again, we've seen him off a little bit on these first 2 drives. I'm not sure if it's just delay or what it is, but uncharacteristic of Imhoff.
Over a 3-hour delay before we got going tonight. In a 3rd and 16, Prosper faces it from their own 14-yard line. Dragons leading 7-0. 6:01 to go in the opening quarter. Braden Imhoff, the quarterback, drops back on the shotgun pass, throws it down the middle. It is caught for a first down and some, a pickup of 20 yards, and they go to their main man over the middle for the nice connection, and they get a big play. They find Dallas Boozer, the Arkansas State commit.
Step away that Dragon D-line, great games up front, but great pickup by Boozer.
A 1st and 10. Up to the 35-yard line. And handoff up the middle to Robinson. Bryce Robinson lunges across the 40. He picks up 5.
Again, going back to the inside zone, just finding the cutback lane. Great job by Parker Harris coming up from the safety position and making a big hit.
2nd and 5 from the 40-yard line. Prosper on their second drive of the evening. A late evening here at Choctaw Stadium. Another handoff to Robinson. No, they fake it. Go out to the outside on the flat and running across the line to gain on the connection there to Trevor Ellis. And he picks up the first down.
It was a good little fake inside zone and a rollout to Boozer out there in the flats. Great job on just misdirection on this Dragon defense, picking up the first down for the Prosper Eagles.
Imhoff, 5 touchdown passes last week. He had 8 touchdown passes the week before. Off to a blistering start in the postseason, a 1st and 10 from the 48 after the connection to Ellis, and a flag flies right as the ball was being snapped. It was a handoff to Bryce Robinson, but a false start against Prosper will back them up. So a holding call on a 1st and 20. They overcame it. Now they'll have to overcome a 1st and 15 as they back up after a false start. 4:35 to go in the opening quarter and a 7-0 lead for Carroll. They score on their opening drive, only needing 4 plays, and they hit Brody Knowles for a 36-yard touchdown. 1st and 15 from the 43-yard line. Football on the left hash, and it's a fake again on the RPO, looking to connect on the outside there to Lathan Latchley, their lead wide receiver, but he couldn't haul it in.
Again, a quick little comeback route for Latchley, a little high again from Imhoff. We've seen that a few times, again, over these first 2 series. Just to settle down and get their rhythm as an offense. They got to stop shooting themselves in the foot with these penalties.
A 7-0 lead for Carroll. 4:18 to go in the first quarter. Prosper with the football, a 2nd and 15 from the 43-yard line. Braden Imhoff takes it, throws it, caught at the 49 and brought down quickly on the catch. It's to the tight end, Elliott Brown, and Brown will make it a 3rd and 9 on the pickup there of about 6 yards.
Again, Imhoff going through his checkdowns, finds Brown there on the left side on the little comeback on the tight end side. Now, Brown's a good tight end. He's probably more of a receiving tight end than a blocking tight end. so he'll get involved in this offense from time to time.
Third down, 9 yards to go from the 49-yard line. Imhoff, the quarterback, in the shotgun next to Robinson. 4 on the line for Carroll. They rush 4, and they throw it over the middle. It's intercepted. Dragons take it away and taking this one back. A huge INT brought across the 20-yard line. Parker Harris with the big INT.
We talk about take the ball, take control. This is exactly what the Dragon defense did. Again, you're getting pressure on Imhoff. Another error throw. Parker Harris again. This is his second interception in 2 weeks from that secondary spot. And I tell you what, when he gets the ball in his hand, he is so explosive, Will.
The Colorado School of Mines commit Parker Harris comes up with a huge interception, his third of the year and second in as many weeks. There was a foul against Carroll on the return, so that'll back them up, but a huge interception. Imhoff looking down the seam, trying to find Lathan Lachele, and instead Parker Harris picks it out of the air, brings it across to about the 22-yard line, but they'll be backed up. Looked like a holding call on the return, so Carroll will start with the football, a 1st and 10 on Prosper's 49-yard line.
Yeah, it's a great position where Carroll excels at the 50-yard line and going in. Gives them a short field.
Renda, quick hit out to Boyd, but it was well read. Another great defensive play made there by Kyrie Pettis.
This is what you got to do against these Dragon receivers. You've got to play physical, and you've got to attack the ball and beat your block. And Pettis did it that play. Great job by the Prosper corner.
Pettis comes in on the tackle on the quick hit out to Boyd on the screen. A loss of 4. They like those quick hitters, an extension of the run game. We'll see on a 2nd and 14 what Carroll decides to do here. They're at their own 47-yard line on the left hash. Renda, hand off to Penn, and Penn nowhere to go as well. He just gains a yard as he was knocked down by the linebacker. David Alvarez, the senior, stops him up, and a 3rd down upcoming.
You know, Prosper came in and brought another guy in the box late. They tried to get that guy out of the box by motioning Gunter out to the right. It didn't fool Prosper. They wrapped up Penn here only for about a 1-yard gain.
3rd and 13 from the 48-yard line. Carroll has it, left hash, leading 7-0. 2:20 to go in the first quarter. Angelo Renda, the pick commit, looks to the sideline, gets the signals, drops back. Pressure comes, he steps up, fires it over the middle, it's caught there by Brody Knowles, who had a 36-yard touchdown on the opening drive, and he grabs it right by the sticks. That'll move the chains. A pickup of 13 down the middle, and that's a Dragon Den 1st down.
What a play by Renda. He felt a little bit of pressure, stepped into the pocket, didn't go outside, delivers a strike to Brody Knowles from the left side on the slant route. Brody Knowles using all 6'6" frame, getting that 1st down for the Dragons.
A 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line. Carroll driving, leading 7-0 in this regional semifinal between Prosper and Carroll. Renda, the quarterback, looks to the sideline. Now instructions to the offensive line as he goes right next to the center, Kerry Clayton, and has the handoff right up the gut. A huge hole up the gap there to Penn. He gets up to the 35-yard line, a pickup of 4.
Gotta love running right at Prosper's defense. Get him behind the center, Kerry Clayton and C.J. Johnson, the right guard. I tell you what, Davis Penn hit it. He hit that hole hard. What acceleration. Great pickup on 1st down.
Brooks Biggers now into the game as the running back. Renda, instructions to the line. 2 receivers split to either side on a 2nd and 6 from the 35-yard line. Renda brings a man in motion. Scans the field, has time, steps up, rolls out to his left, looks down the field, fires toward the end zone. It's Brock Boyd in for 6, a 35-yard score, and Carroll's up 13-0, 50 seconds to go in the first quarter.
You talk about poise and control. Renda's playing on another level right now, stepping up, making plays. He doesn't worry about it. He's going backyard football, hits Brock Boyd, going across the middle into the end zone. What a play by the Dragons. Touchdown, Dragons.
A touchdown for the Dragons. Dragon touchdowns sponsored by Kim Bedwell Luxury Real Estate. And the PAT up and converted through the uprights by Gavin Strange. Extra points brought to you by CLC Roofing. It's 14-0. Carroll leads Prosper in the regional semifinal. 50 seconds to go in the first quarter on the Dragon Sports Network.
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
Back to action here, 43 seconds to go in the first quarter. A 5-play, 49-yard drive ended by a 35-yard touchdown catch by Brock Boyd. The Ohio State Pledge finding the end zone, and a 14-0 lead for Carroll with 43 seconds to go in this first quarter of action. Solid return for Prosper. They bring out the ensuing kickoff to the 42-yard line. A 1st and 10. They'll be setting up shop just shy of midfield, but they trail 14-0. Braden Imhoff, the quarterback, standing in the shotgun. A handoff to Bryce Robinson. He tumbles forward just across the 45-yard line up to the 46. A gain of 4 on the play as he runs right to the left side, setting up 2nd and 6.
Again, going what they like. They want to get Bryce Robinson established. A good pickup here on 1st down. But what I love seeing this Dragon defensive line. They're standing up the point of the attack. They're making some confusion there in the backfield. Robinson's just making some good plays on the running back.
Imhoff sends Robinson out in motion, gets the snap, pressure comes, looks down the field, throws sideline. He just has to throw it away to the sideline of Prosper. And a penalty marker down on the play as well in the backfield by the line of scrimmage where he was scrambling away. Braden Imhoff, the quarterback, and it's another holding call, the second holding call against Prosper in this game.
Was floating around right there at that left tackle spot. Zayden Krimkin, the Texas A&M commit. Zach Hayes is giving him all that he wants. He just doesn't have a solution for Zach Hayes in that first step by him.
So kickoff scheduled for 7 o'clock. 11:15 will do. 4 hours and change later, we've got football coming to the close of the first quarter. A 14-0 lead for Carroll. And a 2nd down and 16 yards to go after the holding call. Braden Imhoff, the quarterback, trying to lead this Prosper offense on a 2nd and 16 at their own 36-yard line. And a timeout called by Prosper. They burn their first timeout here in the first half of action. So they burn a timeout. And a 14-0 lead for Carroll, the top-ranked team in the state, looking to preserve their unblemished record here this season. Timeouts brought to you by Carroll ISD Special Olympics. And we also would like to remind you that we should have attention to you high school football fans, that you don't want to miss out on the opportunity to be a part of Texas football history. So mark your calendars for the UIL State Championships, December 17th through 20th at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, where the best teams from 6-man to 6A leave it all on the field in hopes of being named champion. For the latest updates and ticket information, head over to uiltexas.org. Again, that's UILtexas.org. 2nd and 16 from the 36 for Prosper. Imhoff fakes it. Off to Robinson, throws it over the middle and leaves it short, looking down the field for his man, Trevor Ellis, but it's incomplete. The secondary for Carroll playing very well.
Well, they're all in the face of the Prosper receivers, and I'm having a hard time just getting the ball off and finding his target. And the Dragon defense is getting good pressure, something Iolf hasn't seen all year. And we said that's something they had to do to create some chaos in Iolf's head. I tell you what a first quarter for these Dragons, Will.
Angelo Renda with a pair of touchdown passes, one to Knowles, one to Boyd. They lead 14-0. A 3rd and 16 is what Prosper faces when we go to the second. After one, it's a 14-0 lead for Carroll on Dragon Sports Network.
Timeout. All right. Remember, we're a team that plays together. Listen, the winning will take care of itself. We just have to get everyone involved.
In interscholastic sports, we celebrate what makes every one of us unique. And in the pursuit of a common goal, everyone in the huddle, in the bleachers, and in the community comes together. This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
A 3rd and 16, Prosper faces from their own 36-yard line. Carroll leading 14-0 as we begin the second quarter of action here from Choctaw Stadium. Him off on the fake on 3rd and 16, looks down the field, throws it over the middle, and it's caught by the tight end, Elliott Brown, tumbling and rumbling down inside the 15-yard line. What a hit to the tight end.
Well, it's what the Prosper offense needed. Again, we talked about Elliott Brown. He is a receiving tight end. He plays tight end. He's more of a receiver per se. But I tell you what, great job. One of the best throws we've seen all night of Imhoff, getting him over on the middle on the slant.
Imhoff, the quarterback, standing in the shotgun. It's a 1st down and 10 from the 15-yard line. He hands off to Robinson, nowhere to go, dancing behind the line of scrimmage, and he's dropped eventually there by Marcus Browse, who comes in to make the stop, and it's a loss of a yard. Browse comes in with a tackle for loss, his 7th of the season.
A great job, again, by the Dragon defensive line. You staying up these big guys up front and making a tackle in the backfield versus a very talented back. This Dragon D-line is playing their hearts out tonight.
A very talented offensive line for Prosper as well. 3 Division I commits up front. They face a 2nd and 11 from the 16-yard line. In the red zone, down 14-0. Imhoff pulls it, throws it over the middle, looking for Lathan Latchaway at the goal line. It's incomplete.
He had Latchaway on it, but we're talking about these throws Imhoff has made. He's been off a little high. I don't know if it's rush or he feels the pressure or it's just nerves. He's just not hitting his target.
3rd down and 11 yards to go from the 16-yard line. Prosper has it down 14-0. Dragons on top in this regional semifinal here from Choctaw Stadium. 11:15 kickoff tonight. It was scheduled for 7 o'clock. We've been with you here on Dragon Football Night since 6:30. 3rd down, 11 yards to go from the 16-yard line. Imhoff looking to bring a man in motion, and whistles flying left and right. A delay of game. Imhoff couldn't get the snap off in time. And for those listening on the audio-only broadcast, a lot of noise coming from the stands for those that have stayed the 4-hour delay.
Well, the Dragon fans are being rowdy. I'll tell you, they're giving all they can. Again, this is the 3rd or 4th penalty we've seen by this Prosper team already. Feeling a little rattled, that you can see up here in the booth.
2 holdings, a false start, now a delay of game. They face a 3rd and 16 from the 21-yard line. Imhoff pulls it back on the play fake, steps up in the pocket, throws it toward the end zone. It's caught at the 4-yard line, hauling it in. What a brilliant connection all the way down to Marcus McCoy, and that's a 1st down.
It was a good job that the pocket was starting to collapse, and a good throw by Imhoff right across the middle.
First and goal from the 4-yard line. Robinson on the handoff. He gets chopped down initially there by Crawford Taylor as it's Robinson who lunges forward, gains a yard. Second and goal from the 3-yard line.
If you're a Dragon defensive line, this is what you want. You got to pin your ears back and you got to clog those gaps, allow those linebackers to make the plays over the top.
Second and goal from the 3. Carroll leading 14-0. 10:09 to go in the second quarter. Imhoff standing in the shotgun. Bryce Robinson to his right. Robinson takes the carry, runs up the middle, and he's chopped down once again. Robbie Ladd coming in the backfield to chop down the lunging Bryce Robinson. Nowhere to go. Stopped up once again at the 3. Third and goal from the 3 upcoming.
Robbie Ladd finished it, but I tell you what, Jake Lucky started it, and he took Sean Stover, the Duke commit, for a ride. Great job by the nose guard, Lucky.
Third down and goal from the 3-yard line. Prosper looking to get on the board. Carroll leading 14-0. Imhoff out of the gun. Drops back, pressure comes. Imhoff has to step up in the pocket, and he gets sacked. Coming in with the pressure, Marcus Browse alongside Crawford Taylor combined for the sack and a massive stop on third and goal.
We talk about Marcus Browse. He's that stand-up guy. He can go DN or play edge as a linebacker. He comes off the edge, creates havoc. A great job by Crawford Taylor. Imhoff had nowhere to go as he stepped up in the pocket. What a hit by Crawford Taylor. Great stand by this Dragon defense.
A loss of 10 on the quarterback sack brought to you by Life's Medicine. Now a field goal try. And it is up and through for the Texas commit. So Prosper gets on the board. Michael Bukauskas converts the field goal. But Carroll with a goal line stand. They lead 14-3, 8:40 to go in the second quarter on the Dragon Sports Network.
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 Dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Back to action on the ensuing kickoff, brought out by Carroll, running outside the numbers and bringing this one back. Luke Jacquemart on the return after the 30-yard field goal converted by Michael Bukauskas. It's a 14-3 Carroll lead. What a goal line stand.
An incredible job by the Dragon defense. Again, limiting the points of this high-powered, Prosper offense. They're averaging 53 points a game. And I tell you what, this Dragon defense so far is as good as advertised. Now this Dragon offense has been hitting all cylinders.
In a 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line for Angelo Renda, who stands in the shotgun and has a quick hit to the outside, going off to Jacquemart. He lunges across the 25-yard line, marked down at the 26, a pickup of 5 on the quick hit to the outside.
You really love what Riley does with Luke Jacquemart. He brings him out of the backfield. Again, extension out of the run game to the left side. Gets that burst of speed that Jacquemart provides. Again, big pickup on first down, creating a second and manageable for this Dragon offense.
They mark him up to the 27-yard line, a 2nd and 4. Football on the left hash as Renda provides instruction to the boys up front and steps back into the shotgun. Brooks Bigger standing to the right of Renda. Renda takes it himself, design a run to the outside, and he just has to fall down. The football nearly popped out. Tons of pressure coming. Zach Manning The Army commit on the defensive end for Prosper, forcing Renda to just fall down. That sets up a 3rd and 8 for Carroll.
Yeah, pure outside zone run with Renda at the helm. Great pursuit by Prosper, eliminating that. Now pushing the Dragons back. A little bit longer of a 3rd down conversion here.
3rd and 8 from the 23-yard line for Carroll. Renda clapping his hands once, standing in the shotgun. Biggers to his right, takes the snap, rolls out of the pocket, looks down the field, fires it toward the sideline at the 30-yard line. And the intended target on the sideline looks like it was Biggers, but incomplete, so a 4th and 8, and Carroll will have to punt from their own 23-yard line.
A big stop for Prosper, but again, we talk about a weapon. Zach Hayes not only does it at the defensive end, but him as a punter, he's committed. This is where you have an opportunity to try to flip the field for this Dragon defense.
Back to return is Marcus McCoy. Heels right at the 41-yard line. And the punt from Carroll is off, and it's blocked, picked up by Prosper, and it is corralled. Wow. Stopped at the 21-yard line, blocking the punt on the attempt from Carroll. Zach Hayes has the punt blocked in a momentum swinging play for Prosper.
Well, this is the exact opposite what the Dragon special teams needed to have happen. We talked about the execution on both sides. Prosper got the win on this one. Great opportunity for the Prosper offense now.
So Hayes looking to punt it away. Instead, it gets blocked, and a 14-3 score. Prosper just got on the board, putting together a quality drive and a 30-yard field goal to make it 14-3. They force a punt and block it, and they take over at Carroll's 21-yard line. Big hole on the first play from scrimmage on this drive for Bryce Robinson, and he runs inside the 15-yard line. A pickup of about 7 on the first down carry, sets up 2nd and 3 from the 13-yard line.
So we talk about the versatility of this Prosper offense, and especially the offensive line. You can hit them with zone, but they also can come back with you at power. Hitting the power play over to the left. Great spring by Robinson.
2nd and 2 now from the 13-yard line. 14-3, Carroll leads, 6:21 to go and ticking here in the second quarter. Imhoff standing in the shotgun. Robinson to his left. He hands it up the middle to Robinson. He tries to juke away from 2 defenders, and he gets stopped up first on the stop, Marcus Browse. And not a ton of yards to gain there, but enough for the first down as he juggled along for 3, and a fresh set of downs in a goal-to-go scenario here for Prosper.
Getting off that big right side of the offensive line of Prosper, getting some muscle yards. A great job by Bryce Robinson.
The Prosper Eagles have a first down and goal to go from the 10-yard line. Carroll leading 14-3. Imhoff standing next to Bryce Robinson. Sends McCoy in motion and hands it off to Robinson up the middle, and he plunges along across the 5-yard line as he puts his head down and takes his man Gavin Strange for a ride. A very quality run running behind the pads.
Yeah, a good call by Prosper, catching Southlake in a blitz, hitting it right up the gut.
2nd and goal from the 4-yard line. Imhoff standing in the shotgun. To his left is Robinson. And another fake. They go towards the end zone to Lathan Latchley. He's knocked down at the 1-yard line. Gavin Strange comes up with the tackle. A touchdown-saving tackle, and now Prosper wants to go quickly. They huddle up from the 1-yard line. 3rd and goal from the 1. It's Robinson. They fake it, and it's Imhoff instead who lunges into the end zone. A 1-yard scamper for a touchdown, and Prosper scores their first time tonight in the end zone for 6, and they make it 14-9 with 4:59 to go in the second quarter.
Well, this is an offense that can put up points. You give them opportunities in a short field. They can execute. Great job on staying to the run, the entire drive, hitting the pass, then getting into the end zone, getting behind that big guys up front.
Michael Bukaskis converts the PAT. It's a 4-point ball game. 4:59 to go. Carroll up 14-10 with 4:59 left in the second on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons.
From Bukaskis, and the return here for Luke Jacobard. He has massive space up to the 45-yard line, marked out at the 47 as he takes it right up the gut. A quality return for Carroll, but it's Braden Imhoff who just scored a touchdown with 4:51 to go in the second. Carroll now leading 14-10, 10 unanswered for the Eagles.
Well, these little tiny momentum shifts happen, and big return by Jacobard, showing his speed and giving Carroll the opportunity to get to midfield where they excel.
So first down and 10 from the 47-yard line. Angelo Renda giving instruction to the line. Davis Penn moves to his right. Jacomar goes in motion. And Renda, quick hit on the screen out to Jacomar. He runs up outside the numbers at the 50-yard line, lunges down at the 45. Tackle made there by the Eagles from Justin Alfano, the linebacker. But a nice pickup on the screen on first down.
A great job by Blake Gunter on the edge. Such a physical blocker as a receiver, really springing that, and Luke Jacomar uses his speed. Riley's using Jacomar a lot out of this backfield tonight.
2nd and 2 from the 45-yard line, right hash for Carroll. They lead 14-10. Renda back to pass. Deep bomb down the sideline. Boyd has it at the 1-yard line. Whoa, what a brilliant grab. It goes for 44 yards. They mark him down at the 1.5-yard line. And Brock Boyd has come to play tonight.
What a job by Angelo Renda. When I tell you he's playing on another level, he feels pressure, steps up, goes vertical to Boyd, and it's all Boyd making the catch. Special players make special plays.
So Boyd officially marked down at the 2-yard line. Another 40-plus yard connection on the evening for Carroll. A 1st and goal from the 2, and a flag flies. A 43-yard connection to Brock Boyd. Already has a touchdown tonight, north of 30 yards. And then Carroll getting penalized for an illegal substitution, illegal shift there.
I think that either that or they broke out of the huddle with too many people on the field.
So they'll have to back up. It'll now be a 1st and goal from the 7-yard line as they get penalized 5 yards. Carroll leading 14-10 over Prosper here in the regional semifinal from Choctaw Stadium.
You watch for Renda to go towards Knowles there in the corner of the end zone, or Boyd throw to a spot, not the man.
Both have single coverage on either side. Instead, it's Davis Penn on the run. He gains a yard, gets up to the 6-yard line. On the handoff, right up the gut to Davis Penn, who has found the end zone 16 times this year.
A great job by Ray as the prospect outside linebacker coming down, running the heel line and tripping up Penn just a little bit before he gets in the second level.
A 2nd down and goal from the 7-yard line. Carroll knocking on the door. Renda goes out in motion, and now direct snap taken. It's throwing into the end zone. Touchdown! Blake Gunter hauls in the touchdown. What about that design? Parker Harris on the other end of the throw. Gunter grabs it from 6 yards out, and Carroll has a 20-10 lead.
Will, are we seeing the Tebow jump pass? What a play. Getting Renda out, motioning out. Parker Harris, you think he's a run, runs the line, drops a dime to Boyd. Terrific job.
Renda was in the shotgun. He motioned out. It was Harris who took the direct snap. And the touchdown in, and the PAT converted. Dragon touchdown sponsored by Kim Bedwell, Luxury Real Estate, the CLC Roofing. PAT good, 21-10. Carroll on top. 2:51 to go in the second quarter on the Dragon Sports Network.
This is John McKellar from White's Chapel in Southlake. This is one of my favorite times of the year because football is back. The Dragons are all about tradition, and White's Chapel is no different. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been at the heart of this community. We're a church that preaches a message of grace and love. We'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
4 plays, 53 yards in 2 minutes, and Carroll gets on the board. 21-10 they lead, and ensuing kickoff brought out by McCoy at the 1-yard line. A little hesitation, he spins out of 2 tacklers and gets knocked down right at the 20-yard line. He tried to bounce it outside the numbers after the drive, and it's capped off by a Parker Harris on his first passing attempt of the season. He throws it to Blake Gunter for a touchdown from 6 yards out.
And correction, that was Blake Gunter, not Brock Boyd. But I tell you what, great job by Parker Harris. You know, practicing that throughout the week. That's not an easy play, but great execution.
Impressive stuff. Parker Harris. You don't throw a pass all year, a good time to do it. The regional semifinals, and he goes to Gunter. So how about that? Gunter, Boyd, and Knowles all with touchdown catches tonight. You said this receiving core was pretty good. A 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Here for Prosper, a 21-10 lead for Carroll. Imhoff stepping up in the pocket, looking down the field, cocks back his arm, lets one fly down the field, and a contested ball is broken up. Good play by Trevor Ellis.
Great. Well, actually, I mean,
excuse me.
Taven Kuntz.
Taven Kuntz, yes, sir.
Taven Kuntz and Parker Harris, step for step on coverage. Great job. He had all time to throw, trying to get a big play, trying to get some momentum for this Prosper offense. I tell you what, this Dragon defense is doing a great job so far tonight on keeping the Prosper offense in front of them.
A 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line for the Eagles. At their own 20, down 21-10. Imhoff hit toward the sideline, and it's connected, looking for Boozer out on the sideline, but he could not get a foot down. That'll set up 3rd and 10, incomplete, looking for Dallas Boozer.
Again, we've seen this a little bit with Imhoff, just a little high on his throws. He's just, maybe a few inches, but I tell you what, this Dragon defense, again, rising to the occasion. Big third down. Can you get to the quarterback? Can you put pressure on these tackles? Can you collapse this pocket?
A 3rd and 10 from the 20-yard line. Right hash for Prosper. They need the 30. Man goes in motion is Elliott Brown, the tight end. Imhoff drops back 3 steps, steps up down the field, and has the connection to Boozer. How did he catch it? All the way up to the 45-yard line.
They had Brock Boyd in on coverage, and I tell you what, Boozer comes down with a big play to rally this offense.
A 35-yard connection, a 1st and 10 from the 45. Prosper now in Carroll territory. Dallas Boozer on the contested catch. Imhoff, he drops back, throws one out, and nobody's there. An illegal man downfield. Looks like it certainly has to be the call, as Zayden Krempin, the Texas A&M 4-star left tackle, was well down the field.
They're trying to get away from a little screen. It was sniffed out by the Dragon defense, and he just had to throw it away.
And the flag flies. We'll see what they ultimately assess here. Because it looked like those big offensive linemen were too far down the field. We haven't seen the ball move just yet. A 1st and 10 from the 45, the signal right now, but the 2-minute timeout is what we have arrived at here in the first half. 21-10, Carroll on top. We'll be right back on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
(21-10), Carroll leading with 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. Parker Harris, he does it all for the Dragons, even throwing a touchdown tonight.
Kick return, safety, throwing passes, running the ball. He is the definition of utility player for this Dragon team.
They threw a touchdown to Blake Gunter from 7 yards out to give Carroll a 21-10 lead. Now Prosper has it at Carroll's 45-yard line on a 2nd and 10. Imhoff rid of it quickly right down the middle, and he finds Marcus McCoy all the way up to the 20-yard line. A pickup of 25, so a 45 and then 20, or a 35 then 25-yard connection by Imhoff on this drive, and they're in the red zone.
The Dragons faked the blitz, backed off. It was a step behind the hot route there from McCoy. Great pickup by Prosper.
A 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Robinson on the carry. He runs right up the gut, breaks a tackle. He bounces outside the numbers to the 10-5 touchdown. Bryce Robinson, what a great run. The edge is sealed, and limping off the field, Zayden Krempin, the 4-star left tackle, but Robinson runs into the end zone for a touchdown, and it's Prosper right back in the ball game, a PAT away from making it a 4-point difference.
Well, you're in a puncher's fight. This is a heavyweight bout. You're going to trade blows for blows. And, this Dragon team knew that, and great execution by Prospect kept them alive on some big plays.
And the PAT try from Michael Bukowskis. A flag flies on the PAT. Looks like we'll have a false start against the Eagles, so that'll make the PAT try for the Texas commit a little more difficult. 21-16 the score. Carroll leading, but Prosper just darted for a 20-yard touchdown. Bryce Robinson, you watched him on film all week long. You said he was elusive, and that's what he did right there. A 20-yard touchdown run, breaking a tackle and running in for 6. And the PAT splitting the uprights. Bukowskis does it. 1:34 to go until halftime. 21-17. Carroll on top on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HearstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
21-17, Prosper just scored a touchdown, a 20-yard touchdown run by Robinson. Ensuing kickoff, Luke Jacquemart runs it across the far hash. He breaks outside across the 30-yard line, up to the 50, and he cuts inside into Prosper territory. A pair of great returns for Luke Jacquemart tonight.
Well, it's shocking to me that Prosper's even doing this with a Texas kicker. You're putting these floaters out for being able for this Dragon receiving team to take the ball out, and the speed, and Jacquemart kick it through the end zone, started the 20, made the Dragons march the length of the field. Again, 1:25 left, and you're giving it right past the 50 for this Dragon offense. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me.
21-17, Carroll leads, 1:25 to go in the first half in this regional semifinal. And the Dragons with the football at Prosper's 46-yard line. 1:25 to work with for the Dragons in all 3 timeouts. A 1st and 10, handoff Davis Penn. He cuts up the left side and gets down to the 39-yard line. A nice pickup on the play of 7. It'll set up a 2nd and short.
Great downhill inside zone by Davis Penn, and Kerry Clayton and Will Barley left guard and center on a great combination and freeing him to the 2nd level.
Mark him just past the 40-yard line, so a 2nd and 4 on the scoreboard. Renda fakes it, throws it, far side, connection there, Blake Gunter. He catches it at the 20 and runs inside the 10. Yards after the catch for the junior, and Carroll chugging along. Angelo Renda's looking sharp tonight. It goes for 31.
You gotta love it, little fake pitch out to the right. They get Gunter on a wheel route off to the right, sinks behind the defense. Renda delivers a strike, and then it's all Blake Gunter after the catch.
1st and 10 from the 10. Goal to go here for Carroll, leading 21-17. 49 seconds on the clock in the second quarter. Don't believe we're going to get that extended halftime tonight with the delayed start. Over 4 hours on the wait, and we've had this affair break out this evening. And a goal to go for Carroll, leading 21-17. Handoff Penn. Penn lunges toward the 1-yard line, and a burst of speed up the middle, and the Dragons want to go quickly. No huddle here.
You got the package on the left. You got big Luke Wilson, Tristan Dare, Will Barley, Kerry Clayton, heavy to the left, and they hit Parker Harris with a big burst on the left side, almost to the end zone.
2nd down and goal, marked at the 1-yard line. Davis Penn nearly finding pay dirt on that rush. He gets stopped at the 1-yard line, and a timeout called with 23 seconds to go in this second quarter. Carroll ISD Special Olympics brings us our timeouts tonight, and Carroll leading 21-17, just 23 seconds left until halftime, albeit not going to be your traditional Friday night halftime from our understanding.
Well, you know, we had a 24-hour pregame show, so we got to condense it down a little bit. They decided not to go to a halftime show tonight. The band's packed up, cheerleaders are gone. We're playing football tonight, Will. We're not going to take a moment out for halftime, so stay tuned. Second half will be coming back real quick.
But 23 seconds to go still in this second quarter. We came on air at 6:30 tonight. Nearly 5 hours later, just shy of it, we had a football game kickoff here at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, as the weather has finally passed, and this is something that I think some fans would say it was worth the wait. It's been a great football game so far.
Oh, it's going to go down one for the ages regardless, but I tell you what, if you waited it out, you're getting the show tonight. Terrific football being played.
Well, here is Angelo Renda standing in the shotgun. 2nd and goal from the 1. Hands off to Parker Harris. He's untouched into the end zone. Harris, for the 3rd time this year, he runs for a score. He has one through the air as well, and it's 27-17 Carroll.
Physical domination up front. We talked about a trench war. You're winning that war up front if you're the Dragon offensive line. Parker Harris in, untouched to pay dirt. Touchdown Dragons right before half.
Dragon touchdown brought to you by Kim Bedwell, Luxury Real Estate, and the CLC Roofing PAT. On the way, it's up and through, converted by the Dragons, and they're on top, 28-17. with just 21 seconds to go in the first half on the Dragon Sports Network.
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
Back inside beautiful Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, Texas, as the clock has struck 12:19. We've got past midnight football action. 28-17, Carroll leading as Parker Harris, one on the ground, one through the air tonight. A couple touchdowns for the senior. The ensuing kickoff booted out of the back of the end zone, and a touchback on a strong kick after Gavin Strange converted the PAT. He boots it out of the back of the end zone, and just 21 seconds to work with for Prosper until halftime and 2 timeouts.
I love the play. Just kick it out of the end zone to give an opportunity. They've had a little bit of success in the kick return game. Make them march the field to try to get some points here before half.
You can't march too much, just 21 seconds to go until halftime, so you'll have to march and march quickly. They have that ability. Mentioned Dallas Boozer, a 35-yard catch on their drive that set up what was a great Bryce Robinson 20-yard touchdown run. What do they do here? First and...
You watch out for the left tackle. Kemprin is out at left tackle. They've moved the guard, Will Ennicott, out to tackle.
Limped off the field on the last drive at the end of it, and now Robinson on the run. He gets up to the 28-yard line, eventually tackled there by Carroll's number 88, Crawford Taylor. It's just a pickup of a few yards.
They moved Sebastian, number 60, Sebastian Munoz, into left guard. And I'm telling you what, that matchup on the left side coming in the second half with Hayes is going to be big.
Well, we've reached halftime, 28-17. Carroll leads, and both teams are heading to the locker room. So we have halftime in the works. From our understanding, not a full halftime that is in the works. 15 minutes up on the clock here at Choctaw Stadium. Not your typical 28 that you typically see, Robert Clayton, but 15 on the clock. And as we recap this first half for you right now, Carroll leading 28-17. We'll have more information on that when we come back from break. 28-17, Carroll leading here from Arlington in the regional semifinal over Prosper on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey Dragons, athletes, fans, and champions of all kinds. I'm Dr. Isabel Lopez at Life's Medicine, and my team and I are here to help you feel, recover, and perform at your absolute best. From guided weight loss to hormone balance, we create a personalized game plan for peak health. Boost your recovery with cryotherapy, recharge with red light therapy, and fuel your body with our powerful Slim Shots. Don't just cheer from the sidelines. Step into your own strongest and healthiest self. Visit us and let's build your winning season, both on and off the field, at Life's Medicine, where health meets performance. Go Dragons!
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whitechapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
All right, so 15 minutes put on the clock here at Choctaw Stadium. So we do abbreviated half, about half of halftime that we have tonight. Oh, and our halftime show, it's brought to you by the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show. So
Absolutely.
They are not getting shorted tonight. We're delivering
I tell you what,
brilliant halftime show for
they
you.
sold out of turkeys probably about 3 days of advance of Thanksgiving. Terrific group there at Feed Store, always a community supporter. They do everything. Talk about Mike. Mike LaFavors. He does everything and all the favors in the Southlake community.
So let's recap this game so far. Carroll leading 28-17 over Prosper here in this regional semifinal from Arlington, Texas at Choctaw Stadium alongside Robert Clayton. I'm Will Connerly in for Chris Blake tonight. And it's Carroll who jumped out to a 14-0 lead. A couple touchdown passes from Angelo Renda, one to Brody Knowles for 36 yards, and then another 36-yard score going to Brock Boyd, a 14-0 lead in the opening quarter. However, Prosper in the second quarter, they get on the board with a field goal, block a punt, turn it into a touchdown. They score 10 unanswered to make it 14-10. Carroll responds with a great drive, ended by a Parker Harris touchdown pass on a really nice design by the Carroll offense to put Renda out in motion, and Harris finds Blake Gunter. That makes it 21-10, but another answer for the Eagles as Bryce Robinson runs for a 20-yard touchdown after Dallas Boozer had a 35-yard catch. They set up a nice play into the red zone from 20 yards out. Robinson scored to make it 21-17, but then Carroll, they had another answer, and it was Parker Harris again finding the end zone. 28-17 the score. Carroll on top at halftime right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we've seen is, the Dragon offense hasn't made the mistake or the turnovers. You see Prosper, Imhoff had one INT in the first half. You talk about Renda, 10-12 for 189 yards, 2 TDs. 4 receptions for Boyd for 100 yards and 1 TD. Go down to Gunter, 3 receptions for 48 yards and 1 TD. Knowles, 2 receptions for 50 yards and 1 TD. They're doing it in all phases of the receiving core, and they're doing an excellent job on just getting the ball to the perimeter players and let them make plays.
So a lot of people in the comments for the 4 hours we were waiting to start the game wanted to see Brock Boyd. Well, he put on a show in the first half, 4 catches for 100 yards and a score. Not too shabby, about 25 yards a catch for the Ohio State commit. But the player of the game so far for Carroll, you'd think it's Parker Harris. He's throwing a touchdown. He's run a touchdown in. Oh, and by the way, he has a 21-yard interception return as well.
Unbelievable. You talk about just coming up on that force on the safety position too. But, what we haven't seen a whole lot yet is him in the kick game in terms of returns. But, he's just such a special player. Guy going to the Colorado School of Mines. If you ever looked at him, you ever watched him practice, he is a pure thoroughbred. He can do it all.
Renda in that first half of action, he had 10 completions on 12 attempts, pretty efficient for 189 yards and a pair of scores as well. And overall, for the running back, Robinson, they really tried to pound the ground. The Eagles did, but with the deficit at 2 scores, you wonder if they're going to continue to try to pound it on the ground. He had 15 rushing attempts in the first half, going for 68 yards and a touchdown. Overall, that 20-yard run was impressive, but they bottled up a guy who gets over 7 yards a carry pretty well, especially in front of that vicious offensive line. And that's a storyline tonight as well, that their left tackle, Zayden Krempen, a captain and 4-star of this team, headed to be an Aggie next year, 6'5", 280. He limped off the field at the end of that 20-yard touchdown run by Bryce Robinson, who scampered in for his 17th TD on the ground this season, and we didn't see him return yet in this game. He's perhaps their best player overall, him and Bryce Gilmore as well. So that is a story to watch up front.
Well, I mean, I think the tell of the first half is they've seen a Dragon defensive line they probably haven't seen before, and it's got to them. They beat them to the punch a few times, and they've been so physical up front against the Dragon defensive line versus the Prosper O-line. And I think if we have to give who's won that battle up front so far, definitely the Carroll defensive line, and Zach Hayes has really given the all-world 4-star tackle all that he could handle in this game so far.
So a 28-17 score, Carroll leading at halftime. In a night that I think a lot of people will remember because it is 30 minutes past midnight and we're at halftime of a football game. It's pretty wild to have those words come out of our mouth, right?
We told you all night, get cozy, get a blanket, get a fire going, set in, and relax, and you're going to be entertained. And again, I don't think you've gone better so far for the Dragons in the first half. They came out on fire and executed.
And I do think a part of one component of this is for the Dragons, when you've won games by an average of 45 points all year long, dominating opposition, you knew that the Eagles would have a punch, but it was really nice to see that the Dragons could elicit a good response from some resistance and from some haymakers thrown by the Eagles, because you knew they were going to come, a team that's not going to roll over at all, as many teams do against the Dragons, and they responded to those punches, and you'd expect probably the same thing, punches going left and right in the second half as well.
Well, I mean, it is a heavyweight match. They're going to trade punches for punches. Tiny mistakes, you're going to get caught with a haymaker and an uppercut. And Prosper's had that this first half. The key for the Dragons was with the minute 23 left in the second quarter, getting the ball at the 50-yard line and putting it in the end zone before a half to get that extra score, because they're going to have to kick off at the start of the second half. And Prosper, they've really been the victim of their own offense. They've tried to have the turnovers, they've had the penalties, they've gotten behind the change, and now they've had a few big plays that have kind of rescued them. But at the same time, if you're Prosper, you've got to get points on the board, because I don't know if you can even stop really too long on this Dragon offense. They're just executing at will on this defense.
It was a very critical drive to end that first half of action, because Prosper ultimately won the toss, deferred to the second half, so you had that in store, as you just mentioned, here on the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show. Alongside Robert Clayton, I'm Will Connerly. Robert Clayton gave us our keys to the game earlier about the trenches and the battle up front, and that has been just a show to watch. Certainly, I'm sure from your perspective, you live and breathe football, and especially when it comes to the line of scrimmage.
Oh, I mean, I'll tell you what, I love the exposition tonight, because it's two groups that are so revered in the state of Texas, and you're seeing why they're good. You're seeing why, you're going to have some plays on defense, but this Dragon offensive line, I'll tell you what, they've just done a terrific job. You talk showing up and showing out. They are doing it, and they're doing it at a high level. And I love seeing these matchups, Will. I mean, this is Texas high school football. You're 3 rounds deep, and you're playing against the best of the best in one of the toughest divisions, if not the toughest third-round matchups I've seen across the state, whether it's Division I or Division II. I'll tell you what, it is power players playing power ball, and you just got to love what you're seeing from the Dragons.
And you got to love what you're seeing from the Dragon fans as well, because let's be honest, when we look here on the near side, there's a lot more fans and noise that you heard coming through our audio-only broadcast tonight than maybe some people would expect in a game where it is over 30 minutes past midnight. It's 12:33 a.m., and there was noise being created here at Choctaw Stadium in a game that, well, let's be honest, it'll probably finish around 1:45, 2 o'clock tonight, and you have fans
Incredible.
that are putting together noise and creating an atmosphere in a game, and that is something that is just unbelievable, and it's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime type thing. You don't really ever see this.
Well, you don't. And listen, this has been a long night for everyone, and hats off to the staff here at Choctaw. They've been here for a very long time.
Oh, boy, yes.
And I'll tell you what, the elevator guy, when we came here, he said he was already going on a 10-hour day, and just a full-out effort tonight to make this game happen. And again, thank you so much if you're staying with us and you've listened. We try to keep you updated the best we can, and stick with us. This is going to be a very high-flying, entertaining second half. And again, about to kick off here in about 2 minutes. So go get your fifth helping of Thanksgiving dinner and get back on that couch and settle in.
So a couple minutes until we get the second half of action underway. We'll step aside here on the Feed Store Barbecue Halftime Show. 28-17, Carroll on top at halftime on the Dragon Sports Network.
This is Pastors John and Todd from White's Chapel in Southlake. White's Chapel is a church where it's all about Jesus. We're a place where real people make genuine connections, where it's okay not to be okay.
We're a church where grace is a lifestyle and where everyone has a place, from the lifelong believer to the unchurched or de-churched. We're here for you, and we'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Stephen Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, we truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Carroll leading 28-17 here from Choctaw Stadium. Alongside Robert Clayton, I'm Will Connerly. In for Chris Blake tonight, the voice of the Dragons. Monty Clegg, our statistician this evening, doing incredible work. And Tim Polster running the show, doing a fantastic job. Our entire crew inside the broadcast booth tonight. As we get ready for the second half of action, Carroll leading 28-17.
Stay tuned. It should be a very exciting second half.
It should be. And what's a big reason why you say that? You think just you'll see a lot more resolve on the side of Prosper starting with the football in this? This is a critical drive coming out of the half.
Well, you've got to score here even to make it relevant. If you allow not to get a score here on this first drive by Prosper, give it to the Southlake offense, and they go down and score, it's going to be a tough road to come from behind. But, this is do or die. This is the state playoffs. Anything can happen. And I can tell you, this Prosper team, number 4 team in the state, top 25 in the country, they're not going to lay down and just give it up. They're going to come out guns blazing. They're going to stick to their plan. They made some adjustments, and you've got to be ready if there's Southlake defense. Keep doing what you're doing, but you got to get to the quarterback. Keep getting to the quarterback.
We'll see if they can keep getting to Braden Imhoff. 42 touchdowns and just 4 interceptions on the year coming in. But he threw an interception tonight. Just 8 of 18 for 164 yards. He's been under duress. As Gavin Strange is set to kick us off to begin this third quarter. And Carroll, should they hold on in the second half, they would have a date with Denton Geyer in the regional final. Kickoff is off to begin this second half. It's booted through the end zone by Strange, and a touchback will set the Eagles up at their own 25 to begin quarter number 3.
Looking back on the second half, things that the Dragon defense did well, they kept Prosper in front of them. Even though they had some big plays, they let them get behind them to get to the end zone. That they've managed this offense the best they could. It's the highest point total so far. This Dragon defense, I think in the first half, has given up so far. Again, I don't know if you have to change much, but have your head on a swivel and know that adjustments are going to be made by this Prosper team.
It's a really good point. I mean, for a team that allows less than a touchdown per game, Prosper's already put 17 on Carroll, but the first play of the third quarter from scrimmage is blown up. Robbie Ladd tackles Bryce Robinson 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Ladd comes up his 11th tackle for loss on the year, and it's 2nd and 13.
Speed kills, and Robbie Ladd has it. He can make plays in the backfield. He does a tremendous job. What a way to start the second half for this Dragon defense.
2nd and 13 from the 22 as we're underway in the third quarter. Imhoff has a 3-step drop, steps up in the pocket, now looks to scramble. He runs outside the numbers across the 20 and gets out of bounds at the 26-yard line. He picks up 4 to make it 3rd and 9.
Again, we talked about the matchup. Crimpin, the Texas A&M commit, is out. So you have Zach Hayes working on Will Edicott, now the left tackle. He provided the pressure, flushed out Imhoff, it forced him to take off and run. Great pass rush by the Dragon defense.
Yeah, Endicott, 6'4", 286. He's got 9 offers as well.
He's not a small guy.
No Zayden Krempin, who is. 3rd and 9 from the 26 for the Eagles. Moving right to left. Imhoff throws over the middle. It's deflected. Another great play. Gavin Strange coming up to bat it out of the air. And Imhoff goes incomplete. He's been forced to tough areas all night and Prosper punts on the opening drive of the third quarter.
Big play by Gavin Strange. I tell you what, you want to write a script starting out the second half. Force them down on their first series, 4 and out. Giving an opportunity for this Dragon offense. Brock Boyd back to return.
Brock Boyd, 100 yards receiving in the first half. Bukauskas gets the punt off. High angling punt, drops down at the 40-yard line and rolls out of bounds. So Carroll will have quality field position to begin the third quarter. 11:08 on the clock, and they lead 28-17. As they force the punt, the drive really started with a great tackle for loss on the Bryce Robinson run.
Robbie Ladd.
And Robbie Ladd, 11 TFLs on the year now.
Incredible player. I'll tell you what, he just has a nose to the ball, and he's so fast. He gets to it. And I tell you what a stand by the Dragon defense. You got to love where this Dragon offense is starting here in the third quarter.
Carroll with an interception tonight. They're now plus 13 on the year on turnover margin, a 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line. And it's Renda who throws a quick screen. It's read extremely well once again. Allen comes in to make the tackle on Luke Jacquemart, and nowhere to go. He's tackled well behind the line of scrimmage as Fod Allen makes the stop. It's 2nd and 14, a loss of 4.
Great job by Allen just getting off the block, and he's one of the more physical outside linebackers, and he's really come on this year. He's a guy that kind of fed his role, and then they moved him outside. He's a physical guy, and great job on just beating Boyd to the punch there and making the play.
2nd and 14 from the 34 for Carroll. They have it at the right hash, moving left to right, leading 28-17 here in the third quarter. Renda scrambles outside the pocket. Now he takes it and runs, looks downfield. Flag flies in the backfield. He gets out of bounds as he runs up the sideline. Marked out around the 45-yard line, but a flag in the holding area flies in the backfield as Renda was scrambling up the sideline, and it is indeed a holding against the Dragons. So that'll back him up. They go backwards on their first 2 plays here in the third quarter from scrimmage. A screen to Jacquemart that lost 4. And now they lose 10 on the hold, so it's 2nd and 24. Nearly a quarter of the field to go for Carroll. And they go 5 out wide. Caden Mackey lined up on the near side. Renda with 5 out wide, runs right up the gut, takes it himself, and lunges across the 40-yard line, marked down at the 42. And that's one way to make up yardage.
It's a great job going empty, spreading the defense out, design quarterback draw right up the middle. Terrific play call.
5 out wide again, trips to the far side. Screen goes to Mackey, catches at the 40, runs outside the numbers on the sideline, across the 50-yard line. A pickup of 8, it's a first down.
What a conversion by this Dragon offense. You talk about fortitude and being able to have your mental approach of not being worried you're behind the chains. Great play call with the draw coming back to Mackey on the right side and allowing your playmakers to make plays. Mackey, the all-world pitcher, I tell you what, he did it there on the receiving end, and we've seen that time and time again this year from Mackey. Great effort in getting that first down.
Another Dragon Den first down, the 9th Dragon Den first down tonight for Carroll as they have it up to the 49-yard line of Prosper. And Renda keeps it himself, bounces to the outside, beyond the numbers. He lunges across the 40-yard line, marked out of bounds at the 39, a pickup of 10, and that'll move the chains once again, the 10th Dragon Den first down of the evening.
A great read option to the right, Prosper bit on the play fake, Renda off to the left, escapes, gets to the sideline, gets the first down. He's got speed. You get him on the edge, he's going to convert that first down every time.
A 1st and 10 from the 39, left hash, moving left to right. Carroll up 28-17. Renda now looks for instruction on the sideline. With 2 receivers out to the right, 1 up to the far side. Jacomar moves in motion, and Penn runs it right up the left side as he is stopped up after a gain of just 2 yards. Davis Penn has been so productive throughout his career. 7 carries tonight for 15 yards. He's been bottled up by the Prosper front.
Well, they do a lot of things in the middle. They're blitzing. It's a tough team to gash in the middle. You got to exploit on the outside. That's where we felt some of their weakness was on this defense, getting those outside linebackers to cover the speed of this Dragon team.
9:07 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's a 2nd and 8. And Carroll takes the snap. It's a direct one to Renda. He runs to the outside across the 35-yard line on the sideline. And he gets to about the 34-yard line where they mark him, perhaps the 33, where he eventually got forced out of bounds. And it sets up a 3rd down here for Carroll.
He suffered from a wrist injury, Angel Renda, the majority of this year. Last year he had a turf toe. He really couldn't develop his run game. Something he's worked on all year long. It's great to see that offensive line all moving in sync to the left side with the surge of Renda behind him. Something we've seen quite a bit over the last few weeks.
3,800 yards a year ago in his first year as a starter. Led him all the way to the state title game. It's a run to Penn. And he gets right up to the 29-yard line. No, Parker Harris on the carry, who has a rushing score and a passing touchdown tonight. And he moves the chains for a first down.
What Parker Harris gives, he gives you that burst, that acceleration, and what a job. He gets behind his pads and get to the second level so fast, then he's just hard to bring down, Will.
8 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, 28-17. Carroll leading and driving. A 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line of Prosper for the Dragons on their first drive of the 3rd quarter. Renda standing next to Penn now in the backfield, and he drops back to pass. It's Brock Boyd for a touchdown from 29 yards out. The 2nd score for the Ohio State commit tonight, and he was wide open in the end zone. Carroll adds on.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained tonight by Brock Boyd and Angela Renda? What a show these two are putting on. Incredible job. Again, coming out in the second half, delivering a strike on the vertical to Boyd for a touchdown. Incredible execution by this Dragon.
Unbelievable. He had 8 catches for 139 yards and 2 scores last week. He has topped that mark here this week against the relentless Prosper defense. So a touchdown brought to you by Kim Bedwell Luxury Real Estate goes to Brock Boyd, his 2nd score tonight. The CLC Roofing extra point by Gavin Strange through the uprights. 35-17. Dragons pulling away in the 3rd. 7:40 to go on the Dragon Sports Network.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
8 plays, 52 yards, and just about 3 minutes off the clock. Brock Boyd scoring for a second time tonight, and a 35-17 lead for the Dragons. Brock Boyd doing things, over 240 career catches, already the all-time leader at Carroll in receiving, and he continues to add on well over 100 tonight in a pair of scores for the Ohio State commit.
It's so hard to cover these trio of receivers. You pick your poison, someone's going to get open.
5 catches for 129 yards and 2 touchdowns. How about that? Yards per catch for Brock Boyd tonight. 5 for 129. After he had 139 last week. Lyons comes in and makes the tackle on the rush to the right side by Robinson. He picks up 5, a 2nd and 5 for Prosper. They face their largest deficit of the night. Carroll leading 35-17. Eagles have it at their own 31 on the 2nd and 5. Imhoff fires it, and it's cut up the middle, caught at the 45-yard line, wrestled down at the 49. And a connection there. It goes to Dallas Boozer for a first down.
And we've seen this connection between Boozer and Imhoff all night tonight. This has really been his favorite target. Again, coming up some difficult catches across the middle there. Great pickup by Prosper.
1st and 10 from the 49 for Prosper. Imhoff steps up in the pocket, being chased down and getting there in time. Crawford Taylor with the quarterback sack, brought to you by Life's Medicine.
You put Crawford Taylor on the edge, you're still going against Bryce Gilmore, the Texas Tech commit, and just flat out just beats him. Great play on chasing down the quarterback, not losing sight, making the big sack on first down.
A loss of 3. Taylor coming in for the sack, makes it 2nd and 13 from the 46-yard line. Sack brought to you by Life's Medicine. Start your ultimate recovery with Life's Medicine, located on Southlake Boulevard. Imhoff on 2nd and 13 from the 46-yard line. A quick screen. They get it out across the 50-yard line, running after the catch. Lathan Latchley, just his 2nd catch tonight. They have certainly limited the leading receiver in 6A this evening, the stingy Dragon defense. It sets up a 3rd and 8.
Oh, it's been a standoff all night. I tell you, they want to get him involved in the offense. He's such a critical piece. You've got to get your playmakers the ball. And he, again, top receiver, yardage-wise in the area.
And a 3rd and 8 from the 49-yard line for Prosper. Imhoff takes the snap. He's pressured, rolls out, takes it himself, runs up across the 45-yard line, and runs inside to the 35. A pickup on the play for a first down. He goes for 14 yards to move the chain.
That's about all you could do. The coverage was there. The pocket collapsed. He had nowhere to go. He had Green out in front of him on the left side. Great job on stepping up in the pocket, finding a lane, and picking up the first down for Prosper.
1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Prosper driving on the left hash from the 36. It's a handoff right up the middle to Bryce Robinson. He twists and turns up to the 32, a gain of 4 right up the gut in between the hashes. With 5 minutes to go in quarter number 3, and Carroll leading 35-17.
Again, the clock right now is in Carroll's favor. Keep it running. You don't mind these run plays every so often. Keep that clock going. Again, they're going to get some yards. Robinson's been on the majority of the night. He's done a good job of getting behind his pads and getting the tough yards.
A 2nd and 6 from the 32-yard line. Imhoff, handoff to Robinson, hesitates in the backfield, tries to push forward, and Carroll is all over that one. A slew of defenders there. Will Lyons there to gobble up the tackle and force a third down. No gain on the play, maybe a yard. A 3rd and 5 upcoming from the 31.
Great play by Crawford Taylor. I tell a lot of my guys I coach in Little League football is create havoc in the backfield. Take your guy, put him 2 to 3 yards deep. Create a tough running lane for the running back. Crawford Taylor did that. Great job by the senior defensive end.
3rd and 5 is what Prosper faces from the 31 of Carroll. Imhoff, handoff right up the middle again. Robinson nowhere to go. A flag is down. But he is stopped up at the line of scrimmage again. This Dragons defense has come up in critical spots, and they're another example.
Terrific job by Zach Hayes there.
Holding call against Carroll. It's an automatic for face mask, so add on 15, a fresh set of downs. And that keeps the drive alive for the Eagles. So that moves the football up inside the red zone now for Prosper. Imhoff, the quarterback, standing next to Bryce Robinson, a 1st and 10 from the 16. Imhoff drops back to pass, goes toward the end zone in the corner. It's Lathan Latchley who hauls it in from 16 yards out for the touchdown. He has scored in every single game this year. His 22nd receiving touchdown, and it goes in a big way. 35-23, the score now as Prosper finds the end zone.
Good protection up front, got the blitz, picked up the blitzing linebacker. Great strike by Imhoff to their number 1 receiver. Finally get him incorporated in the game. This is what Prosper has to do.
Just the 3rd catch for Latchley. PAT by Michael Bukaskis is good. It's 35-24. Carroll on top. Lathan Latchley scores from 16 yards out. 3:25 to go in the 3rd on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HearstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Back to action. Michael Bukaskis kicks this one off. It's brought out by Jacquemart at the 25-yard line, and he's stopped up immediately. Nowhere to go on the return, and great coverage down the field there by the Eagles. Fod Allen comes in to make the stop. Jacquemart limited return. Rain starting to fall here at Choctaw Stadium, something we saw all night long. Kickoff scheduled for 7 o'clock. We ultimately got underway here from Choctaw Stadium around 11:15. 4 and change later, for hours that is, with a lengthy pregame show. But here right now, and Carroll leading 35-24 with 3:21 left in the 3rd quarter, and rain starting to pick up here. Angelo Renda with the direct snap. He runs it right up the middle, gains about a half yard. It's really starting to come down here at Choctaw Stadium here in Arlington. We've seen so much rain this evening, and it's just not going away.
It's not going away. It keeps coming back, keep it lightening out, but it can't affect this game.
35-24, Carroll in front. 2:49 to go in the third quarter. They have it. Renda back to pass. Throws it toward the sideline. Looking for the one-handed grab there to Gunter. The flags fly. It looks like a pass interference call will be coming against Prosper as they tried to find Gunter on the sideline. And multiple flags down on the field as Renda, dropping to pass, is able to find positive result on the penalty marker. And a pass interference will give them a fresh set of downs as they now are at the 41-yard line of their own. So Carroll at their own 41. A 1st and 10, and a handoff to Davis Penn. And he slips and slides on the slippery turf this evening. And the tackle eventually made there by the Prosper defense. Trevor Ellis coming in to make the stop. Just a 2-yard gain by Penn on the run.
Well, sometimes on this backside on the zone, something you don't really, take account for the strong side or the backside defensive end, doing a great job on collapsing the hole there on front side and stopping Penn from getting to the second level.
2 minutes to go in the third quarter. 35-24, Carroll leads. They have the ball moving left to right. 2nd and 8 from the 43. In between the hashes, Renda gets the snap, spins out of trouble, now rolls down the field, throws it away, and it's incomplete as he chucked it toward the Carroll sideline, and a flag flies in the backfield as Renda got rid of the football. Multiple markers on this drive. Roughing the passer.
That's what these teams that play Southlake, they tend to shoot themselves in the foot, and that's a big play. You shouldn't be doing that unnecessary roughness there at the end of the play. He was going to throw it away. You got to have more awareness there on the defense side of the ball. Again, giving another fresh set of downs for this Carroll offense.
And this Carroll offense led by Renda. 39 touchdown passes on the year now with his 3 tonight. How efficient has Angelo Renda been tonight? We'll tell you. 13 of 15 for 235 yards. Just 2 incompletions as scooting right up the gut for a gain on the play. It is Parker Harris.
Just love the burst Parker Harris gives. Again, he's not an everyday back in this backfield. He's got to fight Coach Munn to get him over there sometimes.
A 35-24 lead for Carroll. They face a 2nd and 5 from the 37 of Prosper. Renda the quarterback. 3 receivers to the left side. Renda stepping up in the pocket, and he is swarmed, eventually brought down. The defensive lineman, Isaiah Lawrence, came in there, and the senior able to stop Renda to force a 3rd and 8.
A good job on getting pressure, collapsing the pocket. Renda didn't have anywhere to go, but heads up, try not to make something out of nothing. A minimal loss there.
40 seconds to go in the third quarter. A 35-24 lead for Carroll. They're moving left to right. A 3rd and 8 from the 40. Renda standing in the shotgun. He drops back 3 steps, scoots out to the right, eyes down the field, and he'll tuck it and run. He just gets back to the line of scrimmage, maybe gains a yard. It'll set up 4th and 7 from the 39 of Prosper. We'll see what Riley Dodge decides to do here.
Or you're kind of in this in-between zone, right? Do you pooch kick it or do you try to get the first down? Really not making a lot of sense to bring the punt team out, or maybe they are going to.
Maybe want to pin them deep, and so Zach Hayes, the La Tech commit, the punter coming out. And so they decide to punt from the 39-yard line of Prosper. And Hayes comes out with a 35-24 lead. And just 24 seconds to go. And a flag comes in to delay a game. Looks like Carroll took that on purpose to give more room for the punt. A fourth down and 7 yards to go from the 39-yard line. After the penalty, Hayes waiting to punt this one away after they take the delay of game. So now they'll punt from the 44-yard line, and it trickles out of bounds. Hayes with a quality punt. We'll see where they ultimately mark this one, right around the 20-yard line, where Prosper will take over. 17 seconds to go in the third quarter, and Prosper just orchestrated a touchdown drive. They got their guy, Lathan Latchaway, involved. Now 3 catches on the night and a score as well. We'll see what they can do now.
Well, they're not going to go away. You know the powerful offense they have, again, averaging 53 points a game. They know how to find the end zone, and sometimes you got to be patient in the game. But again, you got to be relentless if you're this Dragon front four. You got to get to the QB.
1st and 10 from the 20. Imhoff fakes the pass, has to throw it away. Pressure screaming off the defensive line. Jake Lucky comes there when you need him, and he was all in the face of Imhoff.
Big play by Jake Lucky. They did a little twist game. You had Zach Hayes come off from the backside, and then Lucky come around the edge and put the pressure on Imhoff. Great job by the workhorse, Jake Lucky.
So a 2nd and 10 after the incompletion on the quarterback pressure there by Lucky. The interior defensive lineman, number 0, Imhoff, steps up, fires over the middle. It's incomplete. Looking for Lathan Latchaway on the near side, in between the numbers and hashes around the 32-yard line. He couldn't haul it in, and it sets up a 3rd and 10.
This is where the Dragon defense wants this Prosper offense. Again, they're getting in the pressure, just bringing 3 to 4 guys, and they're getting it on the edge that time. Imhoff, even though he had to step in the pocket, he could feel it in a little aired throw across the middle.
A 3rd and 10 from the 20. Imhoff takes the snap, throws it. It's out to Lathan Latchaway. He has it after the catch up to the 35-yard line. A burst of speed as he cuts upfield right by the right hash. And he picks up 15 much-needed yards to keep the drive alive for Prosper. And we go to the final frame. 35-24. Carroll leads in the regional semifinal, but Prosper is driving when we come back on the Dragon Sports Network.
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
A 35-24 score as we begin the fourth quarter of action here from Choctaw Stadium. The clock striking 1:12 a.m. And we begin quarter number 4. Prosper with the football. Now moving left to right. They have a 1st and 10 from the 37 after a pickup of 15 to Lathan Latchaway. Hand off to Bryce Robinson. He runs up the left side. He gains about a yard on the play. 2nd and 9 upcoming as he gets up to the 38-yard line.
Great job by Zach Hayes, setting the edge on the right defensive end, pushing Bryce Robinson out, allowing the Dragon defenders to corral the ball. Perfect job on 1st down on this Dragon defense.
2nd and 9 from the 38 for Prosper. Beginning stages of the fourth quarter. Imhoff throws over the middle. It's intercepted once again. Austin Bussman on the return. He gets to about the 40 and flags fly as he was wrestled down by his face mask. And they'll tack 15 onto the return. The second interception of the night. And it's Austin Bussman, the senior defensive back.
You can feel the Dragon magic coming up with the opportunity. We talked about it in pregame. One of the keys to the game is take the ball, take control. The second interception, Austin Bussman, terrific job. And then just a bad tackle by Prosper by the face mask. This is going to be a big penalty.
So the return was brought back to about the 40, but they're going to tack more on, and it's Carroll who's going to be in incredible field position. After Prosper got a first down, they got Latchley involved. They converted on a third down try. But it's the Lamar commit, Braden Imhoff, who oh, wow, excuse me. So penalties offset. Crawford Taylor also got called for a personal foul. And they offsetting penalties on the INT return. Still Austin Bussman with the interception. And the point being, the Lamar commit, only 4 interceptions on the entire season with 42 touchdowns. He's thrown 2 tonight against this Carroll defense.
Well, they did a great job on just disguising coverages and confusing Imhoff and getting him in positions where he's got to make the tough throws. They did that last week in San Angelo, and they're doing it again tonight. You know, it's tough. They're dropping a lot of guys, forcing him to make tough throws, and he hasn't succeeded at it tonight.
Last week he threw an interception. It was his first since September 26th against Plano East, and now he has thrown 2. As Bussman comes up with a big play, and Carroll has a 1st and 10 from their own 45-yard line, and breaking away, it's Harris up the sideline. Harris rushing toward the end zone. A 55-yard score, and Parker Harris with a trifecta tonight. 2 on the ground, 1 through the air, and Carroll is rolling in the fourth quarter.
Speed kills. Parker Harris has it. He's dynamic with the ball. He gets off on the right side. Terrific push by the Dragon offensive line. Then it's all Parker Harris. He gets an open field. No one's tackling him. Takes it on the right side, corner in the end zone. 2 pay dirt. Touchdown Dragons.
A 55-yard touchdown for Parker Harris. 2 rushing, 1 passing. The PAT good. Extra points brought to you by CLC Roofing. And the Dragon touchdown from Parker Harris from 55 yards out. Sponsored by Kim Bedwell, Luxury Real Estate. Carroll, 42. Prosper, 24. And the top-ranked Dragons on top in the fourth quarter on the Dragon Sports Network.
As a Dragon, it's all about protecting the tradition. As a church, it's our mission to make more deeply committed followers of Jesus. This is Todd Renner from White's Chapel in Southlake. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been a part of this community. And though times have changed, our need for the gospel of Jesus Christ, our need to worship and grow and serve, our need to shine the light into the darkness hasn't. That's why White's Chapel is a church where tradition meets today.
Austin Bussman, interception. 1 play later, a 55-yard scamper to the end zone by Parker Harris, his 3rd touchdown tonight. 2 rushing, 1 passing, and Carroll leads 42-24. The ensuing kickoff booted away by Gavin Strange, and it's brought out at the 15-yard line, but nowhere to go. How about the kick coverage coming into works there? It's Austin Trinh who comes in on the stop and no return there for Prosper. They'll be backed up in their own territory as we start the fourth quarter.
You got to love it. The people they're getting, this Dragon offense is getting involved in the game. I tell you what, it's electrifying to see Parker Harris, who hasn't played much in the backfield all year, just putting on a show tonight. Terrific job as he steps back out in the field to play safety.
A 42-24 lead for Carroll. 11:03 to go in this fourth quarter. Imhoff, a connection out to Latchley, catches at the 18-yard line, tries to go up to the 20. He eventually does before he is dropped down there by Taven Coons. On the tackle there, Latchley, his fourth reception tonight, trying to get their top target involved, down 42-24.
Defensive coordinator Coach Munn, he's doing a terrific job just in coverages, and he's forcing Imhoff to do check downs that are just not there. Great play calling tonight.
Second and 10 from the 20-yard line. Handoff right up the gut. Nowhere to go for Bryce Robinson. It's Jake Lucky in the mix again.
Big Jake Lucky, I tell you what, he is a force going over Sean Stover tonight, having a day, and what a job, again, by Robbie Ladd coming over the top, making the play.
Jake Lucky.
You see the size, we're in here in the booth, I know you can't see it because you're on audio, but the size difference of Lucky and Sean Stover is pretty incredible. What a game Lucky is having tonight.
4 up front on the line for the Dragons. Imhoff dropping back to pass. He steps up in the pocket, launches one down the field, has Latchley, and Latchley hauls it in at the 20. Oh boy, Lathan Latchley with the home run shot, marked down at the 18-yard line, and Prosper all of a sudden in the red zone as they convert on 3rd and 10.
And we've seen that a lot tonight, behind the chains and trying to make a difference and getting the ball down the field. Great job by Imhoff on delivering a strike.
A 62-yard connection to 1st and 10 now from the 18. Braden Imhoff dropping to pass, throws it sideline, and it's incomplete, looking for the tight end Elliott Brown, but he was out of bounds. It'll set up a 2nd and 10 from the 18-yard line. 9:16 to go in the fourth quarter. Carroll leading 42-24. The Lathan Latchley 62-yard connection has him in the red zone. So all of a sudden they get their top target involved. Time is against them now, though. 9 minutes and 16 seconds. All that's left in regulation. Imhoff, handoff right up the middle to Robinson. And the run has been clogged all night long. It's Lucky plugging a gap. And ultimately the tackle finished off there by the Dragons, making the tackle Marcus Browse.
Oh, Lucky mentioned, playing the gap, dying the gap. He's doing it tonight, allowing the linebackers to play over the top, making the plays, sacrificing his body, doing a terrific job against this very powerful Prosper offensive line.
A 3rd and 8 from the 16-yard line for Prosper. Imhoff takes the snap, throws it out in the flat there to the running back. It's Robinson who runs into the end zone untouched. Up the sideline from 16 yards out. It's Bryce Robinson, just his second receiving touchdown.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody.
Second touchdown of the night overall. And Prosper, quick strike, a 62-yard connection to Lathan Latchley. Bryce Robinson runs it in from 16 yards out on the short pop to the outside from Braden Imhoff, and Prosper not going away.
They needed that. They needed to respond, even have a chance in this game here in the fourth quarter, as time is their biggest concern right now.
PAT good from Michael Bukauskas, 42-31, as Robinson runs it in. He hauls it in from Imhoff, and he's untouched into the end zone. Carroll leads 42-31, 8:34 to go in the fourth on Dragons Sports Network.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak. And another asked for a feed store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for feed store burn-ins. Yeah, feed store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Lathan Latchley, the Tulsa commit, with a 62-yard reception, setting up a 16-yard score from Bryce Robinson. 42-31 the score. Carroll leads, getting the ball back. It's Brock Boyd, brings it out at the 11-yard line, cuts up to the 20, 25-30, and he's dropped outside the numbers right at the 30-yard line, and that's where Carroll will set up. They have the football with 8:29 to go in the fourth quarter, and a 42-31 lead in this regional semifinal.
Well, we saw the last drive, a quick punch by Parker Harris there at running back. Again, this is a defining drive for this Dragon offense. You have a decision here. You got to take it to the field. You got to respond, get another set of score on the board, make it very difficult for this Prosper team to have a chance.
Carroll ahead by 11 with 8:29 to go. They have it left hash at the 30, a 1st and 10. Renda in the gun with 2 in the backfield. He sends Jacquemart out in motion, and a quick burst of speed for Davis Penn. He gets all the way up to the 40-yard line, a pickup of 10. It's a Dragon Den first down.
A huge hole between right guard Nathan Dermaki and Kerry Clayton, just opening the seas there. Great job by Davis Penn on finding the hole, accelerating, getting the second level, and picking up the first down.
So up front, Clayton Johnson checking in as well on the offensive line for a 1st and 10 after a 10-yard pickup from Penn. Renda in the shotgun, hand off to Harris. Harris, a burst of speed after going for a 55-yard touchdown. The next time he totes the rock, it goes for another 10, another Dragon Den first down, and the Dragons at midfield.
Love what the Dragons are doing. They had this heavy set in. They're moving Tristan Dare over to left tackle, now the right tackle, but you have Luke Wilson playing next to them, C.J. Johnson. That's a heavy set formation. They're going to lean on these big guys up front here in the final few minutes in the fourth quarter. Terrific play call by Riley Dodge and Company.
Carroll driving, back-to-back first downs on the ground. 7 and change to go in the fourth quarter. Renda, hand off, Harris again. A huge gap up the right side between the guard and the tackle. He bursts through the hole. He picks up 9. It sets up 2nd and 1 as Carroll is set up at Prosper's 41-yard line.
Love the heavy set. You had Tristan Dare and Luke Wilson there on the right side. You get those two stallions out in front. They're going to pave the way, and they do it for Parker Harris. Terrific job by this Dragon offensive line.
And mixing and matching is Riley Dodge and Company. Victor Gill as well up front, orchestrating what they want to do. A couple runs on this drive, up 11 in the fourth quarter, 3 straight to start the drive, 6:30 to go in the fourth quarter. Carroll leading 42-31, another handoff here to Penn. He shakes 2 tacklers, puts his head down with a full head of steam up to the 31-yard line. A pickup of 10, Davis Penn and Parker Harris trying to close out the game on the ground.
You're just chewing it up, and if you're a Prosper, you just can't go for stripping the ball. You got to tackle the ball carrier, and they're allowed a few extra yards on that play. But what a ruddy performance by this Dragon offensive line, putting the offense on their back and marching down the field here in the fourth quarter.
6 minutes left in the fourth. 42-31 lead for Carroll. And they have a 1st and 10, a fresh set of downs at the 31-yard line. Renda, another handoff to Penn. He runs right up the gut, breaks 2 tackles. He's still going. He scampers out to the 15, off to the 10, runs to the corner, into the end zone. He crosses the goal line for a touchdown from 31 yards out. Davis Penn, that may be the dagger tonight as he scampers in, and it's a 48-31 lead for the Dragons.
We talked about get the ball, control the game. We talked about the trench warfare, dominate up front. I love seeing Riley Dodge put it on the back of the offensive line here in the fourth quarter. Terrific job. Run after run after run. I dare you to stop. Penn finds the end zone on the outside, on the inside zone to the right. Shifting and diving, finds pay dirt. Terrific job by the Dragon offensive line and the Dragon offense.
5 plays on the drive. They were all on the ground. Davis, Penn, and Parker Harris grounding and pounding. They're up 49-31, the CLC Roofing. Extra point is good, and that Dragon touchdown brought to you by Kim Bedwell, luxury real estate, coming from Davis, Penn. We'll be right back. 5:42 to go in the fourth. Carroll rolling.
Dragon fans, the wait is over. The Dragon Den is your one-stop shop for spirit wear, gear, and everything green, black, and white. Show your pride and represent Southlake Carroll everywhere you go. Protect the tradition and shop at the Den. We are open every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and all freshman, JV, and varsity home games. The Dragon Den is the perfect spot to gear up for game day. Go Dragons!
Strange on the kickoff. It rolls out, brought out at the 1-yard line, up to the 10. Cutting across the 15 is McCoy, where he's eventually dropped. Another quality kick coverage there by the Dragons as Bennett Hunt, the sophomore, comes in and makes the stop. 49-31 the lead. It's 5 plays, all runs, goes for 70 yards on the drive, taking 2:47 on the clock, adding 7 as well. Davis Penn runs it in from 31 yards out, and that could be the critical touchdown the Dragons needed to seal this game.
Your Prosper offense, I tell you what, it is tough because they have responded. They put some points on the board versus a very stingy Dragon defense coming out again. It's tough. You got to put it aside, and you got to find a way to get in the end zone.
A 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line. Braden Imhoff takes it. It has pressure. Lucky approaching. Imhoff having to run away, and he runs out of bounds around the 15-yard line, maybe gaining a yard there with 5:28 to go in the fourth quarter. Carroll leading 49-31 after the Davis Penn big touchdown. And no gain on the scramble out of bounds there by the quarterback, Braden Imhoff. Second down and 11 from the 15-yard line. Up the gut, it's Bryce Robinson. He is stopped up by Luke Bussman on the solo tackle.
And all Prosper's just trying to take what they are given. This Dragon defense is creating a lot of difficult situations just in the back end for Imhoff. A terrific job again by Coach Lund.
31. Prosper has it at their own 25-yard line. Robinson going again, and you want to say Mr. Lucky. Have a night. Number 0 in the backfield, all over it, and Robinson pushed back for a loss of 3.
Dudes will be dudes, and Lucky's a dude. What a play, getting the backfield and stopping Robinson for a loss. What a nose guard the Dragons have in Lucky.
4th and 4 is what Prosper faces from their own 22. Game hanging in the balance. 4:20 to go in the fourth. Prosper needs it. Imhoff dropping to pass. He faces pressure. Looks down the field on 4th down. Throws it down the field. Latchley unable to get it. It's taken away once again. Another interception. The third of the game. Gavin Strange comes up with it.
Big time play. Big time players. Gavin Strange is no stranger to that outcome, and what an interception, practically sealing this game for the Dragons. Incredible play by the Dragons all night long, creating turnovers, taking control of the game.
Unbelievable. The Carroll defense plus 15 on the year now on turnover margin. They've created 3 turnovers tonight, all interceptions. You had one from Parker Harris, one from Austin Bussman, and another coming right there from Gavin Strange. Unbelievable. On 4th and 4, Braden Imhoff had to get something done. He threw it down the field, and Lathan Lachele in tough coverage. The ball deflects into the hands of Strange. And for Imhoff, who had 4 interceptions all year, Carroll has picked him off 3 times tonight. Now Angelo Renda runs it up the field, and he slides across the 20, a pickup of 10. Well, maybe they mark him just right at the sticks as the knee went down on that slip and slide with the wet turf here at Choctaw Stadium. And they mark him for a 2nd and 1 down at the 20-yard line with 3:40 to go in the 4th quarter.
Again, utilizing that heavy set to the right, and it's just Angelo Renda. What I loved about that run, you get off to the right, but what a heads-up play just to take a slide and not try to be too cute on the run and risk an injury of some kind.
Well, Denton Geyer seems like they're going to be on the menu next now for Carroll. Leading 49-31 with the football in their hands. And they give it off to Davis Penn. The last time he touched it, he went for a 31-yard touchdown, but the Dragons with another short field after they intercept the Lamar commit and quarterback Braden Imhoff for a 3rd time tonight in this regional semifinal. Under 3 minutes to go in the 4th quarter, and the Dragons on top 49-31. And they also have a 1st down, a fresh set of downs in the red zone at Prosper's 19-yard line.
Will we officially hit the 135 mark in the morning? Incredible.
And Renda hand off to Penn, and Penn looking to get to the 2nd level. Prosper's defense is able to come up. Justin Alfano, one of the captain linebackers and seniors for this Prosper defense, but officially 1:35 in the morning. Not what you expected when you came to Choctaw Stadium this afternoon.
Not at all.
You never know what you're going to get when a football game breaks out. And we got a 4-hour and 15-minute delay tonight that ultimately worked out to be a football game. We've reached the 2-minute timeout. 49-31. Carroll leads. They have the football, and they are in business at the 17-yard line of Prosper. A 2nd and 8 awaits for them as we've reached the 2-minute timeout. Attention high school football fans, don't miss out on the opportunity to be a part of Texas football history. Mark your calendars for the UIL State Football Championships, December 17th through 20th at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, where the best teams from 6-man to 6A leave it all on the field in the hopes of being named champion. For the latest updates and ticket information, head over to uiltexas.org/football. Again, that's uiltexas.org/football. And that's where Carroll hopes to go after tonight.
That's the 3rd goal.
Yes, they'd be just 3 wins away from a state championship. Denton Geyer up next for Carroll next week. Should be a thrilling regional final as Southlake Carroll is on their way to a victory tonight with the ball. 2 minutes to go, up 49-31, and they are in the red zone as well, looking to punch it in and continue to stay on course for that high-powered offense that averages over 52 a game. Right on course right now with 49 and in the red zone.
Absolutely. They've been unstoppable all night, finding different ways to get the ball in different players' hand. And a lot of it's just been Parker Harris.
Parker Harris, Davis Penn, Angelo Renda on this attempt. Brock Boyd. The embarrassment of riches all around the football field for Riley Dodge, who we were looking at it before the game and talking about the success that he's had in 8 years as the head coach at Southlake Carroll. 15-1 last year. They're undefeated this year, about to improve to 13-0. Went 13-2 the year before that. All in all, you do the math, you carry the one. You don't even have to carry the one in the loss column. He is 105-9, about to be 106-9 in his career. That's unfathomable for a head coach.
It's good.
It is. 105-9 as Southlake Carroll, as Riley Dodge, his 106th victory tonight in just his 8th season. Unbelievable, as we've reached under a minute to go in the fourth quarter. Carroll with the football, a 4th and 3. They have it at Prosper's 12-yard line, leading 49-31. Very impressive performances all across the board tonight. The quarterback, Angelo Renda, was accurate. He was precise. He found Brock Boyd for 136 yards and a pair of scores on just 5 catches. So he got about 25 yards a catch, not too shabby for the outstanding Ohio State commit, Renda and Boyd. That is a connection that Carroll fans are going to talk about for decades.
A long, long time. You're going into that realm of some of the greatest duos ever to don the Dragon uniform, and these two are one of them.
Oh, yeah. And Riley Dodge knows all about it, a standout himself at the quarterback position for Carroll, and some great quarterbacks to walk the halls. Quinn Ewers, Chase Daniel, Greg McElroy. I mean, the list is long. And the program is hungry. An 8-time state championship program looking for their first title since 2011 this year. They were just 1 game shy of that ultimate goal a year ago, and looking for vengeance potentially. Denton Geyer on the docket next week. Another thrilling at this point, they're all thrilling heavyweight battles in the postseason.
Well, they are. Tonight's been punches for punches. Southlake's just landed a few more uppercuts and taken some vital blows to Prosper and done a terrific job. Both teams just weathering out this delay.
It's the most points Carroll has allowed all year long, going up against an offense that averages over 50 a game. And on 4th and 3, Renda with the ball in his hands with just 28 seconds left. And Carroll getting called for a penalty. They'll back up, a 5-yard penalty. It'll be 4th and 8. So perhaps they'll just try to run a play. And then Prosper will have limited time left. It'll be a turnover on downs if they can't convert. But again, it's a 4th down. And about 8-9 yards to go or so as they're just inside the 20-yard line with 28 seconds left. But the Dragons on their way to the next round. Renda, handoff right up the middle there to a man who is definitely a candidate for a game ball tonight, Parker Harris. 3 touchdowns and an interception for him. But the Dragons turn it over on downs. Prosper will get the football with 24 seconds left. But this game is over. Dragons are going to win it. They're up 49-31 with 24 seconds left.
Hats off to Parker Harris and everyone in company tonight. It's been a special night. It's been a night I do not think we'll ever forget. It has been one of those Dragon stories that we'll tell for years to come.
24 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and the Dragons on top. 49 points on the board tonight. Brock Boyd had 2 touchdowns. Parker Harris ended up having 2 rushing and 1 passing. Renda 3 passing. Gunter and Knowles also finding the end zone. And with 24 seconds left, it's Bryce Robinson on a handoff. He runs just across the 20-yard line, and that could be the final play of the ball game here tonight. 10 seconds left on the clock as it ticks down, and the crowd starting to rumble. Those who waited a 4-hour delay, it's the Dragons moving on to the regional final as they knock off the Prosper Eagles 49-31. The final score here from Choctaw Stadium. (49-31) the final. What a night at Choctaw Stadium as the clock strikes 1:43 a.m. We see this football game come to a conclusion, and the Dragons with a 49-31 victory.
What a game. What a game. You talk about two teams, probably nothing they faced in their career in terms of a delay, the waiting, they're finally kicking off, close to almost 11, was it?
11:15, I think.
And, to have the mental headspace to do that is just get the hats off to Prosper. Terrific season. I know it's not the way they want to go out, but, tonight was a statement by this Dragon team. They're one team in the state all year long, taking down the number 4 team in the state. Really just dominance and excellence on the field by this Dragon team. They've earned that night rest. Saying, boys, you're not coming in tomorrow. Get some rest.
It'll be a happy bus ride back, but you wonder, are they going to be as hyped at 1:45 in the morning? Or are they just want to get to bed? That is an interesting thing, but they're certainly saluting all the fans who showed dedication to stay here tonight as we will wrap things up here on the Dragon Sports Network. Well, what a night. That's one way to put it here from Arlington. Our great crew with us all night long. Tim Polster doing an incredible job. Chris Blake, as always, we appreciate all his support. Monty Clegg doing his thing, and Mr. Robert Clayton providing excellent analysis. I'm Will Connerly. We say good night from Arlington, or good morning from Arlington. We'll see you on the Dragon Sports Network.
This week's Dragon football broadcast has been brought to you by White's Chapel United Methodist Church, Feed Store Barbecue, Kim Bedwell Briggs Freeman Sotheby's, Godwin Bowman PC, The Baker Firm Fidelity National Title, Recoat Revolution, The Mark Southlake, Life's Medicine, Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, Hearst Autoplex, Southlake Dermatology, CLC Roofing, Patriot Mobile, The Dragon Den, and Mills Wealth Management. Thanks for joining us, and go Dragons.